let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you deny. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you deny. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. Chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on, no turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas, and I'm joined by Wolf once again here for today's matches. Starting off, of course, with DRX taking on Fredit Brion. This is certainly going to be a little bit different from the matches that we had yesterday. We're not talking about gigantic win streaks needing to be continued. We've got one that needs to restart. Of course, DRX just recently got upset from their 6-game winning streak, and Fredit Brion haven't been able to find those miracle wins that they've been looking for.
It's been really interesting to see how these two teams have developed, because the expectation for DRX after their first few matches, excuse me,
Yep.
I'm going to be I'm a little bit tired today. I'm a little bit loopy. I need a little bit more coffee.
We had a night last night, if you guys may have remembered.
Anyway, they both started off differently. Right? DRX with a rough start, whereas Fredit Brion had a really good start, but weren't able to live up to the hype that they had. So I feel like they went in different directions here, and this cross of those two paths is definitely DRX favored. But we'll see if Fredit Brion can pull off the upset tonight.
Exactly, and upsetting is definitely what this organization has made a name for themselves doing. Let's get into the points of the match to start this one off. I'm not going to talk about no more Deft monologues. It's not going to happen this time around. I'm just not doing it. Deft exists on this team. He's just another player. You know, he might be about to get to 2,000 kills potentially tonight, but we're not going to go into it. It's not really for me to cast a curse him into a 0-2 Jinx day. I do not want to do that again. Battle between Bro aiming for playoffs and DRX fighting to keep their standings. Yeah, DRX, of course, can slip a little bit if they do lose here. This is fighting for that west side stay and also trying to get back their consistency, because the top side of the map just looked like an absolute mess for DRX last time around.
And it has a few times for them this season. When they had that losing streak at the beginning of the season, that was also where we were really putting our focal point, because Deft has been a standout player for this roster all season long. Zeka as well, somewhat middling. On the other side of things, Fredit Brion are starting Sword tonight again, so we're having this kind of flip-flop. The coin is being tossed, it feels like, every time. Will he make it to Game 2? You know, so far, statistically speaking, not really, but he's looked, you know, up and down, like I said, and he and Morgan both have 1 POG each. Actually, all 6 players of this roster have at least 1. Lava's picked up the most, but it's hard to say definitively why Fredit Brion is switching these players, and I asked and got kind of a not, you know, very definitive answer, so I guess we're just going to have to wait and see how that solidifies. As you mentioned,
no, I didn't mention it.
Or as you said you wouldn't mention, I'll mention it instead.
Yep.
14 more kills to hit LCK 2000, and his Jinx win rate did go down a little bit thanks to a little bit of a loss there. I'm not going to blame you. I know you take personal responsibility, but you shouldn't. You don't have to.
Well, sometimes someone has to, right? And I'm going to bear the burden because it couldn't have been Deft, because he is an adorable alpaca, and that cannot be his fault. Let's have a look at some of the stats here between these two teams. DRX, yes, they went on a 6-game winning streak, but it doesn't necessarily get reflected in their stats. Things have still been messy for this team. Often they fall behind, and then they get comeback victories in the mid to late game. Kind of like when an 80 carry comes online and starts winning the game, right? The bottom side of the map for DRX has been very powerful. The top side of the map has been, you know what they do when they get a coin, they make it go up in the air and come back down again. We've spoken about this sometimes before on the broadcast, and yeah, they do that a little bit.
Kingen has definitely been one of the more inconsistent parts of this roster, unfortunately, but at his highs, he looks very strong, and it does remind you of some of his very strong moments in spring of last year when DRX were able to upset a lot of really tough opponents in 2021. They did, of course, have a very rough end to their year last year, too, at the end of it, but you know, the DRX definitely looking on the up and up right now, and Fredit Brion are just trying to regain some of that form, the potential we saw in weeks 1 and 2.
Yep, the power of friendship must come back, as yes, it will be sold on the top side of the map. Of course, no changes. Raptor was called up, but Umpty will still be in that starting jungle position. There could potentially be subs as we get through the series. We'll just have to see. I think the top lane likely to get subbed once again, as we have seen in the past. But of course, Lava, Henna, and Delight, no changes there either in the mid, 80, and support positions. Delight as well has been absolutely fantastic as Rakan, really, really good. We'll see whether he is going to be up to the task of Deft and Beryl, who, have definitely been tough opposition. Last time around, this was a swift 2-0 in favor of DRX. It began that meteoric rise that DRX had. It was right at the beginning, I should say. I don't think it was the very first match, but it was definitely early on. And so, maybe this is another way for DRX to springboard themselves, or it's a way for Fred and Brown to turn their hopes around. But the thing that makes me a little bit worried, Wolf, is the fact that their losses were against Kwangdong Freaks and Live Sandbox, and before that, KT. Their last win was against Nongshim, weirdly enough, right? Theoretically, a team that should have been a lot stronger, but were not, and have not been able to recover. But this team, coming off a loss against Harmalife Esports, is a rough thing. You know, Vista handing Deft a loss is probably not something that former bottom lane teammates wanted to be doing, but that was in fact how it worked out. King and Pyoshik, Zeka, Deft, and Beryl, and Pyoshik looked absent in their last series.
The
he
other
was
thing,
just actively not good.
In that series, it was Karis' best series of the tournament so far. His Rise in particular was a really big standout, and he dominated the bottom side through really aggressive realm warps, and it was a very unique style of play we hadn't seen from Hanwha Life Esports yet. Is in this series, you know, and in this lane, I think they'll be left a little bit more on an island, as even though Umpty is a very aggressive ganker, especially in the early game, it's very difficult to gank in this meta. If the other jungler is there, you run a high risk, right? As we saw yesterday with KT, you know, it's very predictable style depending on the draft. I think right now, Deft and Beryl are some of the best laners in the LCK right now on the bottom side of the map. The stats here are also going to reflect some of this. Notice Deft's kill participation shows how important he is to this team. Damage per minute, #1 in the league. Damage percent of all 5 players is second highest here in the LCK. And Deft has just really been so great in lane. He's positioning himself very well in the late game. And you look at some of these point picks, as we call it. You see Henna has played the Xayah a few times. We've talked about this a lot. Hasn't found great success. He's 2-2. But the really big one is Red Brion have first picked this Aphelios several times for him, and he has not been able to do the same as Deft has on the 4 and 6.
Yeah, Deft as well picked up a lot of his losses very early on, has been a little bit more stable on the pick as the weeks go through, but I still don't think that we necessarily condone early picking the Aphelios without understanding exactly what your opponent is going to do, or with a large amount of bans placed there towards the bottom side of the map, so he is considered the absolute best choice. Deft as well has picked up the Xayah, picked up a victory on that one as well, but only one game, so not necessarily the most. And some of the things that worry me about Deft's stats, while it looks fantastic when you look at it, the amount of reliance DRX have on him performing is just absurd.
It's very high.
So I'm looking forward to seeing DRX actually find some power points in the rest of the map. I really want Pyoshik to step up and do what we know that he can do in this team and actually facilitate possibly the top lane, possibly Zeka as well in that mid lane. He did make a game-winning play on his Ahri. He's currently 1-1 on that pick. We didn't really believe in it during that series, but he was actually able to be very pivotal towards the end. We'll see whether that priority is going to remain.
I think there's 2 alternate key player matchups that, you know, could have been as equally as important as the mid lane with Zeka, of course, clashing against Lava, who's been the most pivotal part of his team, and then the jungle, right? As you mentioned already, Pyoshik versus Umpty is such an exciting one to see play out, but it has been, despite DRX's more dominant win rate right now, Umpty, who's actually, I think, the stronger jungler at the moment. And I think you could probably say the same about Lava, you know, versus Zeka because of that reliance on Deft. And if you could target away some of Deft's really strong picks in the draft or try to play around bottom side here as for Brion, there may be a hole, because that's what Hanwha Life Esports did. They played the Rise, they realm warped bottom side, they just put non-stop pressure on Deft's Jinx. He couldn't actually come online. And so it's been done before. Maybe Brion could do it again.
Yep. Looking forward to seeing whether it can happen, but here we are into the draft for game number 1. I was actually having a chat to Munchables before this. I think he'd be very sad that his favorite player, Lord Morgan, is not going to be starting off, but hopefully, for Munchables' sake, he is actually going to get some time on the Rift. Unless, of course, sort of has a pop-up performance, in which case I don't think you should remove him, as that is going to be a blue side of Aphelios ban. Kind of like it.
I mean, this is exactly what I was saying. Just target Deft in the draft. Just take away his champions, take away his Jinx, take away his Aphelios. And these are blue side bans, as Fred Brion, so you still have a lot of pivot power here. And the Rise, or the Silas ban is because Rise is already banned. This kind of forces DRX to ban the Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
It's a very cool draft.
And then you first pick Caitlyn right into Ezreal Karma. That doesn't sound like a very good idea.
Well,
however,
I don't think
they might just pick the Caitlyn anyway.
I don't think they're going to prioritize the Caitlyn. I think they're going to go for the Xin Zhao here instead.
Ooh, that actually sounds better to me. But we'll see.
Because now or Corky, which is also, I forgot about this guy. He always just pokes his head in all the time, and we're like, oh yes, this champion is still really strong. It's lava. This is also a great pick here, but I thought maybe they'd take the Xin Zhao and try to control the bottom side a little bit better. But this is a great way to just play Fred Brion's, okay, we're going to play a 35-minute, 40-minute game, and we're going to win eventually on an Elder Drake fight.
Well, Jin Karma now is the response from DRX, and I don't know. That's a tough lane to pick anything into, especially when it's piloted by Deft and Beryl. Jin is not my first tier choice, but currently Deft has only played one game on the Caitlyn and he did lose. He did try his very best to carry that one, actually, if you go back and have a look at it, but the rest of the team sort of fell apart and they couldn't make up for the lack of damage in the mid game. So Jin certainly with a more of an even power curve.
I think that it's a pretty good option here to, instead of taking the Karma, actually look for a little bit more strong engage. They're going to look for soul lane power here early instead.
I kind of disagree with this.
Because now you have this face up, but it's one of the strongest ways to actually kill a Corky, and it's very strong with the Syndra, right? And as for the Brion here, you can't pick the Syndra away, nor can you ban it, so you actually get the Tryndamere Syndra combo, which lanes well into the Corky, and is going to force him to buy Hex Drinker, etc.
But now you pick yourself into Caitlyn Karma Corky. Like, nah. No, it's not. I don't. Ooh,
I think that there's if it's executed well, I think it's a very strong combo. The Ahri can work in a similar fashion to the Syndra, but isn't going to have the same sort of kill pressure in lane. Won't be able to force Corky to buy. And actually, they're going to go Gwen Tryndamere here, so this might even be jungle Gwen here. Time will tell us, because very, very difficult to pull this one off, I would say. If you're actually going soul lane Tryndamere, soul lane Gwen, you are just going to have a terrible time.
Well, I mean, Tryndamere doesn't do too badly into the Corky, so it might be a pick for the mid lane, potentially. We'll see exactly where it is going to figure itself out. Of course, a fair bit of flexibility between these champions. Hecarim going to be banned away here by Fred Brion, as Jace is going to be the response here for DRX, trying to shore up their Gwen matchup.
And Hecarim is very niche right now here in the LCK, but does work very well with the Tryndamere in particular, regardless of where he goes. The Jace ban is just removing a lot of that poke, as mentioned. The Xin Zhao still being the available jungler here for Umpty that's on the highest tier, so I think that's a great choice. Also great disengage for the Corky and the Caitlyn. As a Yuumi ban here actually makes a lot of sense, even though, you know, there are a lot of other support champions that could help engage onto the Corky. The Yuumi is just going to speed up these melees. As the Lee Sin comes through, we're still just going to have to wait a little bit longer.
That's true. I actually thought, oh, well, now we've guaranteed Tryndamere mid and Gwen in the top lane, which is likely the most understandable choice. However, you know, Rascal showed us that you can still definitely make the solo lane Lee Sin work, as Umpty picks the Poppy, and that's Gragas. Like, this composition is nuts.
Yeah,
and DRX, I think they might have just, like, outmaneuvered themselves into having to go up against this juggernaut of a composition.
I'm not even sure what the follow-up is going to be here in terms of support now. Like, the Nautilus gives you a little bit more hard engage, and you can, of course, lock up. See, this is why I was thinking instead of the Yuumi, but the Yuumi gives you more speed boost on these melee champions, but, like, Jin does not have the damage output required to play a front-to-back team fight. He will have to help burst with the Lee Sin, Gwen, and Tryndamere basically face-rolling their way into the front of the composition, but they've got the Gragas disengaged. They have steadfast presence. You're going to be burned down by the Corky damage before you get into these fights most of the time, and DRX, this comp will have to snowball this game, and they will have to win it really hard and really fast, or it's going to be so difficult to play out the late game. This is also not a champion where I think Deft can, in this composition, fully express his skills, right? It's
of course he can't. He's against Caitlyn Karma.
So
no one can express themselves against that combo. This is like, oh my god.
I mean, I didn't like it when I saw the Tryndamere early, but then it got even worse. I would have liked Tryndamere Syndra there. Syndramere. I would have liked it. I would have liked it. Well, no, we don't get that. We're not going to have that.
No, well, I think that DRX is going to have to hope that a 1-3-1 is actually going to work. Deft needs to try and keep himself safe there in that mid lane, but this is him handing the reins over to the rest of his team and will require Zeka and Kingen to play extraordinarily well. And I also think that this will require some messing up on Fred Brion's behalf. I think that this is like, when it comes to draft gap, in my opinion, pretty ridiculous.
It is definitely going to be very, as far as what we understand, because we don't understand a lot about the choices here for DRX. Like, they're very risky, very greedy here. It's going to have to be a snowball game. They're going to have to dominate, or they fall off a cliff so hard.
Yeah. I think this is, it's going to be an interesting game. We'll see whether DRX can just hands gap them, because I think that's what they're going to have to rely on here this time around. Yes, Corki has suffered nerfs to package timings, things like this. There is a chance that Corki may not have a package for every single dragon fight. However, this is ㅣ. He navigated that so incredibly beautifully last time we saw him. He's the only guy that really still likes to jump on the Corki, because he's managed to do his due diligence to make sure that he can still make it work, even with those timings changing. And with the way that he plays, it feels like it's just the same. You know, this is, of course, 12.3, so there aren't any other nerfs or anything like that that came through.
Nope.
And so Corki is still just as obnoxious. Doesn't get quite as many rockets, but when ㅣ plays, it feels like there's still just as many. Like, it is just ridiculous.
Zeka started the Doran Shield here instead of Rejuve beads, which was an, I think, different option you could have taken against the Corki, but I like the Doran Shield more. I believe Rejuvenation beads getting nerfed on 12.4. It might be nerfed on this patch. Can't remember exactly, but he's going to take the Doran Shield here in the start of this matchup. And with ㅅ2022, there is a lot of kill pressure on the Corki, and Lee Sin is one of the best champions with even pre-6 at actually locking the Corki down with a champion like the Tryndamere, because if he hits the Q, he can stick to the Corki even if he Valkyries away. Zeka's going to look for an aggressive spin trade here.
Yep, going to start this one off, trying to get on over there, get a bit of damage onto ㅣ, but he's going to get some cash back, as you can see. And Zeka's just going to try and survive through this lane. We saw Keen do some pretty ridiculous things against a Corki very recently. But right now, Zeka's just going to have to rely on his self-healing and things like that to make this one work. Having a look at some of the win rates here, not exactly the greatest for Delight there on the bottom side. They rely on him for engage so much that he hasn't been able to find success with the Karma so much. As ㅣ, 4-1 on this Corki. It is one of his comfort picks, always has been.
Yeah.
Sort of known him for both Corki and Orianna. That's just, that was a matchup that we used to have over and over again that a lot of people did not like. Reminiscent to things like the Corki Azir.
Deft has only one game of Jhin played this season, and this is because he's been on more late game carries, hyper carries, and not actually just going to be looking to secure kills, as Jhin is kind of often in that role unless he gets extremely fed in this meta. So not a pick that we really associate with Deft this season, and you know, it does feel very odd that on top of this extremely low-range melee comp here that DRX are going to try to run at a Corki with, they also have Deft on the Jhin, which suits the way that this melee comp has to work, but it does fall off really hard later on, and Deft won't be able to, you know, basically say, I am the greatest AD carry of all time, and actually just carry team fights later on without perfect engage from his teammates.
Yeah, this is not a flex champion necessarily. This is certainly a utility pick that so many teams do like to collect for themselves. But we've seen great AD carries do great things with this champion. It's not necessarily one that's synonymous with Deft, but still something that he can utilize effectively, but will require a little bit more from his team, as ㅅ going to be tidying up this bot lane Rift Scuttler. And you can see that ㅅ2022 still getting to work on his Grump. Will be taking down his Wolf Camp afterwards. ㅅ gets the shove in mid.
I believe we've seen both Faker and Chovy, you know, showcase the Tryndamere into the Corki and do it very well. And that's something that, you know, we have seen work, right? Even though in this matchup it feels like, oh, okay, the Tryndamere is really going to struggle because of the range issue. But he actually can, in mid, close the gap here because it's a really short lane. He gets on top of the Corki, forces him to Valkyrie away like this. But I think in the long run, if he doesn't get any help, or if there's no commitment from ㅅ2022 to actually trying to get him a kill or slow down the Corki, it does really hurt you to have this matchup played out if you just kind of sit and farm, because the Corki's farming is going to be more valuable than yours in a game like this. Now, it does allow you to side lane when you have a Gwen. Also, you can 1-3-1 super hard with this composition, but it's a Corki comp, right? So, you know.
And also, Frederibrion, they don't really side lane. They're a death ball team. That's how they play. As ㅅ, I think, managed to pick up that cannon. Very nicely done. Zeka is ignoring him right now. This is a matchup that we have seen before, of course, and does work out for the Tryndamere in theory.
Yeah.
But the Poppy's wrapping around, and Zeka is very, very close to the enemy turret, right? Like, this is a dangerous position. Just manages to spinning slash his way over the wall.
And he's pre-6, so that's the timing. You want to try to make that happen as ㅅ. So a nice reaction there from Zeka. Tryndamere does operate around the Raptor camps very nicely. Gives him a little bit of an extra pocket escape.
Yep.
And that's why we see melee champions that can go over walls do pop up from time to time in the mid-meta.
And, okay, that is a long-range hook to come through. Deadly Flourish comes down as well. Henna taking a lot of damage. Deft trying to find the last bullets as Beryl's burning down. The heal comes through from Deft in the end to save his support. As Henna's backing away, Delight's still at full health, so Deft does need to be a little bit careful, but it's a good little trade there, showing that DRX will not go quietly here on this bottom side.
No, and we've seen so many engages like this with the Nautilus Jhin against Caitlyn, where you try to get super big value out of the Glacial Augment, look for that pick, and if it works out, then the Caitlyn's power in the lane is so slowed down, and it's really hurting her ability to just lane dominate. But in this case, she survives. It's a good trade there. Double summers for Beryl. As Umpty will come over here to try to spot this Drake out. He actually has not been seen. He will be seen now.
Yeah, Beryl's going to move on down. Pioshik gets himself out of the way, but looks like they are going to be able to achieve the dragon without Umpty actually coming over. And of course, with the bottom lane on her back, we weren't going to have that opportunity. 2 minutes until the Rift Herald is going to be available. Zeka has hit that level 6 mark, so now it's potential dive opportunity and the side laning here for DRX. We mentioned it earlier, but it is ridiculous.
Yeah.
If they can get the game to that sort of point, right? Fred Brion do find a way generally to get K-Rams going. They, I don't know, they must put on really good parties or something like that, because people tend to come when they're invited.
It's certainly going to be a case of how much vision does DRX have in the later parts of the game. Can Pioshik kind of bodyguard one of those side laners so that it forces a lot of resources? Here's an engage from Umpty.
Yeah, Flash Rogue Charge comes in. Beryl's going to be put to the wrong side of this one, and he didn't have Flash, so of course he is going to get taken down. First blood goes to Henna. If you're a DRX fan, that is absolutely not what you wanted to happen.
Yeah, and there's no Ignite on the Nautilus. He only has Hex Flash. There's an opportunity to look for a pick here on the bottom side if Pioshik isn't there. And because Pioshik had previously been doing Dragon, it was very unlikely that he was going to be staying around that area. So really nicely timed gank here from Umpty, and actually getting back control of the lane firmly here. As you can see now, it's a massive CS difference here between the AD carries. As here comes Umpty once again to try to stave off this pressure, as Pioshik has once again been fairly invisible.
Zeka's just happily chilling out under the enemy turret, showing that he is more than fine with dealing with an early game Corki. Of course, very difficult to bully him away from doing exactly what he wants. And matchup's working. Beryl lands another max range hook, but is going to get punished. Henna just going to push on forward. Couple more autos will do it. The Ignite goes down, but it's not going to be enough, and Beryl once again is dead. Ace in the hole comes through. Deft very, very low as he flashes to get out of the way of Delight after Delight does flash forward, so guaranteeing the flash for Deft.
Ignite for Delight is like 15 seconds away. He's so close to actually securing the kill there, but isn't able to do so. But still, it's a trade up here on the bottom side for Fred Brion, of course, with the Caitlyn and Karma pushing in the wave. Again, 2 plates early here before the Rift Herald is even contested, and because of the back timing here, they definitely could come over here and look for this fight. But remember, Corki's nerfed on this patch does not have the ability to package on the first Rift Herald if it is fought for on spawn. So it looks like Fred Brion are actually just going to take the gold they got in those bottom plates and walk away.
Yep, and despite, Beryl having an interesting time there on the bottom side of the map, everything is going the way DRX wanted it to elsewhere. They are able to lock down both neutral objectives early, and also the Gwen, massive lead there on the top side of the map. Kingen sort of outlaning Sword here in a good matchup for the Gwen, of course, early, and the same can be said for Zeka in that mid lane. So we're looking to see whether Fred Brion can stabilize. This is something that they've been good at in the past, and their composition when team fighting is just so good. We'll see whether that's going to be enough, though, as we get towards it.
Yeah.
As it's all going to be about how they can leverage the control they have bottom side of the map.
It's really important that Pioshik gets this first Drake early, because without that added pressure of faster soul point here for DRX, Fred Brion will be happy to just sit back and farm and control this bottom side of the map, get the Caitlyn fed, let the Corki just get his items online. Look at him just trying to force Deft away. Peacemaker would actually basically give him an auto-guaranteed kill, and Deft has to back away and cannot farm under this turret.
It's a little bit rough. Beryl will move on over. This is, of course, for the good of the colony. DRX getting things elsewhere. And, yep, Deft is just going to have to grin and bear it for now.
But I have to wonder is it enough elsewhere? A 20 CS lead on the top side and a 10 CS lead in the mid lane isn't going to shore up the power that Fred and Brian are going to get basically by default, especially with the lead they have here on the bottom side of the map. Really nice engage here from ㅅ flashing forward to get behind the Nautilus. Knows he does not have flash because of that last exchange on the bottom side. And then Beryl just keeps hitting these long-range hooks, but it doesn't matter because actually they're just
hooking
too
towards
behind.
your own death is not really what you want. As here in the mid lane, both of the junglers do meet up, but otherwise not so much.
Just a jungle enthusiast meeting.
Indeed.
On.
Indeed. I kind of like that. It's good to have a bit of a jungle convention.
So, please get the plate gold. Okay.
Yep, does go like that.
So many times I watch LCK pros just not get plate gold, and I'm very sad, but he timed it out better this time.
Sometimes back timing's just way too important.
But they have 4 plates already here at the 11-minute mark in 1,200 gold lead in a matchup where you're expected to get a lead, but it's better than, you know, the average, right? Like, they're excelling in this lane, and they're putting down this Nautilus, killed Beryl twice. Deft has lost a lot of farm because that's how this goes, right? Generally speaking.
Yep.
And it just means that Fred and Brian are going to be kind of on track here to contest for Soul Point, right? Right now DRX have, as this Drake spawns, the better comp to fight at the moment. Fred and Brian's comp isn't online because Corki just doesn't have his items yet. Like, he can poke a little bit. He actually will have a package for this fight because he didn't use it for the last one. If he chooses to use it here, that would also be one way Fred and Brian could even up the Drakes. But DRX, there is no choice. Like, you have to fight for this. You cannot walk away from this and just say, oh, yeah, it's cool, we'll trade 1-for-1 on Drakes, because your comp falls off super hard. As Lava is holding onto the package now, and they're trying to use this push in mid to get that prio to turn towards the Drake. And DRX, not a whole lot of cross-mapping you could do here either, and they cannot just give this up. But they're afraid to fight into a package. They have no bot prio. Like, the Caitlyn is actually just forcing Deft to sit under turret here.
Also, it's a Cloud Drake, and you may as well give your Gwen all of the plates in a turret and possibly push through an inner to accelerate gold, right? Because Cloud doesn't give you more gold on the map, and DRX having more gold as we crest this mid-game is actually going to mean they're going to be able to exert their pressure inside lanes and try and pressure Fred and Brian out of experience and gold and things like that. So there is certainly a late-game strategy. However, it is dangerous not having the potential soul pressure, as Pureshik puts on this pressure on the bottom side, certainly good news, but he is not going to go for the dive onto Sword. They just guarantee the charge.
They got the charge, which does unlock a little bit of early extra gold here, potentially for King. And you know what? They're going to commit to this. I really like this play for DRX. I was very skeptical about it at first, but when they actually hard commit this much because they know the bot duo is actually going to force a turret on bottom side, if you get an inner for that turret, you
take
already
that.
traded, like, you 100% take this. And it's going onto the Gwen, like you mentioned, which is huge. So now he's actually 600 gold, the leader, above the advantage that Caitlyn has on the bottom side of the map. And they have this part of the map completely unlocked and threatenable for Zeka later on if he wants to go deep and try to push for an inhibitor turret. In those moments where, as DRX, you're like, okay, we can't fight this right now. The Corki's in a better spot. He's got package. Maybe the Tryndamere can threaten the inhibitor. We've seen this happen before. You know, it's very reminiscent of the potential that we saw with Chovy's Tryndamere, right, when he played it on when he was actually playing topside in that emergency call-up situation for Gen G. Like, this lane being open is very powerful for DRX, and committing hard enough, knowing Sword cannot defend that turret, really changes the way that this cross-map play actually happened, because it looks like, oh, it's a trade for a Drake. It's not good, but now it makes sense.
Certainly does, and this is exactly the setup that DRX wants. And we talk about scaling and things like that, but you also have to talk about win conditions when you mix that in. And Fred and Brian in a 5v5 team fight have a way better comp, and that is objective. Like, that's just true. They have so much more engage opportunity, they have so much more poke, they have so much more setup, they have so much more utility. Like, it is ridiculous. However, DRX, if you can split them across the map, their fights in 2v2s, 3v3s, maybe not necessarily this 2v3 that Beryl has to flash away from. Excuse me, Beryl. Just let me have my point. But if you're playing side lanes, DRX comp smashes Fred and Brian. Like, no one answers by themselves Kingen or Zeka if they're equal in gold, right?
Yeah.
And Kingen's massively far ahead. They've invested in him, and I think this is DRX identifying their win conditions very well, because Gwen uses gold really well. Jhin needs a couple of items, but honestly, he's a lot of utilities, a lot of that stun follow-up and things like that, and can help clear out this mid-wave. But he is not the win condition.
He's also playing into a Caitlyn, as this is going to be a potential pick.
That's going to be a very dead delight, and Deft is going to be able to grab himself a kill. So now, they might get to 3 items. No worries.
That's a ton of gold going over to DRX. It's a big error here from Fredit Brion, as this is now going to, allow DRX to go ahead and take this Rift Herald too, as Fredit Brion just playing really slowly here. Notice also, I wanted to point something out here, is the control wards across the entirety of DRX that are in the inventories right now. They're going to play around vision really hard. They want to get deep vision, then they want to side lane deep, and then punish when Fredit Brion do respawn, when they rotate over. Especially a Corki can be punished super hard. Like, this really is reminiscent of that Gen G T1 series where, Gen G again had the substitute roster, but Chovy played the side lanes into the Corki very well.
Yeah. It was really nice to see. And actually, like, if you can do that, if you can dictate the pace and dictate the position around the map for your opposition, that is the answer to a Corki, because Corki needs that beefy front line. He needs everyone to be together. As we just have a look at Delight face checking where he's not allowed to.
Yeah,
like, Gratz, you got the ward down. It's dead now, and so are you.
And finally, Barrel gets a dredge line that's actually really valuable at max range, and is actually going to end up turning this into a pick for the Jhin. And right now, DRX are in a very firm control of the top side of the map. We can't say the same about their Drake control just yet, but they are grouped up now here in the mid lane to try to guarantee this prio. Zeka looking for an angle here.
This is where you definitely need to fight for Drakes, because triple Hextech Soul on a Caitlyn sounds like, I don't think you can side lane your way to Valhalla with that situation on your hands. That's just not going to do it.
And they don't get the turret here, and they're going to try to decide to put Zeka in the side lane. He does not have teleport, of course, took Ghost in this matchup, and so DRX don't have the ability to take a really strong team fight here, and
no, they never can.
But I think it's like, right now, you can't give this Drake up, like, no matter what, and they've just kind of given away Prio here in exchange for nothing, because he can't threaten an inhibitor, not at this stage. We're still 16 minutes into the game.
But they do call the Corki over to the top lane, and now they have the ability to move into the river if they would like to. And you can see Pioshik making his way over.
Yeah.
I really like the jostling for position, It's get enough pressure in the side lane. Like right now, Corki's going to push back. Fredit Brion will have the opportunity to move over here, but as you can see, Pioshik times it really nicely because Lava was a long way away, and now they get to go for this Drake. I'm very impressed with how DRX are playing this.
DRX definitely pulling the Corki away here, wresting away some control, and Fredit Brion also showing respect that, if we don't deal with this top wave, it could cause problems later on. That's just what happens now. And also the fact that Fredit Brion, to take a fight here, even if they had Prio, is somewhat risky, and it could allow the DRX to snowball the game. So just farming minions to get these items for the Corki instead of team fighting for this Drake is totally fine, because they don't have to get these Drakes early. They will have to get them later on, but they have that extra Drake. They got the second one of the game that gives them a little bit of buffer.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of breathing room. It's 700 gold the lead here for DRX. It's not necessarily enough, and I love these sort of games where it's two teams that I've identified how they're going to win, and it's about how they're going to get the other team to play by their rules. Because right now, it's DRX that are dictating how this game works. As soon as you see Tryndamere in one lane and the Gwen in the other, you're like, nice. Yeah, this is what we're looking for. And Zeka, of course, in the lane closer to a potential objective. It's not Baron time just yet. However, the top side of the map is more valuable because the Drake just went down 4 minutes to go on that one. So the teleport is on the bottom side of the map.
No, once you have that split, you feel very good about your ability to make any sort of decision to try to catch anybody on Fredit Brion, to force a fight. You're dictating the pace. Like, you could see Zeka's behind this mid turret here, and if they had a minion wave here, they might actually be able to dive, but because they don't, they're just going to take away all the jungle camps here on the top side. The top side of the map 100% belongs to DRX, and the bottom side going over to Fredit Brion isn't as valuable right now, and so DRX really feeling comfortable to threaten this inhibitor turret non-stop, and the minion wave gives them extra vision. They have all those control wards placed around the top side of the map like I was talking about earlier, and they're just threatening picks here in the mid lane with this Lee Sin. They're playing it about as well as you really can. I'm pretty impressed. As you said.
It's amazing stuff. I think Hullbreaker's coming in next for Zeka as well, as Lava's going to rotate over, see whether they can grab some vision. Zeka just going to eat a Q, and he's going to be absolutely K. As the Sultan just wanders away. Umpty still here in the area, and the Poppy will still have value if they can get into a position where they can threaten, but Okay, flash forward from Beryl, gets a flash out of Hannah. It's exactly what you want to do. Slow down onto Beryl, gets his job done, gets out.
Yep.
As Hannah dashing forward, looking for some damage, and does offer a lot back onto Deft and Beryl there, saying, you can't just take my flash for nothing.
So one of the things that happens in this Corki versus Tryndamere situation versus the Syndra, that which I thought was going to be, you know, potentially the follow-up here for DRX's draft because it's so common in the LCK, is that he actually gets his 2 items very quickly because he doesn't actually have to build a Hex Drinker in the middle. So now he's got his magical footwear online, right? He's a little bit speedier, but the key is that his Muramana is complete. He has his Ludens. And so at 20 minutes, rather than the 24, 25 minutes where we're seeing Corkis really come online in other comps, you're feeling very good now as Brion to actually start jockeying for position and looking for fights, which is why this moment is so critical for DRX to actually gain control of these side lanes. Like, they already set up for this moment. Now they have to continue to keep the ball rolling. Like, they need to keep the momentum up, the tempo advantage they have. Because if at any time Brion can stand on a Drake and start chipping away and dictate that pace, then you're not going to be able to win this game anymore. You have to at least be able to threaten an inhibitor if that's going to happen. And so DRX need to keep the pressure on here, and they're doing a great job of it. I mean, once again, now they're trying to pivot their attention to the bottom side of the map, as you could see, and you could feel that they're kind of playing a little bit of ping pong here with Brion, trying to keep them one step behind.
And Hullbreaker is now done for Zeka as well, so an important 2-item spike here for the Tryndamere, especially when they're playing 100% for sides. If you see DRX in a 5v5, that means they're losing. If you see Brion dying in a side lane, that means they're definitely losing. So we're walking a little bit of a tightrope here based on the next Drake that is going to spawn. It's a bit too early for a Baron, especially for DRX, who has Jhin and not a lot of sustained damage. Same can be said for a 2-item Caitlyn, who doesn't have a lot of AD right now, especially on this patch with a little bit of it removed from the level. So now, Brion are going to group up. 42 seconds, Lava not going to collect any packages just yet. But as you can see, Tryndamere has pushed another wave in. Sword with teleport available is trying to deal with it as another hook is going to connect here. They've looked for Lava. The kick comes back. Yoshiki even has some time to think about it as he's going to die, actually. Now Zeka chasing after Delight. Oh, hits a minion and has to flash to confirm the kill. Now Sword, have your dancing shoes been placed on? And it looks like so far that is a yes, as he's going to walk his way out. But the turret not going to be so lucky as DRX will take that one down. So I guess they win side lanes and team fights if Beryl lands his 3rd hook in a row, but this one works out.
And it's the perfect timing for this, too. It's right before the 3rd Drake comes up, so DRX are able to gain soul point with this. And they make it happen off of, once again, as you say, a great hook from Beryl, but also Brion were not properly set up for the occasion. They were a little bit split. Henna is not in a position to where he can actually be that far up because he was actually also the next target that would have been picked off here for DRX had they been able to get further forward. They get the pick onto Delight instead, grab control of that turret. And Brion need to be so careful about overextending like this. I mean, look at where Lava is. Like, this is inexcusable. Like, you actually just, you know, are driving on a motorcycle without a helmet with this. Like, you're not the seatbelt comp as Brion in this game if you're going to put your carry in Nautilus range, okay? It was definitely a bit of an overextension here, and Brion will pay the price. But this is exactly the kind of fishing that, as Beryl, you need to be doing. And if they give you just one edge, just one opportunity, and you can hit that hook every time, as he has been, then you can keep that momentum going. Soul point now online for DRX.
Yep, and Lava had flash. Actually a little bit inexcusable there, as now the Baron taking a lot of damage. Kingin is a lot of consistent damage onto this this Baron right now, as this is kind of where Brion want them, though, as Umpty's going to send one of them away. Nope, the Mist is going to deny it as Beryl lands yet another hook. This time it's onto Henna. All right, 2 whoopsies and then 2 God modes. I like it from Beryl as Sword trying to get away from the curtain call. This time the bullets are going to land, apart from the last one. But still, the result is the same, and DRX will be able to turn around and answer. It's like, man, you can put the best teamfight comp together ever, but if all of your carries get hooked by Beryl, you're probably still going to lose.
It just doesn't matter. And this is one of those moments where we have to tell the fans at home, like, don't try this one at home, what DRX is trying. As Umpty also...
dear. Gonna flash.
He has steadfast presence and the flash. Still goes down.
Yeah. Captive audience going to be there to spot out Lava, and the Baron is going to fall down. I'm going from impressed to more impressed here when it comes to DRX and how they're managing this composition.
I think there's 2 things that we do have to know, and it goes back to the don't try this at home, is A, DRX are playing this very well, and they got control of the side lanes early. And they're also getting, B, hook opportunities they shouldn't be given in a lot of these scenarios. And Fred and Breon are starting to panic. They're starting to feel the pressure. As once again,
but it's once again,
who gets
Sword
hooked?
isn't here. Sword isn't here for the disengage. And so if once again your Gragas is turning up late, it's all after your carry's been picked.
But your carry getting picked, your carry getting hooked. Like, DRX should have to run at the carries instead of have a Tryndamere ulting to barely get on top of the Caitlyn, right? And then the Nautilus ult comes through. If you're positioned in such a way consistently here as the carries on Fred and Breon that Nautilus can hook you, like, Nautilus isn't even your biggest problem. You're supposed to be in this comp.
Tryndamere's a range champion as well. I'm so confused.
So I think that Fred and Breon are definitely making some unforced errors here, and DRX with the lead they already had are now just like running away with it. They've got a Baron buff here. They have such strong split push.
Well, actually, like, I sort of want to defend Fred and Breon a little bit because I want to give that credit to DRX because it kind of is forced errors. That's what split pushing does. It puts so much pressure on your opponent that they have to fight in times where they're not supposed to. So you've got Gragas catching a minion wave, and he's out of sync with the rest of the team in this 5v5 comp where Henna needs to be standing behind a big fat man in the front line.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Because, you know, if Gragas is there, you can't hook that Caitlyn.
No,
right?
exactly.
So it's definitely really frustrating for Fred and Breon to have to deal with all the side lane pressure. And it's not as simple as, like, where Caitlyn going? What's happening? Like, it's not caveman speak here for sure. But it is, you know, something that Fred and Breon have to deal with because they fell behind early, and the side laning was played so well here from Zeka and Kingen. So now you just don't have any ability to get prio over what will be a soul fight here shortly in about 70 seconds. The Baron buff is timed so perfectly with this for DRX that by the time it's over, they'll have that guaranteed prio.
And the thing that I love about this as well is that at the beginning, I stand by what we said. Like, Fred and Breon got the nuts. They got exactly what they wanted out of the draft. DRX had a more difficult composition to pilot, but they piloted it so well. And it's not like, yes, Fred and Breon have made mistakes, but Beryl into 2 kills in the early game. But that wasn't the lane that they necessarily needed to play around. And as you can see, Fred and Breon are just getting stretched. The bottom side of the map, there's not enough to deal with it. Zeka, in the meantime, is pushing in another wave top. Yeah. And the 1-3-1 with a Baron
it's 1-3-1 with
so
a Baron.
hard to deal with.
And it's the 3 in this case is also starting to look so deadly because as Hannah also his Q is nerfed to minions, so he's not going to be able to clear this as easily. But if you're using, because your best bet to clear these is obviously the Corki and the Caitlyn with this composition. I mean, Karma and Gragas can do okay, but you're putting yourself in harm's way if you want to clear it as fast as possible. So you do have to play it slow, which means you get that extra prio as DRX. You know, we said it. The Baron times out perfectly for this. Now you have Hextech Soul with 3 Hextechs, and
oh man,
their
good
composition,
luck.
like their composition chases already so well. If you can get on top of anybody, they have the Glacial Augment for Barrel.
They didn't need slowy static shiv, dude. They did not need that. But
they'll take it.
It's gonna help. Yeah, exactly. 9,000 gold in the lead, also gonna help out. The Baron does absolute wonders here for DRX as they utilize it to tear apart the base of their opposition. Unable to get inhibitors just yet, but using that to guarantee this soul is feeling to me all but lights out. And man, maybe we should just never have doubted them because this is a DRX looking like they knew exactly what they were doing in that draft. And I love it when you have a plan, but DRX last time lost 2 games in a row and it looked like they didn't have a plan. So I think we were right to be a bit skeptical at the beginning of this.
I think it was definitely, I think our skepticism was warranted, and DRX played it better than we expected, and there were some mistakes on Fred and Breon's side as Fred and Breon got a bot laner ahead, but never were able to set up on any objectives because of the side laning. And the fact that the picks came down at such perfect timing, like 2 of those barrel picks were right before a huge objective, so it's like everything is working as intended here for DRX. They know their windows to actually find power. And now Fred and Breon are so far behind him. We were talking about 9,000 gold leads suddenly before 30 minutes. But also their comp just can't function without vision or objective control. All those control wards that DRX bought earlier to make sure they could actually make those side lane plays.
But it's also like
so well prepared.
It's also one of these compositions that you can't afford to fall this far behind this early in the game, right? They scale really beautifully into late game team fighting and things like that, but as soon as they botched that first team fight, then the subsequent team fight gets way harder. It did. They lost that one too, and then the whole game falls out of control because what a 1-3-1 comp does extraordinarily well is win a game from ahead.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Fred and Breon, they needed to be just a little bit behind at worst case scenario or fairly even to make this comp work well. And if you have, you know, a gold lead as DRX but no vision with it, or you don't have the side laning working out, or you don't have a Baron buff, right? It's a lot harder to actually make the plays that they've made. But because they timed out all of these picks and these engagements so well with the pressure they already had, like, they have everything. And there's nowhere to poke as the Corki. You're like, I can't see anything. I'm shooting blind. I'm throwing darts with no lights on. And that's not a thing, but I don't know.
I don't know whether people throw darts with no lights. I think that sounds irresponsible.
That's not the quote. Like, there's like, oh, I don't know.
King is going to find himself a flank and save Wolf from that analogy. As into the back line goes ㅅ2022 finds another kick onto a carry. Zek has turned up as well, as Delight will just be swept up with the spinning axe of Death. Death also Gale forcing forward because he's just celebrating getting closer to those 2,000 kills. It's a triple for the Gwen, and DRX lose no one. This game is well and truly over. A masterclass in 1-3-1 macro play from DRX, a team that we've had so many questions for after their last series. This is an absolute turnaround. Really beautiful to see from the squad.
And I think what's the cherry on top for this is they were decisive. They stopped the Fredit Brion effect. Fredit Brion couldn't slow the game down. We didn't get to an Elder buff in this game, and that's so rare. Even in losses, Fredit Brion are usually able to survive past 35 minutes. Sometimes they go up to 38, 40. Not in this case. It was just too decisive on the side of DRX. And you know, with no vision to play around, with no ability to actually dictate the pace of this game, and the leads that DRX got, like, the mistakes we saw after that were really just, unfortunately, desperation out of Fredit Brion trying to stop the Baron. And I like the point that you pointed out about Sword being out of position because of the side lane, because, yeah, Caitlyn's out of position, but she doesn't have a front line. Like, what's she supposed to do? You're just too far behind.
Yeah, right. Like, a 5v5 comp doesn't work without 5. And like that's the beauty of how this was navigated by DRX. They take opportunities when they're given based on the pressure that they have on the map. And that is not something that we were seeing from this team. This team was not like thinking that far ahead. They weren't premeditating all of these moves, and it looked like DRX sort of running around, especially ㅅ2022, with like a chicken with his head cut off. But this game was not that. It looked like everything was planned. Everything was premeditated. They see the Corki get locked in. They're like, all right, boys, this is the plan. We've done this a million times in scrims. Let's tear this composition apart. We know exactly what they're going to pick.
They got the early Drake, basically right after spawn. They had all those control ward buys to make sure that the Gwen and the Tryndamere could push far without any threats of being stopped. They were always one step ahead of the game because of that. They invested that money in vision, and it paid off big time. Is this going to be another one of those low-damage, Corki games where, yes, he is huge in this game compared to everybody else, but he's not able to do effective damage here, nor does he crest the 30K, because they never were able to get that 5v5 proper team fight, like you mentioned, or stall around objectives.
Yep, and I actually, like, I'd almost say that it's okay to give POG to Zeka this game, even though he did only 7K damage, because this game, it did, like, damage to champions wasn't relevant.
It's not relevant.
That wasn't the thing. Like, I think the 2 hooks that Beryl landed in the mid to late game won them the game. So maybe it goes to Beryl.
I voted for Beryl.
But I think this was a team effort. This was a team that managed to like identify, oh wow, we look completely uncoordinated on the top side of the map. Let's play a 1-3-1 comp. And then they executed it beautifully. Like,
it's also Zeka, he laned so well against Lava early, and Zeka's laning phase at time has been suspect against one of our more famous Corki players here in the LCK, but he played it so well.
Oh, this makes you love League of Legends again.
It does.
Like, this is one of those games where you're like, oh.
It's a very different way, but they pulled it off, you know?
They played it real good. We didn't expect it, and damn, they came through. Absolutely fantastic. We are going to take a short break. When we get back, it's the Analyst Carpet Space to break down that DRX win.
캔들 그래 그렇게 다 잡았다 나이스 잘했다 운영 괜찮아 그냥 눈 마주치면 돌풍 쓰는데 화가 많이 났어 아니 이 챔프 나 왜 찍어 아니 나 딜량은 800 나오는 거 아니야 이거?
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire.
everybody, and welcome to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Bad Boy Chronicler over here. We're going to break down game number 1 and just go through exactly what was going through the minds of both of these teams, starting with the draft.
Yeah. Well, you would look at these drafts and you go, okay, so there's one comp that has amazing scaling, priority lanes in bot, like the best lane in the game at the moment, basically. A Poppy into Tryndamere, Gwen, and Lee, and a Gragas for extra disengage. And you're like, how are we allowed to get all these things? And I think the Silas ban like that early on is somewhat baffling to me. But the main thing here, of course, is you look at the Fred Brian Cup, especially for them, and this looks amazing. It has everything you could possibly want in the composition. And then you look at the DRX comp, and yeah, I guess the 1-3-1 is okay, but in no way should Beryl ever be able to ever get on top of any of the backline for the Brion. We also learned that drafts are imaginary, and all that matters is how you play the game.
Yeah.
Which...
We've had some games like that in the past, but this was a fantastic example of basically drafts don't mean everything, even though we love to hype them up because oftentimes they do matter a lot.
They are.
But sometimes you just make a lot of mistakes and the other team outplays you very, very harshly, which is what I think we saw here. DRX, they played a great game, but I think also Fred and Brian were severely underperforming and not playing this comp out very well at all.
Yeah, key thing here is that, as you're pointing out, drafts matter up to the point where both teams play them out according to how it should be done, right? And that's why we always, especially in the LCK, which is a very slow region, harp on draft, is because often when teams draft themselves into a winning position, they will be able to play accordingly. But for Fred and Brian, you have two relevant people on that entire team, and both of them got hooked multiple times. Can't happen.
Yeah, you can't counter that, as we like to say. We do have the first highlight available, so let's take a look at the first hook that we saw in the game that got them very far ahead.
ㅅ, what's that final rocket, buddy? And also, if he's going for that final rocket, why is Umti not in front of him? You have a Poppy. Like, the whole point of Poppy is to prevent this exact scenario. And this is really why the turnaround start, right? This type of gold influx is really, really, really bad if you're playing as Fred and Brian, because all you need to do is slow down the game. A couple of Drakes would have been fine, because you would have hit your spikes for that soul fight, and then you win that, and even if you lose it, it's unfortunate, but it's still manageable. But trying to push, not even push, just fire a single rocket, might end up losing you the game.
And that wasn't the moment that they did lose the game, but as you mentioned, it kind of sped things up. It got us closer to DRX just using that tempo and pushing the game into their favor. We're going to take a look at the second highlight and see, you know, the compounding effect of all of this. They're able to start the Baron.
And that in of itself is one thing, but man, it's not even like he's like coming out of nowhere. Yeah, Lava dodges it, but as I mentioned, there are two people on the Fred and Brian comp. This is an amazing comp, but you rely on two people. Sword and Umti need to be in front of their carries. All the carries need to be behind them, right? Like either if you're playing as Lava or Hannah, get behind those frontliners, or if you're one of the frontliners, just desperately try to get in front of them, because the moment that a Nautilus can just at will engage onto your backline, drafts don't matter, the comp doesn't matter. Those type of mistakes are way too big, and DRX, they win here through what I think was very decisive gameplay, but also it felt like Fred and Brian just not showing up today.
I think that was it was a bit of both, you know. I think that DRX, they're coming off of their 2-0 loss, and they're like, no, we're actually a really good team. Let's go in and stomp these guys, and they were ready to go. Okay, these guys played a great game. I loved the casters kind of highlighting, okay, DRX, wow, this is a fantastic performance, makes us love League again. It all makes sense, but at the same time, we do need to see a bit better from Fred and Brian. We'll see what happens in game number 2, but first we will have to take a look at the player of the game. Who will get it for game number 1? This shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. I think the biggest surprise is that this is his first POG.
Beryl has been doing, barring of course the first few weeks of DRX struggling a bit, so well. Every time we see a highlight, every time we see a mic check, we can witness how much impact this player has in terms of shot calling. And honestly, he is the one that needs to make stuff happen, right? Because as the casters pointed out, outside of specifically getting side lane picks for trying to pressure with your in a 1-4 with your Gwen or in 1-3-1, you need to hit the hooks. And he kept finding them every single time on high value targets. And that is really what enabled the rest of his team to carry as much as they did, to deal as much damage. And honestly, just a really clean game from Beryl, barring, you know, the laning phase, which we will not speak too much about. It was a redemption arc kind of game, and that's okay as well. You know, sometimes lane doesn't quite go, you forget you're playing into Caitlyn Karma, which is by all means one of, if not the strongest lane that we have at the moment. And then you get it, and of course, on media.
Don't even get it. I mean,
I thought it was going to be for Kingen.
Yeah, I mean,
I would have seen Kingen would have made sense.
either way, guys. 12 out of 13, it will be, of course, a bit of a kick W moment, but sometimes we get those. It's all fun and games. Guys, we do have game number 2 ready to go. Let's hand it back to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, Valdez and Chronicler, for breaking down that game. I agree with you. I think that, yeah, it was a very nice draft out of Fred Brion. Probably wouldn't have gone as hard because I felt like DRX putting on that pressure to create those moments that they got is largely to blame for the mispositioning, but still.
Hey, what a shocker!
Wow.
We've never seen this before.
Whoa, my whole brain is blown.
I talked to my Reddit guy. Okay, his name's not Brian. He's not Reddit Brian, but he's my Reddit guy. And I was like, all right, what's going on with this? You know, last time I asked him, he was like, oh, it's for team atmosphere. It's like it changes the way that we play. And then that was the last time that he was willing to give me any information. He was tight-lipped today. He just smiled. I was like, is it going to be a sub after game 1 like always? And he was just like, no comment without even saying no comment. And I think this is not a big surprise to anybody that they're going to have this substitution. I don't think it was Sword's fault that they lost game 1, but it was a team judgment call in terms of where they were positioning, and they fell behind. DRX played proactively.
Yep.
I mean, Beryl had like some incredible hooks. Like watching back that POG highlight, I was like, okay, like there were a few like gimmies, right? But there were also some pretty incredible like max range hooks that were really nice.
Yeah, especially that one. I actually, watching the replay allowed me to see what was going on. The fact that he gets Henna's stopwatch with a hook and allows Lee Sin just walk behind him and just kick him as soon as he comes out of stasis means that like the carries of that composition that are supposed to stand at the back safe with this incredible amount of peel that they have available to them and extra movement speed with Mantra and Inspire, it's just like, they're just dead before everything starts. Like, the way that DRX were able to get those flanks, absolutely fantastic, and Beryl was able to orchestrate it really beautifully. As Fred and Brion are just going to get rid of the Tryndamere. They'll take that one away.
You know, we're kind of on the Zeka hype train. I didn't hate that media vote as much as the Nest did, but
I didn't hate it, but like, I think when I thought more than 4 seconds, it was Beryl.
Well, I think that Zeka dictated a lot of that game, regardless of whether Beryl was definitely the POG or not. And they're just going to take his Tryndamere away straight up. And this could, I think that Fred Brion may run the same style of composition again if they're given the opportunity here to do so. With the Twisted Fate ban, I would not be shocked if they just run Corki again, because so many things went wrong last game for them, despite having the early Caitlyn lead on the bottom side of the map, that I think that without a Tryndamere against them, I think it's reasonable to actually kind of ask for a redo here in terms of the draft, because it was a strong draft.
The thing that I have, though, is that if Caitlyn's available, pick it first. Like, don't first pick Corki. There's no way that DRX are going to be picking it into you. Now, what you've done is you've said, we're not playing the game until 30 minutes. Please don't win before then. And DRX is going to be like, all right, well, if that's what you want to do, then fine. And they're going to lock in the horse this time around.
Yeah, this is going to really change how this one plays out in a different way than the Tryndamere. And I think that maybe this time we will get that Syndra pick that we didn't last time because of this, as there is so much synergy between threatening the Corki nonstop and lane, Hecarim's pressure he can put off on the map. As we see the Xin Zhao come through here, the Caitlyn is still available if Fred and Brion want to take that route. They're actually going to deny another side laning champion here. I like this because it gives Fred and Brion their own ability to side lane.
Yeah.
And now as DRX, you don't have a lot of great options into the Gwen. The Jace is like, okay, it's a great matchup, and it's going to be great for the laning phase, but functionally, the Corki should be able to outdo the poke damage here, and it's not a lane that Hecarim is going to feel great ganking unless the kill pressure is on non-stop.
Well, this means that the Caitlyn will slip through, and the bans are going to be available here from DRX. So likely that Deft gets a matchup that he's okay with. Probably all right with picking the Jhin into the Caitlyn anyway, because that was super face-up last time around. So Fred Brion not wanting to do that this time, even though that lane worked out just fine.
Yeah, that was not the issue at all.
Nope.
The Orianna is very strong with the Hecarim, and it can serve very similarly to the Syndra in the lane. I think the second ban here will probably be that Syndra, and they'll just remove both of those control mages for Zeka to play.
I wouldn't mind even looking at the Ahri or something like that, because DRX could go the pick route, and that is straying away from team fighting once again, trying to force the game into a different position.
And it was hovered last game. You know, it was definitely considered by DRX, as the Caitlyn ban will still come through here. Not surprised to see that, regardless of them leaving this open until late. I was pretty surprised to see the Kalista ban here, because I don't think Fred and Brian are really trying to function around just winning that bottom side, but then slowing the game down. There's a bit of disconnect between those two champions, the Corki and the Kalista, in terms of their power strength. I think this is a pretty easy Syndra ban. I'm like, am I the only one who's thinking this is really strong for the Corki? The Blanca is another great choice that did go under the radar last game too.
Yeah, there's a few champions that you can punish Corki's weak laning phase with. I think that Syndra is definitely one of those options. Just maybe Zeka isn't one of the players that really minds. And also, he could now save that pick until last so they can't make a comp around it. Or instead...
They're just going to outpoke the poke?
Yeah, and this is also really cool because it's pick and poke at the same time, right? It's the double Ps. And they're very happy to now try to fight for that vision, and then the follow-up from Pureshik is then going to be really high. So, the Kai'Sa is going to be the response, and this is off-theme if ever I've seen it when it comes to fitting into a Corki composition, but it's now kind of the Corki that feels out of whack with the rest.
I do wonder if this is an opportunity for Fred Brion to actually not build AP Corki and actually go AD and play a very different style of gameplay here. You will have only one range damage profile that way if you do go that route.
I mean,
Corki's
DRX always going to do magic damage anyway, but it might help the power curve or something like that potentially.
Like, DRX don't have a ton of tankiness in this draft. Like, the Hecarim is going to be fairly tanky later on, but...
Alistar?
Yeah, Alistar.
Heck yeah.
I mean, Alistar's going to really help the disengage here and the survivability for DRX. And if Corki's out of position, if Henna is once again out of position, like we saw Barrel just punish so hard last game. And Alistar's another champion that gives you those opportunities here with the Nautilus taken away on Fred Brion's side. But I think Fred and Brion are going to play this composition very aggressively. This is not going to be the sit back and wait Fred and Brion style, and it's again showing us that Fred and Brion do have more to them than just sitting back and waiting for Elder flips, right? I know that's kind of the meme of the LCK. We talk about it a lot.
I wouldn't speak too soon, Wolf. I wouldn't speak too soon
I'm
because
just saying,
we haven't seen the gameplay yet.
Yeah, but look, they went for the Kai'Sa, right? Which the ultimate that she's going to have is going to give her the ability to help engage with the Xin Zhao. There's a lot more power through the mid-game. This comp doesn't just have to sit back and wait. It has side laning with the Gwen. I don't think it's a very well-rounded composition. It's kind of fighting with itself on what it's trying to do.
Yeah.
But I think it does give you more opportunities and agency. But this composition, on the other hand, is very face-up on what it wants to do. You have the Hecarim that can give you engage early. You can get some early picks if you are able to set those up. But it also scales way better than what DRX's comp did last game. And it's got poke and pick, as you mentioned. So a lot of power here for DRX. Really like their draft much better, as I just think it has a more consistent theme.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of Kai'Sa we're going to see out of Henna as well, because of course you can go a very standard build. Of course, we'll be going to Hail of Blades, I would assume. Yeah, it is just going to be a very standard build there. But we could see potentially like the Crown option. I know that Viper in solo queue has been playing a bit of that, as well as just going for, you know, Kraken Slayer ultimate damage or extra mobility with the Gale Force, as we see as the general switch up for a lot of these 80 carries. So Henna with a few choices that he can make, and he has been a bit of a savant when it comes to builds. Was the one that debuted the Lethality Xayah and things like that. So very cool. DRX, though, very different style of composition. Far more pick-orientated, poke-orientated, wanting to still try and get online before the Corki does. But I think this is going to be a much more honest game when it comes to the mid lane.
I think so, too. The Zoe versus Corki has a lot of ways that you could set up for picks with the Hecarim if you hit trouble bubbles. And it is definitely a lane matchup where you have a little bit of agency as the Zoe. It's not quite as strong as a Tryndamere into this, or a Syndra, right, or the Orianna that was banned away, LeBlanc, obviously. These are the more common responses, but I think given what Frederick Brion took away, this was still a really strong choice. And also the Syndra that I was talking about, it's great for lane, and it's great if you have a melee top laner that also helps collapse on top of the Corki, but isn't really as great with the Jace synergy-wise. So I think the Zoe
with
ended
the
up...
Hecarim.
Yeah.
I kind of agree there.
I think it's definitely a stronger pick, you know, even though it's less common.
Well, Zeka taking a lot of damage here as Lava is just shooting him over and over again. Flash would have got it for him, but doesn't want to be without his Flash in the early game as a Corki, so not going to press that button.
Yeah.
Would have likely just got Zeka's Flash in trade.
And that's not an equal trade, given, like you said, the Corki needs to survive and farm.
Yep. One of the downsides of picking Kai'Sa here is that you don't have a range advantage. And Beryl is going to freely be able to be his cow. And of course, if you guys remember back to 2019, Beryl was the best Alistair in the world. In my opinion, you know, there are people that have watched players like Mako play the pick. As now, Kyoshik is going to pop the Ghost, now look for the knockback, and just takes a couple of turret shots. Otherwise, it's going to be all right. But yeah, this is definitely one of Beryl's signature picks here.
Yeah. Ghost for Flash, you'll 100% take as the Hecarim in this exchange. It's a very successful gank attempt, and, you know, Lava reacts very quickly. But now, Umpty, looking for a pick here himself.
Looks like Umpty's going to be a little bit more... Oh, never mind. Kingan plays that absolutely beautifully. Boops back.
The stop steps as well. He is not messing around. That's, you know, some people just emote, but Kingan took it a step too far.
Yeah. Got to add them extra steps, you know what I'm saying?
As yeah, you mentioned the Alistair for Beryl here, 15-5 on the pick. It's definitely more niche nowadays, but he looked great on it when it was meta last year, and then of course in those older times you were discussing. Yep. I really do like how DRX can set up team fights in the late game, and I don't think their comp needs to be ahead for it to work out either. Like, this is not a Corki comp that just wins the late game just because he's Corki and he does more damage and he hits a lot of poke. Like, that's how Corki has been a lot in the LCK, but I don't think into DRX's composition. It competes very well.
Yeah. The thing that I'm really interested in is Pyoshik and what kind of build he's going to go for. I'm expecting it's just going to be Chem Tank, which is a little bit boring, but you know, Trinity Force got buffed, and everyone likes the helicopter Trinity Force horse, you know?
It's been
the Trinity horse.
It's been a lot more common these days, the Trinity Force, so I would not be shocked to see it. As you can see, this is a very winning matchup for Jace. In the early parts of it, of course, is where it is the most dire for the Gwen.
Yep.
Morgan's keeping up, though, pretty well so far.
Yeah, and of course, Morgan not necessarily known for his early laning, so shout-outs to him for being able to stay within touching distance of King. And of course, pressure has been on the top side of the map. As now, Shock Blast is going to miss. However, the rest of the buttons do connect, thankfully. Less skill shotty.
Yeah. And, you know, there's different ways to approach this game as Frederick Brion in terms of how they want to play around Drakes, for example. You know, I think giving the first Rift Herald is a pretty good thing to do as Frederick Brion here, because DRX have a comp that can fight really well. They are going to be able to use this Hecarim before the Corki really ends up being strong enough to actually compete poke-wise. It's also very slow. He doesn't have package anymore right on this patch, which I swear after this patch I won't mention ever again, but it is still relevant, right? We're still like potentially on Corki's way out of the meta right now. It's not as high priority as it used to be. And so, you know, there's a lot of things to consider here for Frederick Brion. They can play it slow, or they could try to pile in, right? Hit level 6 with Kai'Sa, look for a big team fight there, and actually try to dive in, get an early lead, and then snowball this game with a side laning. But it's very high risk, high reward if you actually take that fight. So I'm curious to see what Frederick Brion are going to do, because like we've mentioned so much, this is not your traditional Corki comp. It's got an identity crisis.
Well, Kyoshik has his Ghost back again, so now he's interested in killing Morgan. He is going to press the W button, run forward. The E is going to come on through as well for the knockback, but it's just not going to work. As headbutt from Beryl, I felt like Beryl had actually just constructed himself a paddock there in the mid lane. Because, of course, he had been waiting there for quite some time. No bueno, though, on being able to pick up anything. And the first Drake should go over to Frederick Brion here.
Yeah, and basically right on spawn here, they get over there very quickly, defend the rotation over there, and You know, there's not much DRX could do about this because ㅅ made that play topside. You know, he was very far away. They knew it. They pulled the trigger instantly. They had bought Prio. And so they just grab an early Drake here. And now there's a time here where they can reset the Corki, right, and look for a group up on the Rift Herald. The question is, will they fully commit to it? Right now, obviously, you see the Hecarim's running down. The Jace doesn't have teleport. We'll be able to get over there and control the top side of the map. And push that wave in.
Acidity boots that ㅅ built, so
yeah.
Still, it could be a Trinity Force.
It's definitely possible.
Oh man.
Don't get too excited yet, but
I saw him backing. I'm like, now I'm going to find out. I completely missed everything that you just said because I was so enthralled by what he was going to buy, and I learned nothing.
It was just, I haven't learned anything about what I said either. It was just theoreticals about Breon and what they were going to do, but they haven't actually made a choice yet. They're sending the Kai'Sa back down to the bottom lane, and looks like it's actually just going to be neither team wanting to lose control of this bottom lane, and so aren't going to heavily commit just yet. I think over time, obviously the Jace and the Zoe will push through, and then they should be able to, DRX, start this Herald up first.
Yeah, and DRX have a stacking wave here towards the bottom side by the looks of things. We'll see whether Henna and Delight can tidy it up, but it looks like it is just going to be DRX pushing through, so they will have that early move that we see so many times. Beryl's already making his way up.
Yep.
And, okay, portal jump to come through there. Bubble connects, and this could be a potential solo kill. There's the flash, and there it is for Zeka. Beautifully orchestrated, and that means in 20 seconds' time, I think that ㅅ should be able to go over there and grab himself a Herald. Look at all of the vision they have.
It's 3 winning lanes right now, but I didn't expect it to be also a solo kill in one of those lanes. As ㅅ coming down here, looking for the big money for Deft. He's going to get such a lead from this.
Yeah, there's the flash pulverizes. In goes the ulti from ㅅ. Beryl likely to die here underneath the turret as Delight. Yeah, they're just going to set up for it. It is all too easy, though, as Deft picks up the turret aggro, but he is not going to die. That's 2 kills in trade for 1, and also some position potentially going to be available after ㅅ does get back in order to lock down that Rift.
Yeah, because of the fact, I mean, Umti is really, I think, pretty optimistic to think he can actually take this because they don't have control of the mid lane. They don't have control of the top lane here.
Ooh, well,
Morgan's fighting for it.
Yeah, he's going to fight for it, but it's not quite going to work out. Does get first move towards this river as the horse is moving over. Beryl's here as well, but it looks like Breon may have just timed this one.
It's so close.
Yeah. They poke the eye, and Umti, with his smite, will be able to lock this one down. So really nicely done. Now the engage comes in as Zeka's in trouble. Immediately they take down the Zoe's Delight, misses the hook, but Beryl has no more cooldowns left. The needlework's coming through from the Lord himself, and he sets up the kill for Lava. DRX dropped the ball around the Herald.
This is so disastrous here for DRX because now you've given a kill over to the Corki, who took call, so he's already you know, setting up for like the big spike in the mid game. He's going to have a bunch of gold infusion coming in there, so he's just like, wow, I got a call and I still got a kill here in a fight that, you know, we didn't think we'd be able to take, but the turn was so good. And they just held onto that Drake super hard, forced this fight to happen after DRX kind of dropped the ball in their speed of rotation over. So they both commit to the Herald, but then don't commit to the fight and then give up Prio here as we're going to go all the way back to this pick here on the bottom side. It's really well played here actually by Delight to trade back the kill because he's Nautilus and he's got a lot of CC here under the turret. So we'll, of course, root Beryl, then hook him in, and Beryl just has to eat that last shot.
Yep, wasn't going to survive that one. This was nicely set up, of course. Delight tries to get the concussive blows onto Deft.
Yeah, if he gets that,
potentially lock down the kill.
Yeah, he doesn't get it, unfortunately, but it was a nice, valiant attempt. Zeka's positioning here is super greedy because he was also trying to steal away, hopefully. You know, it was very optimistic. Maybe steals that Rift Herald last hit, and then actually ends up getting punished for it super hard. So he got an early first kill onto the Corki, but is actually traded back by Lava. And as Breon, you're feeling pretty nice about how this exchange went because you still have all that Rift Herald gold that you can put where you want if you can get control of these lanes, because right now you do not still have one of these 3 lanes even to push it into.
Yeah, not necessarily, although Lava is starting to get back. It does have a slight CS advantage after the death onto Zeka there, as now DRX moving their way down. Beryl, Hex flashes over the wall, but Umti is going to be there. Does have his ulti available as well for the potential disengage. Control ward goes down. DRX's jig is up for now. Deft, curtain call available, so we can follow up with anything that DRX do start. But this 3v3 doesn't look like one that they want. So Morgan loses out on this trade here towards the top side of the map. King and holds on to all of his plates for now. Hasn't taken any himself, though, as Umti walks over a ward and isn't going to be putting down the Rift Herald anytime soon.
DRX Looking to trade this back into a 1-for-1 Drake scenario here with the prio that they have. Looking for a pick on the Lava.
Yeah, Lava might actually... Oh, the paddle star doesn't land. That would have been absolutely huge. Lava would have had to go home or use the package.
Yeah, either way is a win, or even flash, right? You know, he would have lost his flash, you know, otherwise best case scenario is...
Ooh, paddle star value right there as a Deadly Flourish onto Delight. It moves them out of the river, which is what DRX wanted.
Morgan doesn't have, he's hiding where he is on the map, which is scaring DRX to back away. They know the Rift Herald is going to be dropped down shortly, but I don't think they should fear, as I love this. They're going to deny the charge.
Yep, that's the Pulverize there as well, and Shelly, I mean, it's actually kind of nice, you know? They give her a little bit of time in the bounce castle, as, yep, Def tries to use the Curtain Call to try and grab that Drake, but second Dragon goes over to Frederibrion. Mountain Soul this game, as Lava is going to get feared. No more package available, as he's going to get headbutt pulped as well. And knocked over the wall is the Jace, sorry, is the Horse, so that's going to be a problem. Beryl can't actually do enough damage, and it's a bit of a disaster here. Unbreakable Will comes through, so Beryl will survive. But that looked like it was going to be a free kill.
And Morgan,
the Corki, but didn't quite work.
Morgan is going to be a big winner of this here on the top side of the map. To be fair, Kingen is getting some plates himself on the bottom side. But Frederibrion take the second Drake here of this game with a Corki composition. And although we've talked about it so much and it's not a traditional Corki comp, it's still going to be super relevant. And their comp is very happy to sit back and farm these two items up for him, you know? And he's going to have the opportunity to avoid these upcoming Drake fights now if he wants to, if there's an opportunity for DRX to group up faster or they get a pick or something like this with the pick comp. You don't actually feel like you lost the game over it because you have this really nice double buffer now here as Frederibrion. They still get gold on the top side with Morgan. And I thought this was a really great masterclass of play here for Frederibrion because they just barely thread the needle on taking this Drake because they hid where Morgan was. DRX don't know if Gwen is flanking. They have to defend. They put all the resources in defending the Rift Herald safely instead of contesting Drake. And so Morgan not only makes a huge impact by not showing on map, but then when they fight, he actually goes up and gets plates. Very well played here for Frederibrion on the macro. They only have a 200 gold lead, but it's about the Drake buffer that they have that's the really most important part.
Yeah. And of course, yeah, macro-wise, definitely good. It was a bit of a fiesta when it came to the actual gameplay in that situation.
Yeah, the fight was a little messy.
The blast cone was not great.
I wasn't going to talk about it.
Aerial horses, not really the way that they shine. Definitely far more of a land-based mammal. Not really flying around, things like that. Not a thing that a horse...
Yeah, no, generally not. You know, we've seen some, like, you know, Pegasuses and stuff like that get up in the air, but
yeah,
the horse, not so much. Like, not quite a Pegasus, is he?
Yeah, not exactly an ancient Greece, Greek god-based game.
You know, it wouldn't have been a nice gift for Zeus to give Hercules, you know, like, here's a Hecker, and he'd be like, whoa, I'm a baby, this is really scary. Get that away from me.
No, exactly. It's you know, you have the pretty wings, otherwise it's just a little bit too intimidating. Okay, I'm a bit sad as well because the chem tank has come through.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the bombies, and I wasn't going to say anything. I was like, Max is just going to have to find out on his own.
Yeah, he will. And look, we understand why you want to have a front line and things like that, but it's way less fun than building a Trinity Force,
also,
a helicopter.
On my side of things, of course, it was never going to be the 80 Corki, but I wanted to believe that maybe we'd see something really crazy with this comp, but no. It's just going to be the standard build. They call the Hex Drinker for safety. And DRX here, grouping up now very slowly. Deft is not here. And Frederibrion, I don't know if they have enough timing.
Here, though, because Curtain Call is available. Teleport is going to come through. This is going to be an honest 5v5. As it is going to be the Rift Herald secured by Umpty. Let's see whether DRX actually do find it here. It's a big pulverize from Beryl as he gets in towards the backline, but Umpty is just eating so much time, and Pureshik is a little bit off sync. He does manage to lock down the Xin Zhao, but at what cost as Morgan is snipping up Def? The needlework comes in, and that is going to be so comfortable here. As Morgan, he comes in and he just starts stacking up these victories. Not actually locked in just yet, however, it's looking good so far.
It really is, because now you've got the Rift Herald in your pocket. You have this extremely one-sided exchange here in terms of the team fight. The teleport was great for Morgan. They had really everything under their control. It looked like the timing of actually getting the smite was the riskiest part, but they locked that down too. And so now Lava gets a free turret, and all of this extra map control that they're going to get in this interim during the respawns means that their ability to set up for Soul Point with this Corki that's starting to come online here is going to be so difficult. Now, the engage here from Barrel is good in isolation, but unfortunately, Pyoshik's too late to get the follow-up combo done. And this is also a composition that needs a little bit more time or a little bit more poke before it starts off. Like, if Kingen hits 2 Shock Blasts before he has that Alistar ult, you also feel pretty good as Deft to actually clean up, but we're not there yet, and it was a very heroic attempt, but they were just too slow over. Like you said, Deft comes over with his big long-range ultimate, but it was really Pyoshik who was actually the one late to the party.
Yeah, that was the problem. You got to really coordinate getting your horse and your cow in there. And look, these are domesticated animals. Theoretically, they should listen to what they're told, but it doesn't quite work out here for DRX in this particular instance. I think that, you know, Jace, Zoe, and Jin need to work on their farming skills because there's something off.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of an awkward angle there for Pyoshik to try to take. But I mean, if he was a little bit faster, or if the setup was better, or if DRX had a little bit more map control, that could have looked beautiful, right? And that's one thing we could say about Barrel. Whether he's successful or not, his engages have looked fantastic, right? He got POG in game 1. Some of those long-range hooks he had that ended up causing his duo to do very poorly in lane were still really cool looking, and he's like really pushing the edge of the mechanics here. And this is another one of those moments where it's like, wow, really nice knock-up, but there's no follow-up, and actually you just die instantly, and Pyoshik can't turn the fight, so...
And now it's Soul Point, right? Frederick Brion in absolute control with a composition that scales absolutely beautifully. DRX going to try and do what they can as far as tidying up some side lanes and things like this, but you look at the gold, you're like, oh, but it's not even 1,000 gold to lead. This is a core composition. Still going to be something that's very difficult for DRX to come back in, because both of these comps have similar archetypes this time around. So now both teams want to be doing the same thing, but Frederick Brion should theoretically be able to do it better with the option of having Gwen side lane and then flank.
They also have the ability to, with only Zoe poke, you know, with the Jace poke here, like it's not like it's control mage levels of long-term damage. Like it's not a Victor or an Azir level of long-term fight damage or even a Rise. So they actually have multiple steel caps here, 3 of them on the side of Frederick Brion and the Mountain Drake alone. And if they get Soul against this Jace lethality build, which is the standard, right, you're going to have very few vulnerabilities unless Lava mispositions, right, and ends up getting hit by Shock Blast. But in theory, he shouldn't, right? And with all these steel caps in front of him, he actually is going to feel very comfortable. He's going to feel very fine. He might even build steel caps himself, but I doubt it. But it's an option they have. And if they just shut down the Shock Blast and avoid Battle Stars from connecting, Frederick Brion can play so slow and wait for their perfect opportunity to actually ult in with Kai'Sa after a few rockets hit. And that's why she works well with this composition when you're ahead like this is, okay, you hit 2 big ones, she ults somebody, they die. It's just so perfect that way.
Yeah, and also your follow-up to a Nautilus hook, things like this, like the fact that, you know, the flux goes down and then you just get in there and like the follow-up almost plays itself. Which is very different to what we saw from DRX, right? Like, you need that headbutt pulve and then the onslaught of shadows, things like this, to come through and lock that one down. It's Morgan's getting corralled here a little bit.
He has his ability to get over here and blast cone away. He also has Ghost. He's not afraid of anything.
Yeah, Pyoshik dives towards this Rift Scuttler as Umpty watches it, but is just a spectator. Not going to be going for too much more as DRX claims some control of the mid lane.
They're 1-3-1ing with a Kai'Sa and DRX grouped up, but there's nothing to fight for other than a Rift Scuttler, so Henna actually gets a lot of free pushing power here and a lot of extra vision here for Frederick Brion, and by the time there's a response, and there's no vision, see that question mark ping right there where Jace is, like, they have no vision, so punishing this is also somewhat risky. If Umpty was down there, I don't know if they actually were able to see him, I think they did, but you've got to play so careful right now as DRX because you're teetering on the edge of the knife here, because one more win in the team fight with an already better late game poking comp who's already ahead and very, you know, cleanly coasting through the mid game, and you just won't be able to recover from that anymore.
Yeah, it's really difficult. It's one of those times though where it's the Zoe composition issue, where I find it very difficult to work out exactly how far behind a comp is, because if like Zeka just lands 3 bubbles in a row, then DRX can just win. but he hasn't really had, you know, all of that much impact. Right now, they're going to be able to take down this outer turret. We said about 1 billion times that this is a really good thing to do against Zoe.
Yes, and it's obviously great if Zoe can do it to the enemy team, but they were too far behind, and it's a Corki that's always pushing. They have so much wave clear. Look at all the vision, and look at the lack of vision for DRX. That's the other thing, is, you know, without the ability to aim these shots, I mean, it's the same issue we talked about for the Corki last game. Zeka doesn't have the opportunity to hit these shots unless he's just straight up lucky, right? And that goes doubly for Jace. So, you know, it's really difficult for DRX to play this composition out correctly, and they're behind. They are able to jostle away some of the vision here, trying to get Drake Pryoga that they need so desperately, because they cannot give this soul up. It is not something that they can give to Fredit Brion with the comp they're running with Lethality Jace. And so they are going to be able to force their way in here.
Yep.
And this is a fight that DRX has to take. They can't walk away from this one.
Not going to. Lava does have a stopwatch. His first 2 items, a Hex Drinker and Sork Shoot.
And a package.
This guy is, yeah, no, he's delivering everything that you would possibly need this time around. As Lava going to get hit by a Dancing Grenade after a very long delay. Zeka diving on forward. Rockets are going to try and answer there. Voidseeker going to come through as well as Fredit Brion move the Phalanx towards the river.
That's a big shock blast from
Yeah,
King,
that
and
was
that's
a
huge.
lot of damage. Okay, Curtain Call going to be set up. Let's see whether they can survive this one. After this comes through, we'll see whether DRX have done enough damage. As
I think
Lava
they have.
down relatively low. Yeah, looks like Fredit Brion is going to be like, well, we've got a fair, decent buffer, and we don't need to fight for this if we don't really want to. So they're going to give that one up and just sit on their lead.
It's doubly good for DRX, too, because they didn't side lane. Like, this is the buffer that you build as Fredit Brion, and they just thought, okay, we're so ahead, and we have a package available. We just win this fight, and then, like, the game is basically ours for the taking. Instead of deciding to walk away in side lane and just give this to DRX. And so now they lose package, Pryo, which, again, with the nerfs, is pretty huge.
Umpty, what are we doing, buddy? He does have ulti available, and now Morgan coming in for a flank. Was it all a cunning ruse, is the question, as the hook is going to go wide. But Umpty survived, so I'm going to say that it was all part of the plan.
They just don't want to give up that turret against the Zoe Jace. It really is so much more valuable than, even if you lose the Xin Zhao there and defend the turret, I think it's worth it. You know, as long as you can hold on to it for a few more seconds after that, too. If you defend it, lose the Xin Zhao, and then lose it 30 seconds later, with the next mini wave, it doesn't matter. But they hold on to it, right? They keep Pyoshik alive, or excuse me, Umpty alive, and now, they're looking for the pick.
Immediately the exhaust comes down. Deft flashes underneath his turret as Hannah really taking matters into his own hands here. Only has to invest the heal, and Deft loses both summoners.
Yeah, heal and an ult, and that's the power of running into the enemy AD carry here as a Fed Kai'Sa. You have Kraken Slayer, you have Phantom Dancer, you can chase really well. It's a really nice build here for Hannah. But going back to what I was saying earlier is Fredit Brion didn't get any extra map pressure. They didn't get the ability to save the package for the next trick. Like, oh, we'll just side lane this one, we'll bring the package for the next one guaranteed. Now you're not necessarily going to have that package with the cooldown timer nerfed on that one. And DRX actually have a pretty nice way to, if they can continually set up better on these Drakes, win the game. They need to get this mid turret first, which is the most important thing they can do right now. It's the most important objective before the Drake spawns. And so Fredit Brion obviously are committing those resources to defend it. That's why Umpty was standing there under the turret. And we'll see if DRX can actually take that one out, because that opens up so many opportunities for Zeka.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. King taking a fair bit of damage here as these rockets doing a little bit more than that Shock Blast did. Of course, Lava hitting a couple, one of them being a pretty big one, as the bubble not going to quite land as those seagulls clipping through the wall there.
The 1-3-1 here for Fredit is really paying off. They're defending with 3 against a bigger group up for DRX, as they don't have the same amount of wave clear. And they're also getting side laning done. So they're starting to whittle away at the vision that DRX had control of for just a moment. And in fact, I think they have enough Baron vision here controlled to actually start this one up. It is seen.
Yeah, bit of a Hex Flash opportunity there as Fredit Brion are going to move away. Vision was gained by DRX. And Fredit Brion, as soon as they can just pull DRX together, they know that they have an advantage because the wave is pushing on the top side of the map. Lava can't be taking damage like that, though. That is definitely valuable. As he has teleport, he's going to be absolutely fine, but still, it's good for DRX. Once again, we're going to see this one started up, control ward in the back of the pit. And they are just going to back away. Bit indecisive here for Fredit Brion as Morgan comes on over and will finally be able to take that one down.
DRX have to deal with these waves, and so they have to kind of back away. They know that there's no way Frederick can be doing this with the Corgi as low as he was. But Frederick can kind of just rinse and repeat this, set up for it again. And they, by this, take away the focus from the mid lane and the mid prio that DRX were trying to take. They push it towards the Baron, and they just use the Baron as a time waster so that they can actually look for this fight where they have prio. They're not going to group for Baron, instead just actually going for some deep vision around the Drake, because we are getting pretty close to it. 80 seconds to go here.
Yep.
As for DRX here, keep hitting these shock blasts, because Kingen is not missing. Like, he's actually getting big value. He's been very accurate through this mid game.
Whenever he aims at lava, they always just land.
Yeah.
So that is definitely, that's a good skill to have. That is a good skill to have, because getting the Corki out of these fights, extremely important. Umpty was looking for a bit of a wraparound here, but the further up he is, the more they're able to fill out vision behind him. I really like that. DRX, I don't think that you want to be giving this one up. Mountain Soul is just so difficult. Like you already illustrated, right?
Yeah.
Like the lethality Jace, it really does answer him quite nicely.
They have played this so well, Fred and Brion have. They didn't take the Baron, but they removed the vision, which means that DRX have to deal with it. DRX, again, just not great wave clear comparatively, so struggling to actually get prio, so they can't get behind Fred and Brion. They can't threaten with the Hecarim. Like, Pioshik has no flank angles.
Ow.
But these keep hitting, and this is a problem. So that's how you're going to get into this Drake fight in advantage if you're DRX, is Kingen just hitting these shots over and over again, as Lava will have to back. He does have teleport.
Yeah. Might be able to pick up a package as well, as the bubble is going to connect, and Delight takes way too much damage. Pioshik booking it towards the enemy team, and this is the opening that DRX needed.
And Lava doesn't have package because of that cooldown nerf, but he does come back in here with full health. See if he can dodge the shock blast this time, as they have these choke points controlled. Delight on the flank.
Yeah, Lava taking a lot of damage, but avoids the first bullet. They're blocking so that Deft can still get these shots down. The Deadly Flourish comes out as Beryl with the Unbreakable Will tries to stay alive. It's not going to work, as Morgan is just doing so much. And now Deft trying to dash away from Morgan. Pioshik runs away as well, as Morgan goes golden. That's the onslaught of shadows, but it's eaten by the stopwatch to come through. Gwen is going to die, but the horse will suffer the same fate. Bubble is going to be the last of the mana for this Zoe. And it is going to be the Drake secured for Fred at Brion. I think this might be the straw that broke the horse's back, I guess.
Yeah, in this case.
That's the quadruped I'm going to go with. The other option was cow.
Yeah, definitely not going to be a camel in this case. Still waiting for that camel champion, right?
Yeah, where's the camel champion?
What's going on? As this fight is just beautiful. Look at Delight, too. He absorbs all of the Zoe pressure, then gets on top of the Jace, so Jace can't actually fire any shock blasts to do more damage to Lava. So look at how freely Lava sits back and fires rockets. And once they push the Jace back, it's just a free team fight here. You know, there's nothing you can do as DRX. They try to re-engage. The stopwatch is so perfect from Morgan. And Fred and Brion already secure the Mountain Soul. Look at those shields already starting to pop in. This is basically checkmate here, unless DRX win a miracle fight around the Elder. We've seen Fred and Brion usually actually hit a spike around that time, but there have been some flips, shall we say.
There's a coin conversation to be had.
Yeah, never say never with Fred and Brion, but
I'm very anxious, however, right now. Smart money would be on Fred and Brion.
this turret is still up here for Fred and Brion in the mid lane. And they're finally, I think, going to actually heavily commit.
But this might be the opportunity that Umpty was looking for, as he does run in. Control Ward spots him out as the Void Seeker comes in as well. And Henna acting as this side laner is actually really, really cool.
It's so nice to see. They're really playing this composition so brilliantly. And now Lava doesn't take...
Mountain Soul is so
Yeah,
broken.
like, he keeps getting hit, but it won't matter as much now.
Well, Morgan's going to get knocked up. That means Pulverize is on cooldown. And oh dear, the Bouncy Castle. Once, like we said this, horses are not aerial creatures.
No.
That's Pegasus.
Nope.
Oh, God.
It has not been the greatest game for Pioshik here, unfortunately, on the Hecarim. And you fall behind, it gets a lot tougher, right, to play this one out against a comp that's going to basically 100-0 you on your way in.
Well,
Barrow's looking for it.
Yeah, let's see whether he can make something happen. Package is going to get delivered to the back line, though, and Deft just burns to death. It is going to be the Gwen going down as Zeka gets that one, but now he has about 0 health, and Henna is running after him. Kingen going to try and get a bit of a sandwich here as the bubble's going to come through. It's a great stopwatch as, yep, Henna's going to die, so that is something. And the Baron hasn't gone down just yet. There's not a... Okay, there it is. Finishes it off.
A little bit greedy from ㅣ and Frederic Brion splitting up this fight quite a bit. It almost felt like there was a moment where DRX like took their hands off the keyboard, then they're like, oh, we can't win this fight. And then they're like, wait a minute, we can kill ㅣ. And then they turn there, he's like, is he actually going to chase me under turret? But the setup here is just straight up too good for Frederic Brion, and now they're able to 5v5. There's no side lane pressure for DRX to pull this team apart or to threaten like an inner turret on the bottom lane while you try to slow this. Beryl comes in here, has a beautiful ult, isolates Morgan, but there's just too much utility here. He package over the wall, hit the whole team. Then things get a little bit hairy here for ㅣ as he chases Echo, who sleeps him under turret.
If I'm a Kai'Sa with like all of my health bar, tanking 2 turret shots was definitely a whoopsie. I think that might have been where things really went wrong. Benefit of hindsight's there, though, for us, I guess.
If he doesn't hit the sleep, then it doesn't look this way, but Zeka does hit the trouble bubble.
Point blank, it's not...
It's a pretty hard one to miss.
Oh, dear.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, you should expect that the sleep is coming out. Probably don't be in turret range. Anyway,
well,
I don't want to nitpick these players too much, especially in a great game here for Frederic Brion that they have a pretty nice lead in at the moment. Look at the damage for Corki this time.
Lava's still doing a whole bunch of work here. Zeka as well has been able to put some damage on the table. Impressed with ㅅ's damage numbers as well, who's been able to get into that backline, make stuff happen. Just shows that the team fights have been orchestrated correctly this time for Frederic Brion. The way that they bounce back, really, really nice here in this game.
And DRX, there is really, I mean, to be totally frank with you guys at home, there's not an angle here. There's not a way for Kingen to just surprise pop into the back line and blow somebody up. You can't get on top of the Corki anymore. The shock blasts don't hurt the Corki anymore. The Kai'Sa is also pretty difficult to lock down, still holds on to her stopwatch.
Yep.
And wasn't going to help her in that last situation, so she gets to keep it. There's just, as DRX, no way to get towards the Elder without going through these choke points, without vision. Like, the problems just stack up super hard. We are going to a game 3 is what I'm saying in so many words.
Yeah, no, that's definitely looking like how it's going. And DRX now trying to pilot a worse poke composition into a better poke composition is really not working. As you can see, there's an engage onto Beryl. Unbreakable Will's looking real breakable here as the Akathian Rain cascades down. Cow is going to be, given some mercy here, but the Jace not going to suffer the same fate. He is heading straight to the death chamber. 2 inhibitors immediately go down, and I think Frederic Brion might just end it right here. Voidseeker lands onto Depth there. We're still holding onto the ulti. For ㅅ is into the backline, goes ㅅPyoshik, and into the death chamber. He will head as well, as now Deft onto the fountain. That just means he has to watch as these Nexus turrets go down. Frederic Brion, in pure Frederic Brion fashion, will bring us to a game number 3. DRX, the opportunity of moving towards a blue side, potentially, but this was much better from Frederic Brion this time around.
Yeah, and I said it before the draft started. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Corki run back. They altered the composition very well. They banned the Tryndamere this time, and the Kai'Sa was a nice touch. Gave them some extra side laning, gave them some finishing power in those early game skirmishes, and as we were kind of highlighting in the draft, is this comp isn't as sit back and watch as a lot of the other Corki comps they've been running are. It has some agency around these mid-game fights, and we saw that from ㅅ. Pyoshik had a fantastic game. Locking down that soul was really the last nail in the coffin, but for DRX, their composition, like you said, it felt like a worse version of the poke comp, and I think that was in part due to the fact that the soul went over, but they didn't actually get to commit hard enough to that Drake. They didn't have the wave pushing to take away the turret.
Yeah, and they're running a composition like that relies on winning in mid-game, and if you don't win in the mid-game, you just get rolled over. I really disagree with the Hecarim priority. Like, I wanted to see something out of Pyoshik this game because it was banned the last time around. Obviously, it's doing something in scrims, but, I mean, the horse was just not really a thing that did anything at all, and could have been Xin Zhao denial, could have been so many other things that could have found a whole bunch more value. So that's sort of like my biggest gripe, I guess, with how this game went. Because
it says I believe in that sign, and he definitely had a pretty good game. But yeah, I'm going back to the Heck. Remember last year when we saw this pick kind of traded with Udyr in priority. It didn't have a great win rate here in the LCK, and it fell off really hard. I think LCK teams play around Hecarim extremely well, especially long-range comps like this Corki one.
Yep.
And like you said, if you fall behind with the Hecarim, your ability to actually have agency to win team fights is it's just terrible against a long-range comp. If you're playing against a comp like what DRX ran last game where everybody's melee, then your ult's always going to be valuable, but not when you're dying at the engage of every fight.
No, exactly right. And I think the best Korean Hecarims no longer play the game. Acorn and Dandy were my personal favorite Hecarim players, but that was a very long time ago, and you guys may not even remember them, which is just crazy for me to think about because they're so iconic. Acorn, of course, coaching right now on KT. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the analyst carpet space to break down the Bro win.
바로 나면 천천히 해봐. 나 에어본 뭐 하자 지금은? 알리 풀 있어.
헷갈림 유치하겠다.
헷갈림부터. 헷갈림 에어본. 알리 쿵각 빠졌어. 야, 더 빨리지 마, 루아나. 타워 치면 끝나요. 나이스. 지금 다시 볼게. 점사해.
싸우자.
끝내.
아니, 죽여.
저 세상에서 제일 열심히 끝내는 줄.
나이스. 이거지.
롤도 보고 LCK도 복습하고 영어도 배우는 이런 유익한 콘텐츠는 못 참지.
수능 영어, 토익 영어, 비즈니스 영어 공부하다 지쳤을 땐 롤 영어로 가볍게 리프레시 해보자고요.
울프쌤과
정연쌤의
레일 클래스 지금
시작합니다.
매주 LCK 친구에서 나온 표현을 가르쳐주는 Call of the Week. 지난주 화명생명 e스포츠 대 광동 프릭스 경기에서 1, 2세트 밴픽이 똑같이 나오는 아주 재미있는 일이 벌어졌죠.
이걸 밀당을 했다. 야! 똑같습니다. 뱀픽 뭐 다 똑같아요.
아니! 요약하자면 우린 틀리지 않아.
아, 이거 궁금하네. 우린 틀리지 않았다. 이거는 또 영어 표현으로 어떻게 나올까? 네, 나 진짜
레알 클래스도 궁금하기도 하고. 레알 클래스에 좋은 소재가 나온 거 아닌가요?
우, 들, 안 영어로 어떻게 표현할까요? 선생님이 궁금한 거 레일 클래스에서 해결해 드릴게요. We are never wrong. 우리는 절대 틀리지 않는다. 영어에선 never 강조해주면 느낌이 더 살아요. 그냥 not wrong 이라고 하는 것보다 훨씬 자신감이 있어 보여요. 줄여서 말할 땐 앞 글자만 다서 WNW 아니면 위네롱 이라고 하면 돼요. 우리 레일 클래스 팬들은 앞으로 우틀 안이랑 같이 위네롱 많이 사용해봐요.
롤 챔피언 대사로 영어를 배우는 챔피언 세스. 지난주 LCK에 아주 반가운 얼굴이 등장했죠. 바로 LOL의 유일한 한국형 챔피언 아리입니다. 처음 출시됐을 때부터 아리는 고퀄리티 더빙으로 엄청난 인기를 끌었는데요. 아리의 영어 대사는 어떤지 한번 들어볼까요?
No one will stand in my way.
No one will stand in my way. 누구도 날 막을 순 없어. 리그 오브 레전드를 플레이하는 유저라면 모두 한 번쯤은 들어봤을 법한 유명한 대사죠. 여기서 stand in the way라는 표현은 방해한다, 길을 가로막다라는 뜻인데요. You're standing in my way 라고 하면 네가 내 앞을 가로막고 있다, 그래서 방해가 된다는 의미예요. 실제로 무언가 물리적으로 길을 막고 있을 때도 쓸 수 있고 앞길을 막는다라는 표현처럼 비유적으로 쓸 수도 있답니다. Standing in her way, standing in his way, standing in their way로 대상을 바꿔 쓸 수도 있어요. 한타에서 아리가 매혹을 썼는데 상대 서폿이 커버를 잘해줘서 스킬이 안 들어갔어요. 너 왜 이 못 맞췄어? 라고 팀원들이 물어볼 때 Brown was standing in my way. 브라움이 내 앞을 막고 있었어. 이렇게 반응할 수 있습니다. No one will stand in my way. 누구도 날 막을 수 없다는 아리의 대사였습니다.
협곡에서 자주 쓰는 단어나 표현을 딥하게 파고드는 rolling in the deep. 절대 못 이길 것 같은 게임 할 때 팀원들과 얘기해서 서른 치잖아요. 제일 빠르게 항복하는 방법은 채팅창에 /FF 치는 건데 FF가 어떤 단어인지 알고 있나요? 바로 forfeit, 몰수당하다, 박탈당하다는 뜻이에요. 조금 어려운 단어죠? 한번 같이 따라 해볼게요. forfeit, forfeit. 5시에 우리 팀 경기 있는데 내가 지각했어요. 우리 팀 몰수패하고 상대편 이겼을 때 they won the game by forfeit. 그 팀 몰수승했어. 이렇게 쓸 수 있고요. 휴가 가려고 비행기표 샀는데 갑자기 급한 일 생겨서 못 가게 됐어요. I had to forfeit my flight. 비행기 포기할 수밖에 없었어처럼 일상에서도 쓸 수 있는 단어예요. 참고로 서렌치다에서 서렌은 surrender, 항복하다, 포기하다는 뜻이랍니다. 게임에서 /FF로 많이 쓰는 forfeit이었습니다. 게임도 보고 영어도 배우는
울프쌤과 정연쌤의 레알 클래스.
오늘은 We are never wrong, stand in the way, forfeit 배워봤어요.
다음 시간에 또 만나요.
See you next time.
Hello and welcome back to the Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with Bad Boy Chronicler once again. And we're going to talk about game number 2. After game 1, it looked like DRX were really in control. I think that they had a great game number 1. They certainly outplayed ㅅ2022's better composition. But game 2 was entirely different here, Chronicler.
It's basically reverse of the previous game where I'm like, I really like DRX's draft. I think that the Hecarim, we'll talk a little bit more about that pick later, but Jin, Zoe, and Jace, provided that they get the setup that they need, I think are a perfect follow to Corki. Obviously, Corki is still going to be a threat, but Corki, even as strong as he is, only has a limited amount of damage available, and you should be able to actually win stalemates just for utilizing the rest of those picks. Couple of really big key issues are like itemizations on the type of DRX, just overall playing out the game, but also the fact that ㅅ2022 like somehow was able to actually make this comp work, and it's kind of a janky comp. It's basically a Corki slotted into a dive comp, right? And the Corki, as we could see, was not that relevant. I think Lava in the end did the most damage, and it was really a team effort on ㅅ2022's part, but it really punishes positioning mistakes and trying to like hard force. And then DRX with a poke comp did exactly that. So it's like back-to-back teams having a draft and they're like, we are not going to play this out as we should. And then they lost.
And that's what happened at the end of the game. So that's pretty much it for the draft. I think it was pretty obvious what the teams were trying to do outside of Fred Brion with the Corki. Randomly, I think just a little bit of Lava focus there, picking that one up. We're going to take a look at the Hecarim build here and dive a little bit deeper into this. Chronicler, what were your thoughts overall?
So there is actually, which we haven't seen yet, 2 options to build Hecarim. And the other one, which is really good if you're playing into what is effectively 4 melee champions, is you go Conqueror and you go either Triforce, or you can go Divine Sunderer. I think Triforce right now is a little bit stronger. But Divine Sunderer does give you a lot of sustain, obviously. And then you have Death Dance as well. And then you actually do damage, which that's one option. If you go for this, you need to like really farm a lot more. You need to be ahead. But you do scale much better, and you actually have some Fred. This is a much tankier build, but you need to snowball the rest of your team because Phase Rush also didn't go for the tier, which is a tech we see with this often, where you can go either Fimbulwinter or you can go for Mana Mune. Would have, I think, both helped out because Hecarim will never be a true tank, right? He doesn't have any tank steroids. He's really good at disrupting fights, engaging and then running out. But if you don't snowball your team and you take a couple of really bad early game fights, then a chem tank and a Force of Nature are not really gonna keep you alive, as we saw, unfortunately.
Yeah, multiple times where that did happen. We're gonna take a look at highlight number 1 and see how Fred Brion were able to get this game going.
Because the problem with the composition here for the DRX is that you do actually need time. And going in for an engage like this, when there is no follow-up, harkens back to the early days of DRX, right? The first couple of weeks of spring where this team looked extremely disjointed. At this point, there's no way that you're winning the fight, right? But Barrow finding that engage, but there not being a Shock Blast or a Curtain Call or a Zoe Bubble to actually augment that engage, and then Pioshik also going in, effectively missing his ultimate, knocking back the light of all people, and then from that point onwards, with a Pokemon, if you fall too far behind, you don't really get to do anything, and there was also a Mountain Soul.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, and they were just so spread out, you know, their front line dove really deep and there was no follow-up. Everybody was just separated and the comp could not really get done what it wanted to. So we're going to take a look at highlight number 2 as well and see how this Mountain Soul wins.
Because when Mountain Soul is taken, you just effectively lose at the Pokemon, right? Like, it's just not playable. Delight with a really nice hook hit to buy more time for his team, but again, the key thing is also Pioshik's timing just isn't right on this Hecarim. He's not able to go in 1v5, sure, but at the same time, you have to do something. You have to try and another in a line of many ultimate that just didn't really work out, and this is the way that Hecarim is going to be played. Dread obviously also had not the best of time on it. Then I'd rather not see it. I think the champion's viable. I just think that either when you play it like this, play more aggressive early, snowball your laners, or play the Conqueror version where you actually provide something to your team.
Definitely the nice way to put it. We do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up. It will be Delight on the Nautilus here. And yeah, definitely a lot of nice hooks, kind of like game number 1 for Beryl.
And we have been racking up the Nautilus POGs. This was actually a really hard one for me because I feel like this game was very disjointed in terms of how a lot of the stalemates, how a lot of the setups went. But Delight having a really nice game. I think Delight is honestly one of the strongest supports that we have on some of our weaker teams. Is the one that hard carries the most, again, on the weaker teams. Obviously, when you go to the upper half of the LCK, you're in very different territory with players like Carrier. But split vote, which I think makes complete sense here.
Yeah, you know, right down the middle there, I guess, and Lava getting some just some witnessing there as well as to what he was able to do in that game with the damage. That was it for our carpet desk here for this time, but we'll throw it over to Atlas and Wolf for game number 3.
Thank you so much, Carpet Deskers. Difficult game to break down because I think it was fraught with a fair bit of disappointment after what was DRX playing a very intelligent game number 1 and then not really figuring out game number 2.
Yeah, there were a lot of issues as DRX will choose blue side here for the final game of the series. I want to see a draft from either of these teams that has like a real cohesive plan because I think both teams were flexing a little bit and actually kind of winging it, like playing a little bit freestyle in that last game. And I think the way that Frederic Brion played their draft, their Kaisa follow-up was way stronger than the early Hecarim and Priority. And so,
yeah, I actually think that like there was a stroke of genius because Frederic Brion, they show the Corki face up, and then, as Chronicle put it, play basically a dive comp outside of it. And it's kind of cool to throw your opponent off like that with how you're going to be playing it out. DRX now move over to the blue side, though, and that is a very important point because now they'll have a bit more flexibility in what they can ban away. Of course, Death's champion pool probably not going to be completely removed. And Xin Zhao and Corki already taken off the board. So this is going to be a very different game.
yeah, going to be a completely different style here from Frederic Brion. I'm not going to be playing around that poke damage this time around, as we'll see the Zeri band, of course.
Yep.
I could still see an Aphelios ban here for Frederic Brion, but it does mean the Rise could be left open potentially for Zeka. And that's not something you really want to be giving over right now in this meta. With the Twisted Fate already banned on red side, DRX don't have to mess with that at all. They can be like, thank you very much for the Rise, or it can look for the potential Aphelios. Don't really like this ban in the early phase, but, you know, Lava will take the respect. He's got a big grin. There's the Rise ban, so might just be one of those first pick Aphelios games for Deft. We don't like this all the time, but I like this pretty much all the time.
I like this way more. Kyoshik looked way more comfortable on the Lee Sin in game number 1, and so put him back onto that champion this time around. Frederic Brion now with a lot of flexibility in what they pick up, though. There is a lot of very powerful picks still left on the table, and so they can take them away. The Caitlyn Karma, once again, if they'd like it.
I think that is the easiest lock-in right now for Frederic Brion. You don't have to get the Poppy early here. You could still flex that in later on. But they're going to pivot to the Jhin once again. This has been all about Jhin on red side in this best of 3. It feels like it's just so strong blind more than the Aphelios could be, right? And the Caitlyn has been punished a little bit here in the LCK. So.
I wouldn't mind just locking away the Poppy here instead of denying the Karma. But we'll see what Frederic Brion do decide to do. I'd like Karma locked in here alongside the Jhin because we know that it does have a lot of push potential. But LeBlanc is just going to be straight up blind pick to try and deny the Lee Sin LeBlanc combo on DRX's side. I think it might be a little bit early to try and get over there because I think there are answers to it. However, they are going to deny it to the best of their ability. Lava, a very good LeBlanc player as well.
I think if you really feel confident in your ability to play her, I think that Jinx here works really well with Lysandra, you know, in terms of being able to shut down this Jhin LeBlanc very well. But the Azir is the go-to with the Lee Sin, gives you a lot of lane control, it's going to give you early prio.
I would really like the Lysandra as well.
I think Lysandra,
cool tech.
Yeah, in this specific draft, I think is like better than the Vex counter pick. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Ooh, that's some 5-head from Wolf. Love it. Absolutely love it.
I mean, it's a common counter pick, but I think it's really great with Jinx. You can help protect her really well. You are not really under threat from the enemy AD carry at any moment in time, as the Viego will be the response here for Frederic Brion.
Yep.
Okay.
Fine. Bans to come through. I think the support pool is going to get absolutely decimated by these next round of bans because neither team has locked these in. And that is going to really dictate what this bottom side is going to look like. Nautilus taken away from Beryl. I wouldn't mind a Karma Yumi or something like that taken away here so that Delight doesn't have that option. But I think Rakan needs to be looked at as well.
Rakan, I think, is the ban that you're looking at second here for DRX, and you're hoping the Karma doesn't give you too many problems on the bottom side. But it's Jhin Karma against a Jinx. We don't know what that second support's going to be. Leona is still a strong opportunity. And as much as we love Karma, and we talk about her all the time, and her priority is still very high in the LCK, she hasn't been working out as well as you always think she will. So they're going to move away from it, looking to maybe handshake this one away. They'll take away the Jace instead.
I think Rakan is like the absolute no-brainer. I think DRX have to remove it because I think that Frederic Brion rely on Delight to engage. And I think that they should be locking away that Rakan right now because there is no other engage outside of that, right? Like the Viego is locked in. Bit of a trap pick these days. We saw Canyon try and go towards it, and it didn't work out at all.
My only other thing that I think could be quite strong here for Frederic Brion would be the Leona. It still works very well for them.
True.
And
there are a couple of engage options, and if you leave Rakan open,
they're going to take it.
Just pick Beryl's, world champion skin.
Yeah.
Pick into it if you'd like to.
This is a really interesting choice if they end up going with a Lulu here. Works very well with the Lee Sin. Actually has some synergy with Lissandra as well if they dive in.
Ooh, but what about clocks?
What about just picking
It's
the
just
Leona
going to be
counter pick?
Leona.
Yeah.
It's just going to be Leona. Come on. It's
But
just going to... They're
Def,
going
this isn't
to
bad.
hover around and then... Ooh, nah.
The J-Span, oh, I like this. The J-Span was like, okay, we want to play Gwen, so they banned the Gwen instead of the Rakan. And now you've put yourself into a bit of an awkward spot here as Fred at Brion.
Ah, yes. Talon support.
That's my favorite.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love this. Yeah, definitely.
If you play a normal game of solo queue in the LCK, regardless of your rank, you will encounter this.
And by the LCK, you mean...
Or the Korean server,
solo
rather.
queue.
Yes,
As
Korean
that is actually some clocks. All right, so Zilean going to be locked away. And this will allow, like, Lissandra can go in and then, like, Frozen Tomb herself,
And then
Stopwatch
get ulted.
herself, Zonya's herself, and then Chrono Shift comes in. Like, oh my god, the amount of living that this front line can do theoretically is just ludicrous.
Deft is going to have so much freedom here as
Oh,
Silas will be the
okay.
response, try to steal that Zilean ult, but also great into the Gnar. And
Great into the Gnar outside of the lane. I think
Yeah.
that, like, Silas is still very, like, one of the reasons why Silas into Gnar is a thing that we have so much is that Silas gets picked into the mid lane and then the Gnar is on the top side, so you don't need to lane into it. It is a very difficult lane for the Silas early, but the Gnar ultimate, way better on Silas.
Yeah. That's what I mean in terms of into the Gnar. And I like that you point out that there is a weak point here, though, in terms of the laning phase. And with the Lee Sin against this Silas that's fairly immobile, you might have some opportunities to actually get some really nice ganks there on the top side. Lissandra will be able to handle the LeBlanc very well and isn't going to have any problems. She's one of the oldest counter picks in the book. And Jinx is actually very difficult to kill here. Deft is going to have so much opportunity to actually use his rapid fire cannon to actually threaten the enemy and actually look for kills and picks, because if they actually use resources to try to go in on him, like imagine a Silas tries to get on this Jinx and then he stopwatches or is Zilean ulted and then you're like, uh-oh, I'm stuck in this team fight now as the Silas, there's no way out, and then Kingen pushes you into a wall. There's so many ways that DRX can play this in the mid to late game extremely well if they could survive through what can be somewhat tumultuous against like the LeBlanc, the Aegis for the Rakan. And it is Delight's Rakan. You highlighted it before we even got into the first draft. He has looked so good on this champion right now here in the LCK.
I'm really looking forward to how this one's going to go because I like these drafts way more. There's no horses that we need to worry about, no Pegasus issues, things like that. Certainly going back to one of Pyoshik's more comfortable champions, but also like this Fred at Brion composition, you can see exactly why they've picked these champions. They have Henna on that more utility-based champion that he has found more success on, and Lord Morgan going to be silencing into Kingen's Gnar, who has taken Halo Blades. Like, Kingen is real keen on punishing this as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, he's just going to be hypering him over and over and over again as much as he can. And if Morgan gets a stun, or if Umpty is there, there is some counterplay, obviously, and Silas is very, very deadly with his CC. Can turn on that very weak Gnar if he's not babysat a little bit, but the top side of the map could be very fiery. As a result, the junglers end up putting their priority there. And on the bottom side of the map, it's not a hard pushing lane either way because there's no karma in this equation. The Caitlyn was left untouched again.
I actually kind of favor DRX as far as the push, just because you can throw bombs into the backline and things like that. Beryl not going to necessarily dominate the lane with all of his ridiculous CC, but double bomb certainly going to be an option.
It's going to be annoying for Fred Brion to lane into.
I think lane pressure will certainly be there because they can kill minions theoretically faster.
Yeah. Yeah, red start here for Pyoshik, leashed. Going to be faster level 2 attempt here for Henna and Delight. And then they will very likely be able to get that. As you can see, Zilean, not a common champion right now in the meta, even though Beryl has a very wide pool. This will be his first time this season.
Yep.
And it's Delight 6-2 on this Rakan.
Yeah, his Rakan, very, very good. And I actually think that if Fred and Brion are going to win this series, then it may just be a Delight double POG, because he just tends to pick them up when he plays his champion. Yeah, we're going to have a look at the Silas versus Gnar. I don't think that we've had Silas top lane just yet. Oh, actually, no, we have. This is actually the top lane, I believe, of all time matchup between the two champions. And in the past, certainly has been one that Silas has been able to figure out, and that is largely because the late game does favor him.
Yes, the ability to not have a Narbar, but still actually ult people into really nice team fight setups with the great gap close that Silas has is the big problem.
Yeah.
As he's a better Gnar ulter than you are, basically all the time, and he can get in there faster and is not reliant on timings. He also
the
is
timing
tankier.
flexibility is the thing, because you just get to go in whenever and you get to wait it out.
He also gets to steal Zilean's ult and do some fun stuff with that in this game too if he wants to, depending on the scenario. I think the primary target will always be the Gnar ultimate, but
I mean, Frozen Tomb's also really good. Like, there are 3 really great options, theoretically. I think Morgan's probably not going to be taking the Chrono Shift that much, just because
his
it's a lot of
doesn't,
utility, but you don't get to use it to go in.
Yeah, the comp doesn't really call for it too much, because if you end up, if anyone dies Zilean ulted for Fred Brion, they're just going to die again right afterwards, pretty much, because you don't have someone who could like reset and then pop off. Whereas for DRX, you know, that time buy with the Zilean ult is going to be so crucial, actually, and it's sometimes going to be what can turn the tide of a 5v5 team fight.
Yeah. Well, bomb's coming down here as Deft is going to heal to move out of the way of Delight. So that is going to be Summoner Spell down. And great grand entrance there from Delight, but he's still just going to move his way back. And DRX are going to be gifted some control of this moving wave. Henna with his Deadly Flourish, able to farm from range quite nicely.
Really great usage of the Summoner Spell, even though it looks like a waste in terms of trading. It actually gave them the ability to shut down Delight and then get control of the wave. So actually very valuable here.
Yep.
Delight was trying to make sure that they could hold on to the control they had very early with a faster start there in the lane, but with one heal, suddenly you're back to as expected with the Zilean push.
Indeed. Kingen teleports back towards his top side, but you can see Morgan able to get that shove back. Umpty in position, not able to get a gank off or anything like that, but enough damage goes down onto Kingen. He's pushed out of lane and does have to respect the fact that the Viego was in the area. So definitely did his job, did Umpty there towards the top side, affording the Lord himself as much space as he would like. And the Silas working out so far. But Kingen now catching a wave, and he's got a cull. So he's settling in here on the top side of the map.
He certainly is. As it is going to be slow going here for this mid game. Not as explosive of jungle matchup here to actually get value in the bottom side of the map, because it's Lissandra, you know, versus a LeBlanc. Neither of these champions very gankable post 6, which they're both about to hit. And it is going to be about really how these 5v5 team fights go. And that's why this draft matchup of the 3 we've had, I think, is the most exciting, because it feels the most micro-intensive and skill-based, and we're actually not going to just go, well, this comp is strong at the beginning and this one is strong at the end, and that's how it goes. It's not like that. It's very much going to be about engages and about execution of team fights. Yeah. That's what I like in my League of Legends, personally.
No, I like that too. As Kingen avoids the chain and does have the most damage when it comes to catching Morgan on his way out. First Drake does go over to Fred Brion. Nicely done. Kyoshik going to deny this Raptor camp, but Umpty's going to immediately come on over and sort it out.
And bot prio here is so massive for them. It's really hard now to actually lose control of that. So they are going to have this early lead here. And as you mentioned, the Silas is going to really struggle in the early parts, but Morgan actually handled this pretty well, is able to shore up a lot of that CS on the turret.
Yeah,
meanwhile,
yeah, Deft in so much trouble, has to flash, get himself out of the way. Delight is going to secure the kill though, as now Beryl trying to get more back, and yeah, the Zilean not able to offer too much as far as Peel right now, outside of just that speed up.
Yeah, and the exhaust,
survive, yeah.
Which, you know, unfortunately isn't enough in this scenario. Too much damage here. And there have been some back and forths down here on the bottom side, but they were both defined by Delight. The first one, of course, Deft was able to block with his heal. Second time Delight engages, he ends up taking the kill away here with Henna. Just don't give this guy Rakan. I mean, just dominates with it every single time.
Yeah, he's just really good at this champion. And Deft's Jinx is unfortunately going to die in extra time. There was a possibility that Deft could get to 2,000 kills here today. Right now, he's not quite close. I think got a couple of kills last game. You know, 2 or 3, maybe only 1 in game number 1.
It's just so insane how Delight's game sense is on where people are going to go when he goes for the engage. He predicts really well. He comes in at a really nice diagonal, so it's very difficult to actually maneuver around, especially bootsless right now as the Jinx. Like, you know your power so well if you're Delight in this case. He's like shown it so many times here in the LCK in the laning phase, but in the late game team fights as well. And even though the engage here is already really good with the Sylas who could steal Gnar ultimates away, the Rakan here is going to be largely unanswered in a lot of these later game team fights. You know, the Lee Sin could somewhat threaten, but you feel very free.
Circle of Frost is also very powerful into the Rakan engage, so Delight will need to respect Zeka. But yeah, you're right. I think that, like, if there's ever a player that we're going to trust to be able to figure it out, it's probably Delight, who just does seem to be able to make magic happen on this champion.
Up here on the top side, things just still calm. The Rift Herald has spawned, and, you know, it's once again a very slow start for these two teams on setting up the fight, because neither team has a massive lead at this stage, but of course Morgan does have level 6, can steal the Gnar ultimate away, and this can be a big problem for DRX trying to actually take this fight straight up. Kingen does have his Gnar bar right now, but they are just not grouped for the Herald.
No, the bottom side of the map still going to be pushing here for Fred at Breon, so 3v3 in theory, as Umpty does slink into his own mist. But Pyoshik just keeping tabs on where the jungler is, and Kingen throwing out some Gnars, doing some things like that, because he can. Of course, it'll be back again by the time he gets that Gnar bar back up, theoretically.
It's so rare for a Herald to go untouched without even being started this long. Like, we've pressed a minute here.
Plate.
Yep.
Oh, dear.
Feels bad.
Yeah, Pyoshik spotted by the Scry's Bloom as Umpty's going to move on around, and Morgan deals with minion wave really quickly. The passive of Sylas certainly going to be able to do that as Delight grabs level 6 from the mid lane, and Fred Breon should be able to grab this.
He held the Gnar bar, and Morgan said, okay, well, I'm not going to fight this until your Gnar bar is expired, and now you can't actually take this. He can hijack this away if they were going to look to fight. He doesn't even have to right now. He can actually hold that for later.
Yep, Super Mega Death Rocket is going to soften up Umpty just a little bit
now
here.
He's got it.
Yeah, it shouldn't actually deter him, and yeah, Morgan does have the ability to make this one work, but the first blow is going to land onto Umpty. Big Gnar from Morgan, though, as he gets toward the back line, but there is the Chrono Shift, and they lock down the kill onto the Viego. Now, Fred Breon are split. Morgan with the Kingslayer, but he gets exhausted, and more bombs are going to land. It's a trade of junglers thus far, and Lava is extraordinarily low as he makes his way out, and no one is going to be taking HLE this time.
Nope, no one's able to take it out here. They're going to have to reset and group back up, but DRX should be able to have control here with the win in the team fight. Without a jungler, though, it's hard to actually start this one up. They're still a little bit fragile at this point, and the Gnar needs the farm, as this is a really nice, patient engage from Morgan. They wait for Pyoshik to look for the kick engage, and then Umpty is like, oh, I'm fine. My comp actually is so difficult to actually get a pick onto, and then he gets into the back line with the Gnar ultimate. The ult here coming in from the Jhin as well slows down the exchange here, or the chase rather, for DRX. But it was a really well-played set of ultimates here from Beryl, and, or set of Qs from Beryl.
And his ult was also fantastic. I think that Fred Breon sort of forgetting to pay attention to the Zillion. You got to catch him in the CC as well, otherwise he just gets to choose exactly who he wants to revive. I also loved Zeka's positioning in that situation as well, just because he was able to stay in the thick of things, and his zone of control, like, that is what Lissandra is so good at, as he's going to get engaged on here in the mid lane. Doesn't have the Frozen Tomb available, as Lava's clone is just going to run towards the enemy base, and Umpty is looking to take down his second Drake of the game. In the meantime, though, Deft is being delivered these plates on the top side of the map, and that is certainly what you want as a DRX fan.
Yeah.
It's another Mountain Soul this time around.
Another Mountain Soul, which is, you know, really strong for both of these comps, but not as strong as it was last game, of course, with two pokes running into each other.
Yep.
This is the full set of plates going over to Deft. He didn't get any control over the bottom side plates, but took his opportunity to head top side immediately with the Rift Herald coming through. Now that the DRX finally secure it the second time around, he picks up all that extra money very easily here, and is really heading towards a very stable mid game. Like, he had a few rough patches there in the lane, and there were Delight engages that caused problems. He had that early death, but now he's starting to really come online here. It's still, I feel like, really difficult to gauge the lead here for DRX just yet, because they have an online Jinx. Their composition team fights well, but it's against a comp that also has great engage and has 2 Drakes, so can then dictate the pace of the rest of the game. So I'm reluctant to say, the coffee's still not working on me today. I'm reluctant to say that DRX have a big lead. I would say it's a fairly small one, but it is on the right person. It's left.
And they also have like the Lissandra, the Na, like these champions that do have a lot of innate synergy when it comes to team fighting and things like that. I think the X factors on Fred Brion are what we need to pay attention to. That of Delight's Rakan being so powerful, and the fact that Morgan has a lot of very high value ultimates that he can make work. But I think the onus is on Fred Brion to out-execute in team fights as far as the ults Morgan's going to get, avoiding Narbars and making sure that Beryl is locked down and doesn't have freedom to choose his targets, because otherwise it's just going to feel like it's a 6v5, right? And that can be very difficult. And so playing the Zillion style of game as the opposition is going to be very important here. As DRX, 3 minutes until the Mountain Drake, and as you can see, they do not want to give this one away.
Yeah,
Soul Point was very valuable for Fred Brion in the last game as well.
It's a little bit early to be setting up for this one, though.
Absolutely, as they might like to be able to get some sieging done on this outer turret in the mid lane, as Henna finds a Deadly Flourish onto Police in, but not going to be the target that they really want. Zeka here on the bottom side with his Demolish able to lock this one down.
Yeah,
very
grabbing.
nice.
Really interesting tech to put that one in here to the Lissandra, but actually working out very well here when he's given the opportunity to side lane. It is pretty hard, honestly, for Fred Brion to punish side laning this game, even with the LeBlanc here. It's just very difficult to match the pacing. And DRX have a composition that actually rotates over quickly, and then you don't want to win that skirmish with a Zillion res there. He can come over so fast, he can also speed up Zeka and get him out of there.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of ways the side lane works out very well for Lissandra. We don't think of her as a really strong side laning mid laner, but strong enough in this case, and given the comp that works with it.
Yeah, was always kind of okay at it, right? Because you just have so much innate ability to escape with your claw.
You stall so hard, you can escape with your claw, and then this game you have the Zillion on top of all of that.
Yeah, if you can manage to get over to him. There's like, I'm kind of interested, right? Because I'm looking at trying to evaluate how the early game went here, and DRX haven't really played the Lissandra comp the way Lissandra comps generally get played, right? Normally it's, I'm going to get to a point where I can tidy up my mid lane and then I can roam. But Zeka was held in lane for the majority of this game, right? Like, you had Lava able to shove waves over and over again into him, and as you can see, very even on farm between the two mid laners. But one of the key powers of Lissandra is interesting gank paths, the ability to roam so effectively and things like that, and wasn't able to do it this game, although DRX was still able to get themselves a slight lead as Lava comes on over looking to try and clear out this wall, but isn't able to.
I believe it was Fate who played this last week and looked phenomenal on it in skirmishes because he was able to tank up a lot of damage while doing some early damage himself with the Everfrost and then kind of escaping at the last possible second, making it very frustrating to play against. The enemy team was kind of tunneling on him a lot because he was actually at the front and made himself vulnerable, made himself a good target, but then got out. In this particular game, with the Zillion that you have on top of this, the Gnar that can help survive the Lissandra through and help turn these fights, like it can be played the same way around these mid-game team fights, but for DRX, it's time to start really taking some of those, right? We're heading into this third Drake. You don't want to give over the Soul Point here to Fred Brion. They are grouped up for this. They are set up. The Gnar does have a teleport here. Kingen can come into this fight as soon as he backs. With his Gnar bar available, this is the first fight DRX really need to set up for to take.
Yeah, and setup is certainly going to be the aim of the game. I imagine that Beryl, you stand in that river, you get your bombs in the chokes, and then from that point on, it's difficult for Fred Brion to move around. But they've set up themselves pretty effectively here. As the teleport back does come through for DRX, let's see whether the poke is going to connect, as the zaps are good. Umpty's certainly a great target there for that.
Kingen no longer with the Gnar bar here. He's going to have to spend some time building it up, but he's got a minion wave here.
Yeah, Lava dives in, and Zeka still making his way back towards this fight, but is going to just teleport back immediately. Fresh off buys from the solo lanes here on the side of DRX.
Kingen's playing so carefully around Morgan too, trying not to get hijacked, trying to find a different flank angle every time while also getting the last part of this Gnar bar.
Yeah, and he is very, very close to making that one happen. Curtain Call comes in, and they're all stacking up. Kingen off to the side, but the Gnar bar is going to get picked up. That's the Gnar back, and Morgan is just going to use it to lock down the Gnar himself. DRX, can they burst this one down is the question as =Umpty gets into the pit. He's not going to be able to steal it away now, DRX. They need to escape. And ㅣ2022, it looks like they're going to let them see at what cost.
It's a Zilean comp. You know, it's hard to chase this one. You'd rather just get a little bit more control over the map. But I thought that was played so well from both top laners, the fight. King is hiding in the brush, trying to deny the hijack, stays in there, is building up his Gnar bar, but unfortunately Morgan knows where he is, comes in, gets the better Gnar ultimate, and the team is there to snap blow up the Gnar before he can actually counter-engage. As you can see, Kingen not able to use his ultimate in that last fight.
Yep.
ㅣ2022 will grab a turret for this as well. They lose the soul point, but they already had a pretty nice advantage. And so I think they're feeling very good about the win in the team fight, especially because they proved with this last exchange that even with a Gnar who has the ultimate, the Sylas is always going to have more agency, despite him hiding in that brush, despite him playing around the Sylas as best as he could.
Yeah. It's one of those times as well where Beryl was just a bit disjointed as well. Like, normally you'd be saying, like, oh, they found a pick on a single target. Well, chrono shift, woo! But
yeah,
they were two split as the back is going to get stopped there by the Super Mega Death Rocket, and DRX are going to use that in order to make sure that Shirley is theirs. Are going to be able to collect her here and possibly just move her towards this mid lane.
Yeah.
It's Delight. Always scary, ㅅUmpty moving on forward, but this is still a time where DRX should be able to just move on through and just get the Rift Herald to lock this one down.
We are ARAM in this game. We're just going to go grab a Herald and toss it down right away. All group up as 5.
Lava potentially in trouble as Zeka flashes forward. They destroy the LeBlanc, but now the Gnar follow-up is going to come through for Morgan. Oh, that was phenomenal. They just push away the Rakan, and there's nothing they could do about it. The Sylas, not a better Gnar that time around, and DRX showing they can win the team fights too.
Yeah, the DRX engage here is really good. They have a Rift Herald to follow it up, so the timing of this is so perfect for them. They end up grabbing an inner turret for their troubles, and that is going to be a whole lot of prio on upcoming Drakes here. And it's just utilizing the Lissandra so well, the Everfrost, to actually get the last tick of damage. As we go all the way back to this, which is, as you mentioned, Kingen gets blown up here, and this is the perfect opportunity normally for a Zilean to ult, and then actually turns the fight. But Zilean was so far away from the Gnar because there was a bit of a disjointedness in DRX's approach. They want the Gnar hidden on the side to have the really good engage, while they also pull and tether the Drake on the other side. Now this is just brilliant from Zeka.
Oh my goodness.
Played it so well. And then Morgan here is trying to turn this one around. Really nice stopwatch comes through.
Yep, and Zeka just keeps himself untargetable for about 1 billion years and just wanders his way out. Let's have a watch.
This is Zeka's first person.
Yep, Frozen Tomb's the first one.
This is Korean cast in the background. Stopwatch is here at the end. When you have stopwatch too, in this comp on top of everything else, you're like, as ㅣ2022, what do you kill? Like, who do you focus? Like, what's the target here? And when the Lissandra's all the way at the front, it's the only target you have. You're going to go for it, right? But he buys time. The Zilean ults onto Pyoshik. And so he's just like, also immortal, can go as far as he wants. And you just have to walk away as ㅅ2022 and let that charge come through. Yeah. Great pick there from Zeka.
Really nicely done. Beryl as well, giving some experience over to Deft at the same time. One of those little known things that you can just gift over the experience.
He just keeps a bunch of experience in his pocket. He's
yep.
Like, hey, Deft, take some of this.
Do you remember when it used to be just like globally everyone would just get more experience than their opposition? Like that used to be a passive that existed in the game. That just sounds so broken now.
We called it Heroes of the Storm though.
Oh, no, I'm sad.
Oh, it's, no, you know, I had to.
Hey,
look, I have to make a joke.
Some
about
good
it.
news though. Some good news is that okay, never mind. There's going to be a fight here towards the top side of the map. Lava trying to outplay it and is doing so quite. Oh,
Death,
okay, never mind. The Super Mega Death Rocket comes on through. Chrono Shift comes down as well as now Pyoshik not going to be able to survive. The bullets rain through. It's a triple kill for Hannah. That is some Jin value right there.
The ultimate from Deft was great, but the second AD carry ultimate was better as Hannah has 3 great targets here as DRX really extend for the pick. And unfortunately for them, they took so much damage on the commitment that it's just really fish in the barrel for Hannah.
And the only one that was able to get the work done was Deft, who wasn't even there.
Yeah,
he's the only one that gets rewarded. So, yeah, that was definitely an overextension.
It's a really big force. Like, you have the Lissandra and the Lee Sin here, so it feels like an amazing opportunity. But guess who's there again? Delight. The counter engage, the peel is real. This guy on the recon, man, he'll turn any fight into his.
And Zeka was trying to stand in the way to try and get an opportunity for a safeguard.
Delight is like...
Henna's just like, all right, well, I guess I'll just kill all of you.
Delight and Henna's synergy between the two of them, they've played together for a really long time. You can really feel it.
Strong. Love that, too.
It's like Delight is actually the architect. Like, he's actually writing the blueprint of the team fight every time.
Well, now Lava trying to get himself out of here, and he is going to be able to do so, but they're not going to be able to challenge for this Drake as Deft still trying to play on that front line, getting as much rocket damage down as possible, and tidying up this vision as best they can. Umpty hiding behind this Mountain Drake wall. I don't know whether engaging onto Alessandra is the right choice, as Teleport's going to come forward. We're looking at another potential team fight right now, as that is the Viego getting locked down. Jungler dead is a big deal as Pioshik gets toward that backline as the Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide, but everyone's getting ripped away from this fight, and Pioshik finds a straggler. It's like a little gazelle, and he's a cheetah looking for him.
You're all about the animal references today.
I've made a lot of animal references.
Did you eat animal crackers for breakfast or something?
I don't know. There was a cow and a horse picked in game one. Okay, sue me.
This is now a pretty risky start here, though, because Morgan still holds on to this Gnar ultimate. They're going to curtain call to start.
Yeah, and Henna has stolen Barons with this before. Let's see how long he holds on to this one as DRX in this Baron pit. It is dangerous times as Zeka rotates over. It's 5 versus 3 right now. This is not exactly a great moment, and there is no, like, you're not going to do it. Like, you can't steal this, as DRX are going to be able to lock it down. But I appreciate the fact that they are not putting coins into the sky.
No.
They are making sure that it's guaranteed.
They played it patiently. They waited for the Jhin ultimate to wear off. They stopped taking Baron and just held the aggro. As it all starts off with Frederick Breon being very far out of position. Umpty gets spotted and the engage comes through. And then Delight tries to turn this. He's instantly rooted. And then Pioshik has 2 amazing Qs to lock this one away. Delight just doesn't have a prayer in this situation. And once you take away the Viego and you're this deep into the enemy jungle, Frederick Breon's comp apart, separated, can't fight properly, and Morgan is like, I've got the Gnarl, like, if you guys could just get to me, but they can't. They're split up.
Well, Super Mega Death Rocket, try and stop. Oh, okay, that's the one way you can get a rub up, I guess.
Deft is...
Damn, he's feeling himself right now. 2-1-5 here on the Jinx, and the zaps have been ringing true.
Certainly
you
have.
Get a blue buff as well? Come on.
Just give the guy all the cooldowns. I mean, right now, DRX are in firm control, right? They have taken back 2 of these Drakes, and if they had some earlier control, they'd be in a firm lead. They're still in a pretty solid 6,000 gold ahead, but they're really trying to take control over the map, and every single time they go deep, their comp has a leash for it, right? Like, they can actually go so far deep into the Frederick Breon jungle and actually not get punished because they have a Zillion, they have a Lissandra, they have a Lee Sin, they have so much mobility, they have so much chase, and single target blow up.
Yeah, and also Deft has 1 billion movement speed because of Zillion, so Beryl just stands back and just shoots Deft into the opposition. It's so hard to land anything on this guy because he runs so fast. And now with the ability haste that has been collected here for Beryl, means that Deft can run forward with impunity. Deadly Flourish, nup, sidestep, so easy. Rockets are starting to connect, and this 3-item Jinx is so frightening. And see, every time, it's just so much damage.
There's nothing you can do to punish this, because if you dive on him, he gets Zillion ulted.
Yeah.
He actually doesn't have a stopwatch, but...
It's like Bro are playing a turn-based game, and they load into the first battle, and the opponent gets 5 turns. Like, well, I guess I lose. I don't know.
Frederick Breon, they're really having to now put all their eggs in objective fight baskets here and hope that Morgan, with this Zhonya's he now has, which is going to help him get deeper into these fights to set up for the Gnar ultimates, which is really funny to say, but that's what his function is in this game, is to have good Gnar ults. And he has his Zhonya's, right? He has the Everfrost. If he can flash in, have a really good fight, or counter engage, wait out those stopwatches. That's the other problem too, is Frederick Breon have a comp where they have burst damage in the Sylas, in the LeBlanc, and in the Jin's long range isn't damage throughput in a longer fight, so you can't just go, aha, I waited out your Zillion ult, because there is no waiting in this comp. Like, it's all at once or it's nothing, right? So Delight's engage, as you mentioned at the very beginning of this game, needs to also include Beryl, or it just doesn't work out.
Yep, and also, it can't include Zeka. Like, there are so many things that are a problem for Frederick Breon trying to make these engages work, because they basically, within each fight, need 2. because you engage, you get all of the incredible defensive cooldowns that DRX have out of them, right? So you have to account for the Frozen Tomb, which engaging into is just pretty much death. So Delight needs to go in and juke and make sure that that ult goes off in somehow like a defensive way, or he just dies, I don't know. Deft running so incredibly quickly, like it just feels like with DRX, like they have a 9,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Right? So this is all theoretical based on if the game was a little bit more even, because right now it's like their wallets land on top of them and they die. Like,
I mean, look at the
Lava's
lava.
going to look for something here, and yeah, that rocket is going to kill you.
It's just, Deft actually is...
Yeah, who's assassinating who? He's got a chrono shift as well. You were never going to kill him. You were going to get a cooldown, maybe.
It's really nice. Deft's like, thanks for my health back. I was getting pretty low there for a second. Please actually proc the Zillion ult so I can get that back.
Exactly.
Like, now the Mountain Drake is free here for DRX, and it might actually be, because I don't think they could end here, the 4 Mountain Soul. But, I mean, they have a big wave. Maybe I'm wrong. If they actually get a pick on anybody here on Fred Brion, they have the opportunity. And now Super Minions are pushing mid, so maybe I spoke a little bit too early.
And also, it's like Zeker is one of the best dive champions in the game, as well as Kingen, who has that Nabab building up. Deft is immortal because he runs about 1 billion kilometers per hour. This guy could actually probably settle life on another planet because he moves so quickly as Morgan tries to go in. But yes, Deft just runs his way around it. And now Umpty, caught in no man's land. Can't heartbreak your way out of that one, but your heart definitely going to be broken as everyone's diving the fountain. It's a triple kill for Deft in the end. Quadra kill make that, and the Nexus will go down. DRX, the 2-1 win, but they'll take it.
And Jinx here, the win rate coming back for Deft a little bit, bouncing back in this series. DRX had such an interesting composition, but it all came together very well. That's 2,000 kills for Deft. He hits the milestone. He brings his Jinx record.
He gets it right at the very end. That is a way to do it.
And, you know, it's just on the exact mark here for 2,000. And
he got to exactly 3,000 assists in the last series, and now he got to exactly 2,000 assists in this one.
But DRX, man, they played this comp so well. The Lissandra seems so perfect when you can actually play it into this composition, get a small lead, and then just push it nonstop because there's no punish when there's stopwatches available. There's Lissandra ult, there's Zillion, and the speed that they got and the way that Deft was able to carry this game. Deft played so well. Even in their weakest moments, like the overextension top, at least he got a kill, right? Yeah. He is able to get excited in so many of these team fights. His positioning was phenomenal. Very few times was a Zillion ult actually used on him because his positioning was so good and the game was so dominant.
Yeah, the Zillion ult was a heal, what it seemed like, towards the end there. But it was the speed up that was just so good, right? Like being able to just rocket the rocket slinger herself around the rift so quickly. And Deft, we know, he just plays so aggressively, right? Like he knows so much about how to win a late game as Jinx. He's been doing it for like 8 years, maybe 7. I think it's like 7 years ago that Jinx came out. I really want to recognize how well Zeka played in the team fights, though. I think
he really did.
He was 100% instrumental in providing the advantage and getting the game to a point where Deft can run amok and just destroy them, right? Drop gold on their faces, as he did. But the Lissandra just stopped everything of what they wanted to do.
For Fred Brion, you know, it's another loss in a big streak of, you know, LWL, right? They win the second game, but they're not able to close out the series. It's so true of them so often. They start with Sword, lose the game, sub in Morgan, win game 2, but they can't actually stick the landing. They can't actually close out the series. We've seen this so many times, and it just feels like Fred Brion are slowly getting to the point where they're adapting away from this late game style where they're looking for just scaling and poke. But it's a long and arduous process, and we saw some experimentation, I think 100% in this series from them. This is a very different style of draft, like putting Morgan on the Silas here and trying to basically out-ult your way into these team fights. They had an early Drake lead, but they couldn't actually stand up to what was an unkillable composition here for DRX. And I think Fred Brion will continue to evolve. Another series I like to just highlight that Fred Brion are trying something different, and that's how you do change and grow as a team.
Yeah, I want to say as well that I really liked how Morgan played a lot of these early fights. I thought that the Silas worked out a lot better than I was expecting in the laning phase as well. Just really do need to recognize when a player that we have been critical on in the past has a decent game. But unfortunately, just the way DRX had set up their composition played so beautifully into their hands, right? And when a team fight comes together, it comes together in a big way in a comp like this, right? Because once you win that first one, the next ones get so much easier. This was an overextension, and ㅅ definitely got his value out of his ultimate.
Deft is still going to get a kill, you know, because he's just that good.
Yeah,
Onto a LeBlanc, by the way. That's the target he ends up hitting here.
This was a bit of a comedy.
Yeah.
I'll save you. Oh, God. Now I'll die too. Oh, God.
It was definitely not ideal, but Deft played this game so well with the tools he was given. And
yeah,
I mentioned it yesterday with Faker, but you know, on the other side here, Deft as well. The other oldest player, longest standing LCK player here is
the Mapo boys.
They're both just having such a huge resurgence this year. I think Deft more than Faker, because Faker wasn't bad by any means, but Deft is like really playing differently, and it all goes back to the interview where he said, like, maybe I was playing a little bit scared. I wish I was playing like this all along, because you can really feel the difference.
Yeah, you can. I think it's very similar, just with how we've seen things like Deft Jinx reach that pinnacle once again. Faker's LeBlanc reaches that pinnacle once again. So both of our two oldest players, both of our players that have crested the 2,000 kill mark, have been the ones to lock this one down, and a quadra kill to secure 2,000 for Deft.
It's just, it's such a great sign for the longevity of these players' careers. You know, how long you can actually max out from being a rookie to before you go to military.
I like how, like, look at the Zilean portrait. He's like, yes, run around and kill everyone. Well, I do 2,000 damage. It doesn't really matter what I do, but I make my Jinx fast and I profit. It's a beautiful thing. But what's not so good is the fact that, yeah, ㅅ didn't really do a whole lot. And as you can see, Umpty basically non-existent in that game, but it's been kind of the fate of our Viegos.
It's not a good comp for Viego to do well unless you snowball super hard. And I think there were a lot of other options they could have gone with instead of the Viego, and they weren't able to get any early damage done. Because it's an unkillable comp, you know? The comp that they drafted is so strong into Viego. So it's a hard time.
Yeah. It's like either you manage to get that snowball rolling and Viego looks like he's just eating through your opponents and it's just great, or it just does absolutely nothing. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw it over to the carpet space to see what they thought about the series.
Hello, everybody. It is me, Valdez, with, of course, Bad Boy Chronicler, once again here for the carpet space. We're going to break down game number 3. I thought it was a good culmination of what we had experienced through the first couple of games. What did you think, Chronicler?
Well, this draft was pretty stock standard right up until the end, where it became very, very cool. So going over some of the first parts, see things like the Corkin, the Vega, DRX really showing the respect towards Lava, who I think, especially with Umpty not having as great of a split, being the main force on ㅅ, who's able, together with the Light, to actually find proactive plays. And then the Lissandra counter pick we've seen with various success, quite like that. I think that the Gnar blind is a risk. Personally, I think something like a Gragas would have been better, but then with Gragas, of course, maybe they counter pick the Gnar, but I don't think he'd be as scared into Morgan specifically. But then the B5 Zilean is really cool because one, it doesn't really get punished by the Rakan. And secondly, obviously, Zilean skills insanely well, does all into the Viego, neutralizes the LeBlanc, and it's just all around a really good pick. And then you have the Sylas, which, as pointed out, while the laning matchup can be rough, was okay here, it has so much value in terms of ultimates. It can steal Lissandra, Gnar, Zilean, all high impact.
Yeah, it was pretty good, and you know, they were talking about trying to get ahead and stuff like that. I think that the Zilean looks amazing, especially when you do get ahead. It's just like,
good luck.
You speed up the Jinx, you speed up the Lissandra, you speed up the Lee Sin. Like, you're not really getting away from anybody, and that's going to feel really oppressive when you're behind. So the Zilean definitely one of those win more champions. As you were mentioning, it really depends on, like, you need a specific kind of draft, and you need to kind of know what your opponent is going to be drafting as well if you are going to pick up that Zilean. But what was cool to see here in game number 3, we're going to take a look at highlight number 1 and see one of these awesome plays that was set up by Zekton.
Because with a Zilean, the problem, of course, is that you will not have any engage normally. And I thought that Zeka did an exceptional job at something that I think a lot of our mid laners struggle with, which is be effectively the primary engage in a composition, right? Great use of the double stopwatch, which I know you feel very strongly about, Valdez.
Yes.
And he found multiple of those plays throughout the entirety of the game. And I think he was the biggest driving force and also enabled people like Deft on his Jinx, who is above 90%. We can all rest.
Yeah, feels pretty good for sure. Also hit 2,000 kills here in this very game on the dot. So finishes today with 2,000 kills. Congratulations to Deft once again. But yeah, the Lysandra, I'm really liking the pick, especially in some of these games where it can get really messy and it's like, I'm gonna press my button, go in, and my team has to follow me. It's like very obvious. We're just doing it. And we're gonna take a look at highlight number 2, or should I say perhaps lowlight number 1, as a very interesting play happened here in the top.
Yeah, there's no need to dive. Look at the rest of the map state. Look at the waves, right? Why are we diving this deep? We don't need to. Like, we can. Just because we can doesn't mean we should. And the reason why we picked this is because this was basically the only other fight that wasn't I guess it was a complete blowout, but a blowout for Fred Brion. And you also see some of the risk that you run with Zillion and Lysandra. Like, don't go for every play. Def was nowhere near that, but in the end, that didn't even matter. Not even.
Not even a little
Pretty
bit.
irrelevant.
They had enough of a lead to just go ahead and do that, and I mean, they were basically just doing that for the rest of the game. Even right after that play, they're like, oh, we just group up as 5 and I'll just speed boost Deft again, and we'll just win anyway.
They were still a good, I think, 3.5, 4.5k gold up after that play. So if you can throw away triple kill into an enemy Jhin and be completely fine, that's when you know that the game state is looking rough for the enemy team.
Yeah, it was looking pretty rough. I think it is some pretty good redemption for DRX after they did lose game number 2, and it was getting pretty sloppy, I have to say, over the course of this series, because for DRX, you know, we were expecting a lot from them after things have been going very, very well. Deft is really playing at one of his highest highs in his career, I think, nowadays, so that's very nice to see. Let's see who does pick up the player of the game, though, for this game specifically, as it will be Deft. 7-1-6 with a Zillion on his back.
Deft his Jinx, coming back after a very unfortunate 0-2 against Homa Life. Really also a composition drafted around him. He had great peel in the form of a Lysandra, and in addition to that, he had, as mentioned, the Zillion, right? So his positioning, as good as it always will be on the Jinx. I don't know why that one was in there, because that was honestly just the Zeka highlight, right? Like that, I don't know about that one, but every other part.
He auto-attacked and did big damage.
Oh, and he did. And again, like, it's his 2000th kill within the LCK, right? Like, this is a player that has had such an incredible impact on our league. And within this game, played a really clean game with Jinx. And honestly, the fact that besides Gumayushi, or Deft is the one that is looking like the best AD carry within the LCK right now in what is probably going to be his final year is just beautiful.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see. You know, age is truly not a limiting factor when it comes to League of Legends, as we can plainly see. As 10 out of 13, we did get 3 votes for Zeka, which we do enjoy. Maybe some more votes next time.
I think he deserved more.
That's okay. Sure. No other votes for anyone else. No Zillion votes. No, no 5-head Zillion votes where it's like, oh, he's really fast. I mean, he does the speed up thing, right? Like, maybe get a little bit of.
I think you get the same as the discount when you have a Yumi as well. Not really allowed to vote.
Yeah. Although some Yumis, I mean, they're pretty good.
You carry it.
Yeah, carry it.
Lehens.
And Peter. There was that one Peter game where I was like, should have voted for Peter, but nobody did. But I would have voted for Peter. Unfortunately, I don't have a vote anymore. Me and Atlas very sad about that. Just waiting on the interview here, guys. Looks like it should be ready in just a moment. And looks like it is ready right now. So I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by the POG from DRX, the bottom duo, Beryl and Deft. First off, congratulations, Deft, on picking up your 2000th kill here in the LCK, a very legendary milestone for a player. Well, you know, last match was another, you know, kind of a meaningful day for me, but we lost that day, so I'm happy that I was able to come back and pick up a win. And Bro, you had 100% kill participation in game 1 and 3, and this is your first POG interview. How do you feel? I didn't expect to win POG in game 1, so I want to say thank you. Why not? Your hooks were so on point. To be honest, I don't think it was about me playing well. It was just like landing well, you know? It's a little bit different. I guess Sphero was getting a bit more lucky today. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like, I was feeling a little bit lighter than usual, you know? A little bit more swift. But I thought that was a very, you know, bad sign, to be honest. But I guess it was something good for me in the end. Did you know that DRX has a special jinx? Not the champion jinx? You guys always kind of lost the 5 p.m. match and won all the 8 p.m. matches. Yeah, we always won the second one, you know, and everything we lost was happening on the 5 p.m. So yeah, we were actually aware of that. And today you broke that jinx. Deft, what does it mean to you? I mean, coaching staff told us like you guys are a little bit bad at the first match, so they actually made us play solo queue before the match. I guess that worked, maybe. So I think that's gonna become a tradition inside of DRX. I guess the solo queue also worked like a magic for DRX to break their jinx. I would like to slightly touch on the previous Hana Life Esports series. It was definitely a very unlucky loss. So what kind of point did you guys focus on in order to, you know, discuss and come back stronger? In that match, I think we were just like not focusing at all. Everyone was, we were like falling apart. So we just wanted to stay sharper and like focus up. And Bro, well, you started off game number 1 with 2 deaths, but you ended up just always hitting the max range hooks. So how are you able to stay so confident even though you had a rough start? Well, the laning phase was definitely difficult, but our comp, you know, looking at our comp, I had to play Nautilus. We just had that pick in our comp, and I told my teammates that I will always go in whenever I see the opening, and the rest of the players were so good at following up. In addition to that, you know, Deft, game number 1, laning phase was not easy down on the bottom lane. So how did you kind of manage to cope with the situation? I think the opponents, you know, had some good picks, and also Corki can outrange us. So we actually needed to come up with a really nice dive comp. So, which means we're not going to have priority down on the bottom lane. I think it just followed the theme of our picks and champion matchups. And Viral, these days, Nautilus is climbing up the tier list. This has now become a priority pick in the LCK. Why do you think so? I think he's really weak in lane, but in the late game, his ult, just one ult, can, you know, add so much pressure onto the opponents, and that's the biggest point. And in game number 3, we saw Zillion played by you. So could you tell us about the pick and how did you practice that one? Last year at Worlds, you know, against T1, you know, we kind of got punished by that pick. And also, we tried that out in scrims as well. So the results were okay, so we wanted to give it a go. And Deft, in game 3, you close out the game with 2,000 kill in the LCK with your signature pick Jinx. So it was finally led through in game 3. So how did you feel after looking at the whole draft? I mean, not because I just like that pick, it's also a really good pick right now. So I was happy that it was unlocked, but I got too excited during the laning phase. So yeah, that was some uh-oh. Yeah, so how did the laning phase go and what did you think of the matchups? So Zillion was my lane partner down on the bottom lane together with Jinx. But Zillion is not a strong lane pick, to be honest. So we just wanted to go 50-50, and then I got over aggressively playing, so yeah, I got punished back.
그리고 말씀해주신 것처럼 얼마 전에 데뷔
And just like you said, yeah, last time you had your 9th anniversary for your LCK debut. And also I heard your mom actually prepared some snacks and gifts for the fans. So any message over to all the fans and your family, your friends? 9 years, you know? I want to say thank you for all the fans and my family for supporting me throughout all the wins and losses, you know? I really appreciate all the continuous support, and I hope I can keep working hard in the future. Thank you. Your next opponent will be Genji, a team on the 2nd place. Girl, what's your thought on that matchup? Genji is on the 2nd place, but still, we will make sure to win that series after a really nice preparation. What about you, Deft? Genji. There's Doran and Jovi. And I don't want to lose to them, you know, it's gonna hurt me so bad. It's gonna hurt my ego, so I will try to secure a victory against them. And this will be the end of the interview from Burl Daft from DRX, and back to analyst Carpet Space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that awesome translation. As always, great to hear from Deft and Beryl, especially Deft with his 2,000 kills that he did pick up. As we're going to take a look at the standings here and see where we stand after this matchup.
DRX now in 3rd place, and honestly, based on what we've seen thus far, I think that it is something that they can hold on to. I do still insist that they need to clean up the mid-game a little bit. I think that their drafts vary from really good. I think the final game is a great example, but then also you have game number 1 that they won, but that's not going to take away the criticism that we had. And then of course, Pioshik, I think still needing to find his form. When it comes to Kingen, I think he's slowly climbing up. Not so much for his counterpart in form. And Brian, it's not that unexpected, considering the fact that this is the same roster.
Same roster, and still struggling a little bit here in spring, but we'll have to wait and see about that. But next matchup, guys, in about a half hour, we do have Live Sandbox up against Humalife Esports, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the 2nd matchup of the LCK tonight.
GS hasn't been able to get too many of those as Morgan.
Yeah, he's going down very, very low. He's trying to bait Dove in. And yeah, Dove is inside the cage now, trying to fight this one out. He does have a lot of extra statistics, and now Lava's just going to get turned on. Booped on the head, and he's just going to get taken down. This is the power of the Hull Breaker, everyone. Double kill for the Jays.
보다박 들어갑니다. 보다박 들어갑니다. 득. 득.
I think managed to do enough work there, but is going to go down very, very early as Onfleet going to dive on top of Fate, but he just explodes Teddy. Grabs that kill, but it's Samdi that locks down the Cinder as well. Elim at half health, but Keen's at full. He has his flash available. Can he be the hero? Teddy just swoops in him, obliterates him. The kickback now onto Dudu gets him out of this fight completely. Karis is dead once again.
Minutes in.
Yeah, they're going for it. Deft, half of the cooldown now on that Featherstorm. Charm connects, and he blows up Canyon! The Ari was worth it in the end, 45 minutes in.
Popped his res. He is ready to go back, teleport in, and in the game. Berto trying to survive here a little bit longer, but DRX have done it for the first time in nearly 2 years.
나 자리 좋아, 나 자리 좋아, 나 자리 좋아. 자리 먹는 거 나 볼게. 아, 볼게. 앞에.
He will have to give his life away. As you see, Guma picks up yet another one, 6-0-2. Carrier, he's not done yet. He picks up the hook after the flash. He really just, oh man.
오 어때? 야무져?
좋은데?
오, 그냥 캐리한데?
너무 캐리하다 이거.
And then maybe you see a Rascal layered on top. These are the ways this could work out. Arya's like desperately trying to poke.
You can see how they're trying to get this out as hold that thought. Aiming goes into the back line and down he goes. Bertle just going to sweep him up with the needles, and that's all they needed to do. Once the Callista's out, you're losing so much damage.
어차피 내가 발로 차줄게 이번에.
Who are these players? Where is Pioshik? face troubling times, there is one man that can show you the way.
I've been a fan of Korean esports for 10 years.
It's the Chronicler with a 1 instead of an I Challenges League co-stream on Twitch. Get to know all of the new faces you've been seeing in the LCK. Critics are saying,
I wasn't really familiar with any of these Challenger players, but then I found Chronicler's Challengers stream, and now I'm a big fan.
this is it, the greatest Twitch stream ever created.
Yeah, it's okay. It's good.
Hardened by ice and steel. One man, forged by flame and by blood. Heir to the mystic fire. This hero of old, our warrior poet. Do you have what it takes to watch this man? Let us rejoice in glory. Watch Chronicler on Twitch today.
Maybe get me a little bit of the soup.
Quality is bitch sometimes, but otherwise very much enjoy the content. Good stuff.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. chase you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love.
keep me awake. So for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above, from above, yeah. Give me all your love, give me all your love.
the bones of my trepidation. Let's shake the we survive. Oh, alive. I'll set you off.
to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here for our second series of the night. Harma Life Esports taking on Live Sandbox. This is well and truly a bottom-of-the-table clash, and there is a chance that either of these teams can be in dead last place. In Harma Life's case, they have to get a 0-2, and then they will be tied at the bottom with ㅣ2022.
I am very excited to see how Hanwha Life Esports perform because their series against DRX was the best I think they played all season. Karas looked very good, and yes, there's a little bit of a handicap in the bottoms lane, which we'll talk about a little bit later on.
Yeah.
But I do think that they come in as big favorites tonight, even though the standings make it seem like this could be a 3-game slugfest. I think Hanwha Life Esports definitely have the upper hand.
I think so too. Certainly coming off a big victory after upsetting DRX and stopping that win streak. We saw DRX get back on the horse in our previous match, but let's see whether Harma Life can keep things going on. Let's have a look at points of the match here as we hop into it. Clean 2-0 win. Will Harma Life do it again is kind of the question here. But as Wolf, as you mentioned, there have been a couple of changes. Samdi is unfortunately unable to play today. Due to sickness, as we've had plaguing LCK recently.
Much better this week, though.
Yeah, and Johnny will be subbing in for him. Of course, the Challenger 80 carry, and he's not too bad.
Yeah, no, he's one of the stronger 80 carries in Challengers. He's kind of nicknamed the Challengers Teddy because Teddy was obviously the strongest player on Kwangdong for a long time, but wasn't able to get those wins. Now Kwangdong is actually doing very well. So that's where the nickname comes from.
Of course, based more on his Jin Air time, I would assume.
And the, emergency call-up here is, I think it's the elephant in the room. We have to talk about it, but Samdi has also looked a little bit weaker as of late compared to his start. So It feels like if you're going to replace somebody, you'd rather lose your AD carry than Karis, for example, right? Who's been the most important part of the roster.
I agree.
Or on Fleek, right? Who's also been playing a lot better recently.
To do the same, right? I think that we're actually, like we saw at the beginning of the season, Sandy was sort of the only one that was performing, and his performance has kind of slipped. The rest of the team has been brought up around him. So I'm really glad you bring that up.
Yeah, it's Ice and him have met in Challengers before as well, so they have a little bit of a history themselves. And of course, the mid-jungle skirmish will determine the game. I think this is 100% going to be what defines this best of three. Closer versus Karis, and of course, Kroko versus On Fleek. These are the star players for both of these rosters clashing here. And it'll be very exciting to see how Karis plays this series differently from the last, right? He was very outspoken about his play last week. It was pretty shocking to see actually how much he loves talking about his own play, the game, the meta when he got interviewed for the solo PUG.
Yeah.
And I thought it was really refreshing to see that. And Closer, again, somewhat of a veteran of his own right in terms of what he was able to accomplish last year. He and Karis both kind of the backup bench players, right, for their mid laners, Genji and T1. And so now they actually face on the Rift. So it's a cool storyline.
It certainly is. It certainly is. But so it's a change up in what we experienced. Last time these two teams met with the fact that the AD carries are indeed different. And it has been a while since that clash did occur. Let's have a look at some of the stats here as KDA for Live Sandbox not looking so hot. But of course, this is bottom of the table. But first Herald percentage, the highest here for Harmalife Esports. Definitely prioritizing that early movement towards the top side.
Yeah, you can see there's a huge dichotomy, right? Their first Herald percentage is first, but their first Drake percentage is last. So they're always trying to get that early gold and put it into one of their, either the bot lane or often the top side of the map for Dudu. So I'm excited to see if Live Sandbox can kind of break through that early game or play around it, try to prioritize an early Drake, then meet Hanwha Esports there, play around some bot prio. I think that's something you can definitely do, especially when you have a substitute AD carry on the other side of the Rift. Play to your pre-existing synergy on the bottom side and try to get that push going, something like a Caitlyn or a Karma duo on the bottom side.
So in the first round robin, Harmalife were able to beat two teams. It was 2-0s, and it was Live Sandbox, and it was DRX. So this is going to be a tough test for Live Sandbox. They really need to get off on the right foot here as we really get into the second round robin. It's almost past time where you need to get those turnarounds happening. This is a team that does have the talent to do so. Dove, Kroko, Closer, Ice, and Kale will be back on the Rift again. There's some weird rumors about Envy playing. Don't know where they came from, but they were untrue, as it has been Ice for a very long time.
It has been for, the majority of the season now. He is the mainstay. Kroko, on the other hand, I want to talk about him just briefly because this was the rookie of 2021, and he has not lived up to it this season, I think in part due to the fact that his team is weaker, and sometimes the jungle does kind of highlight that. When he faces off against On Fleek here, I feel like On Fleek is playing way better than the very few opportunities he was given to play last year, and has really improved his game. And now the Hanwha Esports are playing around Karis a lot more. Look at how happy he looks as well on stage. I'm just glad to see Hanwha Esports level up.
Yeah, I like that Chani was making some serious eye contact with the camera as well. Already the best way to make an impression. I absolutely love it. And it was pretty ice-cold stare as well. Hopefully that is going to translate into focus on the Rift. And I love that you bring up On Fleek because he is like far and away the oldest outside. It's like him and Dove are the two youngs of both of these teams, but they have, far exceeded the years of a lot of their other players because, of course, this is a very young roster. Karis, extraordinarily young. Johnny's in Challenger, right? Like, he's an extraordinarily young player as well. So let's see how On Fleek is going to be able to steer his ship here this game. And Dove probably doesn't have the reins so much as he's on the top side of the map, but he is certainly going to be the older one, so might be able to give some direction to his team as well to get them back on track.
The solo kills here for Kroko is the standout. He has had a lot of extra pressure in the jungle, has been able to get a lot of solo kills, stopping side laning and stuff like that. That's not kills in role, it's not solo kills against the enemy jungler, just 1v1 kills. And notice that both of these players' kill participation is extremely high. It's because they're the key players for setting up fights, getting the early game leads that these teams try to operate around. First Drake, of course, not the priority here for Hanwha Esports. It's usually around that Rift Herald fight where they get their leads. And for Live Sandbox, it's not quite the opposite, but it isn't as polarizing, right? So I think Live Sandbox have a little bit of an opportunity here to actually try to play around what we've seen is a very clear pattern.
Yeah.
or the side of Honda Life.
No, I agree. I think the kill participation being highlighted for both of our teams as well really shows exactly why it is so important. Croco's sister and mom here to watch him play. Absolutely adorable. As we're going to zoom in on Fleek here now. Wonder if his parents or family members are in the audience as well. That would be
if they're
pretty
not,
cool.
they're definitely watching at home, you have to imagine.
I don't think that that's his mom.
I don't think so either. I don't think that's supposed to be his mom either.
I think that's a drawing of a clown.
Yeah, it says, "Oh, play Xin Zhao, I dare you."
What I read was burst it, Wolf. Very much like that. There was a Do Duo next to him for some reason. Or a Do Trio. I only saw 2 heads. There could have been a third out of sight, but I will always catch a Pokemon reference if someone throws one to me. Karis, bit of a zoom. I really like the extra flick that he's got in his hair. I feel like it's getting a bit unwieldy, but I'm a fan.
Yep. That's a very exciting matchup for me always is Closer versus Karis. You know, they're the mid laners of the Zeus and Birdalls of last year, right? They're the ones that sat behind veterans, weren't able to be the main players, and now they've split off into what are 2 bottom teams, but they haven't been able to really leverage their mark. I think most people thought Karis and Closer would actually end up performing way better than they have so far, and looks like they're slowly starting to come online, but it's a product of their teams not finding success more than their individual failures, I think, overall. But still, I'm looking forward to those big pop-up moments, and Karis had his last week against DRX.
No, he definitely did. And I think that it was Hum Alive looking like they were back on track. It was also a bit of dropping the ball on DRX's part. Some of their drafts were really odd that day. It was just a strange day, to be perfectly real. So I want to see Hanwha Life show us that it wasn't DRX being off. It was just Hanwha figuring themselves out, getting themselves together. And I think that they definitely have the avenues to do so. It's a bit of a, disappointing sign that Johnny's there towards the bottom side instead of Samdi, who does have, a few more accolades behind him. But Johnny, not bad by any means. And of course, Samdi was not the crux of this team necessarily.
No. Saw a fan sign that was a pun on Chunny's solo queue ID, which basically is a Korean, shortened version of saying, how could Chunny lose as AD carry? And the fan actually kind of had his solo queue ID there on the sign. So he's already got supporters here in the crowd. People have been looking forward to his LCK debut. And I think having the confidence of him looking straight to the camera, as you point out in the walkouts, things like that means we can at least rely on the fact that he doesn't seem like he's going to choke on stage tonight in what is a very important best of 3 for Hanwha Life.
Well, we can see that the draft is now starting up. Let's see who's going to be able to take it. As Lift Sandbox on the blue side, definitely going to be a slight edge, especially when it comes to being able to target these bands and grabbing that first pick opportunity. I think it'll be a different priority system here for this particular series as opposed to our one prior. Still, right now, the Zeri, permanently banned, just not going to see her. Just doesn't seem to be a thing.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad sometimes because I think there are some weaknesses for the Zeri, and she's a very fun champ to cast and figure out, but just kind of permabanned.
Yeah, we saw a lot of... I appreciated the fact that her first week, we saw a lot of experimentation.
Yeah.
And she won, she lost, and then teams were like, nah, let's just not deal with it.
The Graves ban here is really interesting towards the top side of the map, not letting Dudu have that one to play around Hullbreaker, which has been very strong. It seemed like that might become a mainstay and very high priority in the LCK early last week, and then it fell off a lot. We actually aren't seeing it as much, but it is targeted here by Live Sandbox along with the Xin Zhao. Really just taking away some of these strong picks for Dudu and on Fleek early on. The Gwen also removed, and then Rise taken away. Twisted Fate is open here for Closer.
Yeah, and every 80 carry is up as well. But Lee Sin remains in very high priority. I think it's a dangerous pickup, though, as there is a lot that you can... I can't... All right.
Well,
okay.
Diaphelios is open here.
It is Johnny's highest win rate champion.
Yeah. And it's a strong champion, obviously, around comps that you can build for it. The Jinx is open, but it's not always an open and shut case in that regard. I'd love to see Twisted Fate here for Karis because he defined, and it could still happen here with the Hecarim pick, he defined that win against DRX with his Rise and his Realm Warps and aggressive plays around the bottom side, and I think Twisted Fate could be used very similarly here in a Hecarim draft. You can see he's sitting at 0 and 3 right now, and we haven't figured it out yet in the LCK, but it's still very popular. Hovered a lot, banned a lot.
Yeah. Well, Tom Kench going to be locked away here. I'd expect something like a Jinx to be paired alongside it. Yep, there it is. And we're straight out of the meta handbook.
Yeah,
Love
surprise.
that. Yeah, you saw Joker with like with his notebook out. He's like, it's actually just a photocopy of a tier list.
Yeah, it's like tiermaker.net. Like
yeah. It's just in his notebook, and he's like, oh, okay, and now they picked Aphelios, and this is the lane. Okay, cool.
And then on Hanwha Life Esports, like, yes, it does seem like the Thresh would be the next one in line.
I think Karma would be better. I mean, we have seen Tom Kench picked into Karma a lot, so I guess here in the LCK, we don't mind it as much as
I like the Leona a lot more.
Going to be a choice instead. I don't mind it.
And it looks like Twisted Fate is just not going to make it through this series, at least from what we've seen so far here. I think Hanwha Life Esports could be waiting a little bit to see if something like an Akali comes out and helps shut that one down, use it as a response. But otherwise, doesn't seem like Tempo and early game Destiny Gate is the name of Hanwha Life Esports' game, as they will ban the Tryndamere away since the Graves was banned. You know, these two usually follow each other. The Gwen's already removed, so there's not a lot of great side laning options now left available here in our meta pool of top laners.
I'm feeling like it might be a Gnar situation that's going to come out, but TF going to be removed first. I wouldn't mind it if like Live Sandbox try and bait a Gnar top and then just Lee Sin it and Croco picks something crazy in the jungle. That would be fun.
Yeah. Gragas also could be the champion of choice here for Hanwha Life Esports if you want to put the focus towards the bottom side of the map, but I think that's a risky call here. The Twisted Fate is removed, so those possibilities of the Hecarim Twisted Fate shenanigans, regardless of top laner, are now just moot. There is no roaming mid laner they're going to choose, unless they wanted to go Galio Camille to close out the draft. Don't think that's going to happen.
Well, there's the Syndra that you were calling for a lot in our last series. Finally going to be banned here against Karis.
And there's the Akali that banned the Twisted Fate, and he'll say, well, I'll take my opportunity.
Yeah, locked away. What is the response, though? Live Sandbox need to round out their comp. We'll find out exactly where the Lee Sin is going, but we're expecting a couple of solo lane picks here into the... Like, Akali is less amazing in this position because I like it being picked alongside the Lee Sin because Lee Sin just has a great time tempesting when she goes into her shroud, things like that.
The B4 Corki is always the scariest one. It's always the one that creeps up on you. But it's a switch to the Sylas, which I do like in terms of where this draft is going, and it's going to speed up the pace of this game quite a bit. Still very much a flex pick. We'll see what that second solo lane pick is first before we draw any conclusions here.
Yep, has so much mobility.
There's the Gnar.
Is going to be ridiculous.
You get both. You say, oh, I'm going to take the Gnar, and you can't Sylas counterpick it because we've already got that one too.
Exactly. And now the Sylas is going to have perfect execution and, of course, the Onslaught of Shadows to line up. Aurelia going to be locked in here for Dudu or Karis. I'd love it to be the mid lane pick, just because then you're playing Aurelia into closer. Like, if there is ever a more Chad move than that, I don't know what it is.
I think it's going to be on the top side of the map here, though, to pull
it's the
further.
classic into the Gnar situation.
Yeah, you pull further away from the enemy Sylas here, can actually utilize the Aurelia ult very well with Hijack, too. And then you're able to have kill pressure with the Hecarim on the top side of the map. And also, Akali into Sylas in the early game isn't as frustrating as a lot of other control mage matchups you'd face or ranged matchups where Akali just isn't able to fight back in the early parts. She will be able to, you know, weather the storm against Sylas a lot easier. And as you mentioned earlier, against the Lee Sin, as Akali, you feel pretty good about your chances of surviving any gank opportunities. For that reason, I think that, you know, Hanwha Life Esports have a really solid draft here in terms of how they play out the laning phase, but team fights here for Live Sandbox, the late game Jinx, the Sylas and Gnar engage, Kick disengages, Tom Kench, they've got it all.
Yeah, I think Ice is going to be cruising in this particular game. Can just position how he wants to. Devour's always going to be there. Everybody else is going to be able to take care of themselves. But this is a fun composition, right? This is a triple threat. This has, you know, the Horse and the Leona there to make sure that they can cause a ruckus, get that CC down, and then your execution onto targets is going to be very, very difficult. But I think a lot of this is going to come down to how well these two teams play in the skirmishes in this early stage of the game. And I'm really hoping that we see a Hecarim actually do something.
Yeah.
As it's going to be a phase rush once again, so On Fleet going to be going for the Chem Tank build, as Chronicler pointed out, on the Analyst Carpet space.
Yeah, no, Conqueror, no Trinity Force.
Yeah.
No fun allowed. It's just more of this Hecarim.
You see the phase rush, it goes from like a wings icon to a tier icon, in my opinion.
Kind of just feels like, you know, it's a homage to the Udyr phase rush, which was popular with the Hecarim last year. It's just a little bit of a throwback, you know. Remember that meta? We're all like, ooh, yeah, most people didn't like that. I liked the Udyr meta. I thought it was very fun.
I did too. I enjoyed it. I also really liked it when it was Udyr chasing after Nidalee around a Dragon Pit.
Yes, that was
by far the greatest of times. Good old Peanut and Pyoshik playing with one another. Adorable. Okay, here we are. Just 5-point defense system for both of our teams.
Yeah, very stock standard. Nothing to really break down here in terms of the lineups. Rune's pretty standard across the board here too.
Yep.
And
it is the Conqueror on the Aphelios. So slightly different, a little bit more battle ready as the battle does go on. Not the press the attack, but just the big damages.
I like that because you're going to be dealing with the Gnar and the Silas up in your face, and it is going to be...
Yeah, it's a really low-range comp outside of the Jinx.
Exactly. And you're kind of trying to initiate these fights too as Hanalife Esports a lot of time onto the back line, and if you get turned onto the okay, hold that thought. Dudu
going to go in. Does manage to stack up this fervor, and Dove taken to about 50%. Like it a lot. It's a good start here for Dudu, and we know that Aurelia does have a good time in this matchup, theoretically, although she hasn't in our more recent games. Canna falling as the Aurelia in the matchup, as gets the flash so early here. Dudu.
This is
I love this. This guy's had, like, he's just getting so much better.
He really is. And this is also one of those moments where you can experience Gap role swapping Dove quite a bit, right? This is a matchup that Dove knows how to play. He's played in solo queue, but he hasn't played it in a pro game yet. And this is when you face off against improved Dudu, and he will look to skill check you. He will check to see if you can flash that stun. And, you know, or if you can sidestep it and save your flash, because in this case, Dove absolutely did not. He showed too much respect and flashed away. So now he's flashless. Next time that stun hits when On Fleek's up there, you're dead. And this becomes the orange buff situation here on the top side of the map. So very valuable flash takeaway.
Oh, it's really nicely done. Closer does find a bit of a Kingslayer here onto Karis, but you can scuffle a little bit earlier as the Akali. You illustrated this in the draft, and Karis is going to be able to go toe-to-toe and keep up in the farm. As you can see, stacked wave, and Karis will be able to even this one out very nicely. So I think it'll be a mid-game plan to a late-game plan here for Live Sandbox. Their team fighting is going to be very strong. They have access to so many fantastic ultimates and things like that. As a bit of a fight has broken out here on Fleek, trying to get over this wall, but he's looking for Closer instead. He may as well just find something, as Blastcone is going to bring Closer back towards his mid lane, and Croco seeing whether or not he wants to take this Rift Scuttle fight or not, as Karis still looking for a little bit more here. Finds the Empowered Auto, backflip, connects as well as they go for another battle. This is just non-stop skirmishing as they get the flash out of Closer to try and get out of the way. But Dove, max health, and Dudu just left on his lonesome. Oh dear, Hanalife Esports leaving their top laner out to dry.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate for the start they had, right? Dove lost Flash, and yet they're the ones who dominate this fight in the early part of Gnar, right? And with its Aurelia available here, you had the Prio mid, and you still end up losing your Aurelia. Now, luckily for Dudu, has teleport and can get back to lane and will be able to clear up this wave. But all of that pressure we were talking about, all of the great trade, the flash steal away, the threat of the kill, is just negated because Croco babysits the top lane, makes sure that kill pressure doesn't go off, and then they punish On Fleek and crew staying way too late. Dudu actually gets punished the most, which is the saddest because he's like, no, I wanted you guys to come up here and see what's up. It's not my fault. But at the end of the day, huge win here for Live Sandbox, and this lane is now, it's not like over, it's not a disaster, but you lost a lot of the power that you had in this matchup before.
Yeah, he's just got to work his way back up there. And of course, Aurelia doesn't hit her stride until, you know, a little bit in, and Dove, before he gets his first item, things like that, is still going to have to absolutely respect Dudu here, who doesn't get, oh, he manages to get 3 seconds. Didn't get the CS.
Yeah, I didn't get the CS. It was a weird looking interaction there, but still gets to keep his Q. Gets in there.
Yeah, and look, it's hard to really evaluate exactly how this is going to go in the later stages of the game, because Akali and Aurelia, like, sometimes you can just pop off, right? And you you find the Vanguard's edge, you get all of those resets, and Dudu's having a great time. Same with the perfect execution. But if the execution isn't super great, then you can have moments like this, right?
Closers handles this so perfectly. He does have to flash, but that opens up this entire fight as Dudu then flashes. And he's left out to dry, as you mentioned. There's no way for him to get away here, and he has to flash, so is now also flashless.
Yep.
Oh, and then Mega Gnar comes in. This is terrible.
OnFleek is going to turn up. Is it all a cunning ruse? Is the question. The answer is no. As Dove is going to still play respectfully. I like that. He'll pick up this wave in a very good spot as Dudu does shove that one up. So
if the Gnar didn't have Mega at that moment and he was able to trade aggressively, maybe set up for OnFleek there, he hits level 6. There's a whole world of possibilities.
Oh no. Jonas Strong gives us a bit of a zoom.
Yeah. Remember, if he didn't die there, would have been in lane longer, would have had that kill pressure, would have been able to put this, would have had this exact scenario happen faster. As we're taking a look at Chunny's champions here, you mentioned his highest win rate on the Aphelios. I think the big standout for Chunny is that he's a strong player on a team that's very few wins. As Chronicler actually gave us his insights on the team.
Yep, you can, of course, check out Chronicler's Challenger co-stream as well if you have any more questions about these players. Damn, that is a win rate. We didn't even get to read it out, so I hope you guys read it, because we didn't have very much time. We needed to get into Akali wins this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, basically saying that he's a really standout player. It's a product of, his win rate is a product of his team actually not doing as well as his individual skill. Kind of, you know, it's just hard to see how good he is in those numbers because his team isn't as good as he is basically what it says, if I remember correctly from when he gave it to us earlier. And see how he does so far. He's laning very well in the bottom side of the map, has a 20 CS lead, even though there has not been any action down there whatsoever. The Tom Kench just kind of eaten some abuse.
Yeah, it just seems to be a little bit business as usual, as you can see. Bit of a gather around that Dragon Pit as Closer picks up some perfect execution. See whether he can actually utilize that effectively, as it looks like Life Esports will be able to comfortably take this straight. Croco comes in a little bit late as Vista looking to start a fight. Kale down relatively low as we've got a white gun here for Johnny. He's doing a lot of work. The onslaught of shadows is massive as the Lee Sin goes down now. Closer looking for the backline, does find one as he locks him down, but it's going to be answered immediately, and just the Leona into giving Johnny a kill is bad news bears if you're a Live Sandbox fan.
Very much a hard force for Live Sandbox, and all of the lead they got after that top exchange is now washed away. And looking for that long-range engage coming in as Closer, as the fight is already lost. Yes, you do secure 1 kill for your teammate, but you give 2 to the Aphelios. You're basically donating your life here. Could have just disengaged and given over less money, because it's not a trade-up with these 2 compositions. By the time the engage comes through for Live Sandbox, the Drake is already done. And the turn here is so beautiful for OnFleek. Oh, you guys are trying to retreat through a choke point against Hecarim? And you can see the power of this horse finally in this game around early skirmishes.
Yeah, exactly right. It's exactly how you have to use him, and I absolutely love it here from OnFleek, playing very well so far. Now, still hiding in the brush. As Vista's going to walk on over. Kale there just helping out. And Vista down to 50%. Abyssal Dive comes in as Karis. Yeah, he's got a Shroud. So that wasn't going to be happening. And Croco turns up. He's a little bit late to this party.
So Ice has to stay bottom side with the push that Chunny has down there. There's no threat onto the Aphelios. He could just push hard. So if he is left alone, it doesn't matter what happens on the Rift Tower. He's going to get at least 2 plates himself. So now Live Sandbox a little bit on a timer here to actually set up for this Rift Herald fight. Dove has his Narbar. It's the go time. And Chunny actually just pushes the wave in, and he's coming up. Life Esports are going to force this longer fight.
Yeah, Live Sandbox, they have won a fight around here in the past, but Dove doesn't have a lot of Narbar remaining. Life Esports are going to wait it out. As Karis tidies up this wave, Johnny moves on over with red and white guns. Pretty nice ones as well for fighting in that river. As Dudu, he's going to be careful. Just tidies up the wave. OnFleek canters his way towards Croco here, helicoptering around. Nice little stun there onto Dove as Dudu could have bitten off more than he could chew, but
They need to be
a Sonic Wave.
They need to do this faster, you know? They're like trying to get a pick, but also start a Rift Herald, but also not starting the Rift Herald, and also Jinx is getting plates bottom side. Like, you took Chunny out of the lane to make this fight happen. It's almost like Honor Life Esports wants to win a team fight more than they want to get the Herald. If they retreat, take the Herald at least, because now Jinx has gotten the 2 plates that equalize what the Herald's going to do. They're all going into her, so she picks up even more gold than she would have gotten if it was her and Kale. So this is a huge win for Live Sandbox before the Rift Herald even goes down for Honor Life Esports. I think Honor Life Esports should have been more willing to actually pull the trigger on that Herald and zone out Live Sandbox instead of chasing there on the top side. They had Vanguards, it was an opportunity to kill the Gnar, but didn't need to force that hard.
That was a little bit, I guess, greedy, you could say. But still, they managed to get the Herald, like you were talking about, collect that one up. They don't miss out on too much because there was a cannon wave there towards the bottom side as well, so Johnny gets back, probably managed to grab that one, and does have his Gale Force in time. 16 CS in the lead as well, so as you can see, it doesn't really equate to too much of a loss.
Yeah, it's just the plate gold that goes over to the Jinx more than Chunny's losing money on his own. But, you know, you committed that Aphelios instead of holding the Jinx down, and Jinx wouldn't have gotten those if you had just, you know, committed harder. Either way, at the end of the day, it's nice for Live Sandbox that they have the consolation prize of the 2 plates here, despite losing the Herald. Love the Oblivion Orb route here for Karis to limit some of the power of the Sylas. Really easy to proc that on the Akali non-stop.
Yep. Good old Kingslayer Denial.
Yep.
A thing forever. That ability has just been nerfed so many times.
I mean, it's pretty broken.
Yeah.
Or it was even more broken
It was definitely way more broken to begin with. But the backflip to be used into the Sylas as well. As you can see, Karis using it pretty expertly there to disengage. Works quite nicely.
Yeah, he's looking really good in this. The Akali was such a great pick here after the Twisted Fate ban. You know, I called it out in the draft as one of the ones you might wait for on the other side before you lock in the Twisted Fate. But as soon as the ban came through, they locked it in, put him up against the Sylas here. And, you know, if the top side had gone better, just hold that thought. There's a Gravitum.
Gravitum comes in. There's a Moonlight Vigil as well. And Johnny's flexing his muscles here on the bottom side. Maybe we're going to request that he stays. Maybe Sandee's actually fine. It was just a legit sub. That's actually not the truth, ladies and gentlemen. However, still, he's playing very, very well. I love the aggression. And he's 20 CS in the lead, grabs himself some plates as well as Croco moves on over. Ooh, the back just comes through. And man, it's a bit of a tale of Croco being a little bit late.
Yeah, it has been a little bit of that so far in this game. And, you know, the play that we saw there on the bottom side of the Gravitum works out so well to get more... Dudu?
Nice little wallop, but Dudu just... He was the one going aggressive, Dove just going for a disengage, and you can throw out the ult whenever you'd like to. They're coming on over with some perfect execution. It is going to be the Drake secured by Croco, but now Honor Life Esports, can they find themselves the team fight? The answer is at least a kill onto the mid lane as Karis just dives right in. Croco trying to get out. Ice is absolutely dead, and that was not the voyage that you wanted to take.
Meanwhile,
oh my goodness, yeah, meanwhile here on the top side of the map, Dudu's fighting it out against Dove and finds it with a W. I love that.
Oh man, this game is just off the rails now for Honor Life Esports. You make the kill play bottom side, get those plates for Chunny, you have the Rift Herald value coming through big, then you turn your focus to the Drake, and yes, you're not able to get the Drake, but you still win the team fight follow-up so well. Look at this. 5 for 6 assists for On Fleek. By far the most successful Hecarim we've seen in the LCK so far in his 4th game finally, because he is there for every single fight, and his turns have been so good. And in skirmishes like this in the early game, when the Jinx has no cleanse, has no recourse here, the way that you play this is so, I mean, you're so high mobility as Honor Life Esports. You can chase, you can engage from far away, and Live Sandbox here was very greedy to try to look for this Drake without proper setup. They get punished so hard, they're locked in here.
And also, like, the AoE fear in a choke point as well, absolutely amazing. Let's watch Dudu's pro view here as he takes on the Gnar. Vanguard's edge comes through, and man, this matchup looks way worse in this game than it did last time I saw it.
It's also, you know, with a early death on Dudu on the Aurelia too, where, you know, he was put a little bit more on the back foot. He started off great and is able to turn it around so fast. And that's just kind of how this matchup goes if you play it right. He Vanguard's edge the hop. So, you know, as Dove, if you're able to use it a little bit earlier, maybe you get away, but Dudu punished. As that one doesn't connect the stun, but he's going for it.
Yeah, looking for another one. As Dove does have the ulti back again, because of course it's Mega Gnar again. You always just have the ult, just forever. But that's a damn, that is a lot of plate gold.
Yeah.
Life Esports definitely rated IKEA today.
The two
taking home a lot.
The two that Ice got on the bottom side of the map, you know, not amounting to as much because of these one team fights and the follow-up plates that went down. Dudu has this early Rune King, and he is ready to just crash into Dove on cooldown as here comes On Fleek.
Yep, and just taking the 2v2, he does get kicked out, but there
should be
is
a
an
turret.
onslaught of shadows available. Johnny's going to move in here. The red-white guns are down. He is going to give up the the ruse as Dove. Yeah, he gets the hop, but Dudu has so much gap close. Actually manages to land the stun. I don't think he was expecting that. He's like, what?
We mentioned
it doesn't go for it.
We mentioned it in the draft how Life Esports have such great lane control. They have all the matchups they want. You know, bottom one, not one that is necessarily won for free, but they played it better. They got a lead down there. And now they got a whole turret bottom side with the Rift Herald that crashes. They instantly turn their focus to top side where they have strong side with the Aurelia. Dive on the Gnar, force Dove out, grab a second turret. So 2 turrets in the early game. They're getting all the gold. I mean, 5,000 gold to lead at 16 minutes. In a game like this is exactly where you want to be. Team fighting later on is going to get a lot tougher against Live Sandbox's comp. They have a really good engage. They have nice front to back. But Life Esports are getting these carries online. The Aurelia's fed, the Akali's extremely fed, and the Aphelios is super ahead. So these are the champions you want to have the gold, and all 3 of them just have a massive lead.
And this is actually fantastic for Hanwha as well, because like we said, that they're going to thrive in the chaos. And now you have to take give equal respect to the Akali, the Aurelia, and the Aphelios. And they just don't have enough to lock down all of them, right? And also, if they go for someone, there's one Devour, and then that's probably going to be used on Ice. Closer's tried to be a hero multiple times. It was overextensions in the end as Vista's going to come on through. Look to protect his Akali. Closer and Croco together. Not really going to get too much done here as the backflip connected. Karis dives on forward once again. Perfect execution will allow Vista to lock down that kill as the chains are going to miss. And Closer does have one remaining Q available as the Super Mega Death Rocket will secure the kill onto the Leona. Atlas can't speak, but Closer can definitely grab some kills here with the help of his team.
Sonny does have ult, but he's not alone.
Oh, there's a horse. He's going to turn up, and there is the ulti. Johnny not going to be a guy that looks at explosions because he's pretty cool.
Yep. He's got a Gale Force. He just Gale Forces away, tosses out his Moonlight Vigil, and it just explodes behind him as a wild Hecarim just runs out of the jungle to sweep up the kill. Jinx in this moment, you know, was the target here. This is going to be a mid-turret going down here. So even though Life Esports lost out in the longer fight there on the bottom side and Karis did get taken out his first death of the game, he pulled enough aggro away from this fragile turret that's low, goes down, On Fleek punishes. On Fleek now 6 of the 8. Like, he's been involved in almost every single one of these critical skirmishes. Now, setting up for this Drake fight, he's got his ultimate.
Yeah, but they haven't got a whole lot of vision. I mean, the amount of clearing done by Live Sandbox is pretty mediocre because there's that ward just chilling there. But it looks like Clouds are not really what Live Esports are interested in. But they did have a big enough gold lead in order for this to be a bounty that Live Sandbox pick up. So that is certainly good news for them. A couple of items now completed onto Closer as well, who has put together his Zonya's going to be very important if he plans on going as deep as he has been in these fights. Also gives Kayle the ability to get over there and actually get the Devour off, theoretically.
So Croco dodges the Solar Flare by walking up, which I thought was really cool, but unfortunately is just instantly blown up by the Akali that's super fed at this stage. And yet, it's really well handled here by Closer. And the follow-up here after being eaten by the Kench is good. Meanwhile, in live, we got something a little bit more important going on.
Yep, bit of a fight on the in the bottom jungle. However, we are going to continue watching this, as we're going to watch the cool guy not look at the explosion.
Yeah.
Horse comes in, and Moonlight Vigil, and just walks away. Don't need to pay attention to those guys.
I just watched the live. Does it look like there was going to be a big fight, but the Rift Herald just dropped on Fleek.
Yeah, Closer, nowhere near this, so it should be the charge, but they're not going to commit to anything more. Ooh, that shuriken pretty close, but I don't think the backflip was going to be committed to.
They forced everybody to come down here except for Closer, and Closer actually just wasn't afraid. Didn't have teleport, but they waited it out. It looked like for a moment, because Closer wasn't there, that Life Esports were going to go for the 5v4 dive under the turret, but they're not that ahead in this game. They do think better of it. Just drop the Rift Herald down to guarantee that it is going to get at least one charge, but they're not able to secure the turret.
It's a lot of vision control invested in Life Esports on the bottom side of the map.
And unfortunately, somewhat ill-timed because they do lose the Drake right before this, and all this vision now isn't going to matter for objective control. It is great for setting up pushes to get that inner turret gold, but it isn't going to be extremely valuable at this moment in time.
Yep. Of course, yeah, it does give ̅2022 the ability to be down there and be okay with it. He's now going to be going back. 50 CS advantage here for the Aurelia, as ̅2022 likely to be completing his Trinity Force relatively soon. See how long that is going to take. Ooh, maybe not. We'll see. Might be the slightly different variant, a little bit more of that tanky option.
Yeah, the you know, good old Gore Drinker is just always everywhere, isn't it?
Yep. I can't get it out of my head that Aurelia can build anything other than a Trinity Force.
Yeah, it feels weird sometimes. We did see, you know, the Divine Sunderer for a little bit. And then when Divine Sunderer was like king, that's when it really fell off in Korea, so we didn't see it for like too long. And I just like the Ruin King start here for ̅2022, as he can, you know, really punish the Gnar, as we saw extremely well on the top side of the map. As all of that vision control that was set up here on the bottom side is now finally starting to be cleared away here. Good job from Live Sandbox to remove some of that so they can actually start to put a threat on this bottom side Aurelia.
Yep, and Soul Point on the table here for Live Sandbox as well. It is a Cloud Soul as well, the most important soul that you can possibly get in the entirety of
no question
ever. Yep, even when it was worth 1,000 gold, things like that, you know, back in the day, I'd take this one any day of the week. Just so good.
Well, we're getting to a point in this game where Live Sandbox, if they have the right 5v5 fight, they can engage properly with their 2-item jinx, you know, the rapid fire cannon, help get that first kill onto anybody who gets low here when the engage comes through. It can be quite nice. And they can also start to use this Gnar bar as a turn. Speaking of Gnar.
Yeah. Rocker and Dove here trying to defend. They do have Kale, who does have Devourer available, but there's a lot of Harma Life Esports members down here, so they're going to guarantee this inner turret. A bit of extra gold. Going to further advance their lead. 5,000 approximately, the advantage that they have right now. As ̅2022 was trying to split here on the top side of the map, looks like an answer will be coming in the form of Karis.
It's really cool how many times Live Sandbox have not only shut down these bottom pushes towards the turret, but then have been able to get something else on the cross map. Now this time the turret does fall down, but if they can actually grab this one or put it low, they'll have an opportunity later, and that's going to be objective bounty coming through. They're even grouping for it as well, and it's on the opposite side of this Soul Point fight, so Hanwha Life Esports have to make the tough call, like how much do we want to commit to try to chase this Sylas? What if we get out-rotated, then they get the Drake Prio? So Live Sandbox from behind, playing a really good macro game here. Their team fighting, though, needs to be as equally good, if not better, if they want to have a chance to come back here and secure this Soul Point.
Yeah. 25 seconds, though, and all of that vision has been replaced by Hanwha Life Esports, so being able to have so much forward vision deep in the enemy jungle is certainly going to be good in order to get themselves towards a challenging position when it comes to this next Cloud Drake.
10 seconds.
Able to get a big shove in this mid lane as well.
10 seconds to go. It looks like Live Sandbox are just going to let the Drakes go 2 for 2. They want to instead really put their efforts into grabbing some of this bounty on the top side of the map, but because Hanwha Life Esports have so much vision, and with those control wards you mentioned that were replaced, they can identify Live Sandbox are not coming for Drake. They're not even close to it, so let's just go up and defend the top turret and look for a fight up there.
Yeah.
̅2022 has teleports, so they can actually long-distance engage, get an Aurelia flank angle.
And that's what happens when you have so much vision as well. You know that there's no one coming, so he may as well just chill out there. On fleek, going to find that there are 3 people waiting in this brush. Live Sandbox certainly committing to trying to take down this turret. They will be able to do so, but it is just an outer, and it is just their first of the game as well. Yes, it's a bounty, but they might trade it for a little bit more than they want to give up right now, as the backs are going to come through, and the control of the map will remain in the hands of Live Sandbox.
Exactly, because now resources have to be given to take ̅2022 off of the map, and when they do, that means Baron Vision goes over to Hanwha Life Esports, and we've just kind of flipped the map upside down the same way the Hourglass for Hanwha Life Esports turns, and they still get control now oppositely on the map. And the Sandbox do pick up the bounty gold, but as you mentioned, it's still not a ton yet. The gap is still very wide. You need more than that, and securing Soul Point would have been ideal, but they just didn't have the vision to make it happen. And their composition can scale up very well later on, so it's not a must-win now, you know, but it is starting to become worrying, because if you never get vision control, then you won't ever get that 5v5 fight.
Yeah, and I think that Hanwha Life Esports, if you can make the map really dark, do have a comp that plays very, very well around it.
100%.
So I really like what they've created for themselves so far. Baron available, but vision also there.
Some stopwatches here, by the way, just to point out real quick.
Yep, let's do a clock
check. Got to do the Valdez check. We do have the double stopwatch, the Akali, the Aphelios, very survivable here. They can force a fight deep. And on the side of Live Sandbox, of course, they do have that Zhonya's that Closer built earlier. Hasn't been able to get value out of it just yet. But it's really hard to fight Hanwha Life Esports right now because the vision, like you said, is a problem against these assassins, right? The Akali that can get into the back line, Dudu who can engage with a Vanguard's edge at a flank angle that can hit several people, and then you're trapped in there. And the Aphelios ult goes off. It's a nightmare. And to win this back, you need to 1-3-1 as Live Sandbox, but you're too far behind to do that. You've got a Gnar. You know, it's...
And also, you're checking Baron with Super Mega Death Rockets, things like that.
Yeah.
That's a sign that things are a little bit rough. They do have Ascrias available for themselves if they would like to use it. That is going to be the last of their vision collection. Hanwha Life Esports have transitioned all of that vision here towards the top side of the map. Kale thrown down a cheeky little ward, spotted by a couple of control wards as he's going to clear the safest one first.
Nose Closer stole the Hecarim ult. We're hoping for some sort of turn on a fight potentially, but as Hijack is timing away, he decides to ult a minion wave, and that one's coming, but the cooldown for that one's coming back fairly soon, but you need to get Dudu's ult, I think, in this upcoming fight. Maybe the Aurelia ult, or excuse me, the Leona ult could be a good option too. The Aurelia
yeah, Solar Flare can work.
The Aurelia ult's the best one, but the Solar Flare can be another option if you can't find that angle or if you don't have vision of the Aurelia to steal it. If you can start a fight off that way, then follow up with the Gnar ultimate. There are ways that Live Sandbox win this game. Don't get me wrong. It's just so hard when you're blind. Speaking of blind.
Yep, Dudu going to get smashed back, and that is Chain CC. A boulder hurled towards the Akali, and Hanwha Life Esports immediately going to be spotted on the Baron because that is the set play. Try and draw them to the other side of the map and then take the Baron.
And yeah, it's not a cross-map opportunity here for Hanwha Life Esports on Baron because the double teleports of the players getting the kill bottom side are available. They can just teleport right back over to the Baron and stop you in your tracks.
Well, Super Mega Death Rocket flies on through yet again. Dove is going to see to this minion wave. One teleport was used. They do manage to get that. 20 seconds on Dudu. He has TP up as well. Hanwha can theoretically start this Baron, move on over and take it as Croco looking for Johnny. There's the flash, but he goes golden. Absolutely love the play, but it's not going to be nearly enough to save his life as Karis. He's going to go into his stopwatch as well, but he's in amongst 5 people. Perfect execution comes down on Fleek, just trying to disengage. But Hanwha Life Esports, they just lose one after one.
The other. Yeah, this is the one by one. You lose these pieces. You can't 5v5 team fight against a team that's so good at turning and will have control over this Baron pit. And it's 2 picks that actually lead to Live Sandbox's path back into this game. It's not the 5v5 team fight that we've been talking about so much. It's just punishing of overextensions in the mid lane this time for Chunny. Also loses his stopwatch, a tool he will not have for the rest of this game now. So it's twofold important. 1,000 gold going over to Closer on this Silas is massive money.
Yeah.
You know, that you should just not be giving over. And suddenly Live Sandbox actually in a pretty dominant position in this game, almost at the snap of their fingers of those 2 picks.
And also they can transition from the Baron to an outer turret mid lane, then over to this
Soul Point?
Yeah, the Soul Point that is coming up right now. This game has swung completely into their favor.
And with a Baron buff, they start to actually take the vision control away, and the whole game flips. Closer has control of this choke point with the Onslaught of Shadows.
Yeah, definitely a fantastic ultimate for him to have available. And also now with the fact that he is very strong, his playstyle from earlier is going to be rewarded rather than punished. Okay, Dudu taking a lot of damage here, looking for his opportunity. Karis dives into the backline. Let's see whether Hanwha Life Esports can win themselves a team fight. Good Gale Force comes through as OnFleek is going to be able to take away the Drake at least. Dudu goes down, the horse grabs one, but it's answered back. Meanwhile, the rest of Hanwha Life Esports able to make something happen there on the north side of the fight. Good Gnar there onto Johnny as the Super Mega Death Rocket will help finish the kill. And Karis and Vista, there is nothing they can do about this one. Good sidestep there from Vista, but I think these rockets are still going to ring true. And Karis running for the hills, trying to get towards that Shroud. Dove is going to get baited by it, but oh, okay, that's a bit cute. Manages to backflip over the wall.
Live a little bit longer.
Yeah, Abyssal Dive not available just yet.
Oh, Nars over the wall. Oh, nice dodge.
Yep, trying to get these side steps to work as the backflip's going to connect. There's the Devour. It's real cute, but isn't really going to work out.
That was the most Yoshi Tom Kench move I've ever seen. He just grabbed the Koopa shell and shot it at him.
Yep.
And that's going to be Hanwha Life Esports. They get Soul Point, but they lose the team fight. And this is in part due to the fact that Chunny does not have Flash because he loses it here. He also does not have Stopwatch because he loses it here. The Chompers were set up perfectly. Kroko's set play here to pick this Aphelios ends up being massive. Karis will lose the same tools as well here. Does survive, but it means Live Sandbox get ultimate control. And when you watch the way that On Fleek takes this Drake away, it's really beautiful to watch. He pushes the rest of the team away, comes back in here, locks down Kroko, who does not smite perfectly.
I was like, oh, that was a fitty-fitty.
But he does, zone the rest of the team out, which makes it a lot tougher. But at the end of the day, once the Meganar is ready, you can't get out of here. There's too much follow-up damage from Ice, and with no Flash available for these players, the Akali, Flashless, Stopwatchless, same with the Aphelios. Live Sandbox definitely getting the better end of this deal despite the Drake going over, because it's not Soul. And it is Cloud Drake. As much as it is your favorite in this game, it's important for Hanwha Life Esports' comp, don't get me wrong, but it's not as impactful as a lot of the other Souls could have been.
I mean, when it comes to Cloud Drake value, Hecarim definitely benefits
Akali,
from those, because Hecarim gets more damage based on his move.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
Akali going to love being able to get into the backline easier. The Aurelia going to love it too. Slow reduction and all that.
Well, he's running real fast. There's the Arcade Hecarim here. I remember when Riot used to give out Arcade Hecarim. I think it was like at PAX like a million years ago. I had so many skin codes for that champion. Would give them out when we went to events. Remember when we used to go to events?
Yeah.
Wow, a billion years ago.
I'm a big fan of all the arcade skins. Arcade Ari, Ezreal is the ones I play. I'm a big retro game guy, so it's not a surprise.
I like Arcade Riven as well. It's pretty good.
Ooh, that's also a good one, yeah.
Yep.
Well, the gold graph just showed us that Live Sandbox have taken a pretty significant lead in terms of the gold now. Remember, this is a 5,000 gold lead nearly for Hanwha Life Esports at 16 minutes.
Yeah.
Double the game time, and now they're behind after a few well-timed picks onto the Aphelios, onto the Akali, onto, these players who are a little bit overextended, right? And punishing Dudu there on the bottom side, find himself at 1-3-1, and Aurelia, who was ahead early, now, struggling to keep up with a Gnar can be hard to imagine, but it's the world we're living in, right? And we had to just see Hanwha Life Esports group up better. Don't get picked. Don't be out on the map as one or two. Find yourself vulnerable, then you give Live Sandbox control over the map once again.
Well, now Hanwha Life Esports set to try and defend this bottom outer turret, as Closer finds himself an onslaught of shadows, and now Ice just looking for these auto attacks. Great dash to get out of the way. And that is going to mean that they'll just duck and/or abscond this turret out of existence. Dove does the same thing in the mid lane.
And unfortunately, the Akali on the top side of the map doesn't have any, counter turrets she could take down. She's an Akali, so she can't push extremely hard here on the top side of the map. Just going to push the wave up and give them a little bit of vision, but it's not the same amount of value because Live Sandbox have all this other standing gold on the map they hadn't taken yet, plus the bounties they picked up earlier. And things are looking very, very good for this team. The one thing they're missing, of course, is the Soul Point. But as long as they continue to use the map control they have now to get the Cryo to set up first on Drake, their turn is fantastic if they can manage Dove's Narbar.
Yeah.
And I think for Hanwha Life Esports, you're hoping that you can actually get a backline pick somehow. Like maybe Kara sneaks around, but with all the vision control that Live Sandbox have taken away, it's going to be tough.
Well, Hanwha Life Esports thought that they could set up a little bit of a trap here, as here's a teleport flank. We're going for it. It's the hard force. Teleport is going to answer immediately. He's engaging on a Leona. Generally a mistake. Onslaught of Shadows comes out from about everyone on the map right now, but Closer is unfortunately a little bit too far away. Does manage to get his way out and snag a kill as well, but he is still going to die. Dove now taking a lot of damage, and look at Johnny. He's still alive. Ice trying to survive against Karis here. We'll see whether he has the mobility. As he does get stunned up, Q doesn't quite connect there from Kroko, as now Johnny flashes forward. He'll immediately get booted to the face as Kroko goes golden, and Karis gets towards the backside of the map. Dudu is going to go down though, as the Jinx is still alive. Karis now in trouble, and there's the double kill, and Jinx got excited, and that is what you have to worry about as a Harmalife Esports fan.
And they have so much damage, too. They've taken out the big threats here, the Aurelia, the Akali. They can now just get on top of this Baron, and because they have a 7-2 Jinx who's got 4 items online, she's just going to rip through this. And now you have another Baron here for Liv Sandbox that is going to keep the map under their control. And now this is a desperation move I like from ㅣ이 here because he also has insane damage, and he's like, well, I'm going to get soul for this.
Yeah, they'll at least get the soul, but
the problem is, will you be able to, deal with the Baron? Is this soul going to help you defend your inhibitor turrets? And I think the answer is going to be not a resounding no, but it's going to be very hard, right? It's going to be a challenge. And we are heading into that Elder Drake fight territory. Closer sets this up so well. He is Silas. He teleports in with the Hecarim ult. Unfortunately, his team is a little bit slow to catch up with him because they've gotten Akali on the back line as Ice plays this also extremely well.
I mean, Kale also, right? Like, the Tahm Kench difference is kind of ridiculous. And, like, yes, ㅣ이 survives, but Kale being able to stop Ice from getting insta-popped was so important.
He was just given so many resources. The Tahm Kench, the shield coming through from the Lisa, and Kraka was just trying to make sure there's no way this Jinx dies, because when she turns hard. And, the follow-up damage here, you can see it's just what leads to that Baron in the first place. And now they're looking to end the game with it. If they get a single pick, they absolutely will be able to.
Well, Solar Flare is just, going to be observed by Liv Sandbox by the looks of things. Moonlight Vigil coming through yet again. Fair bit of damage, but not quite enough. Crocker able to walk his way out. As the autos from Ice starting to rain down. Base broken now. Inhibitor still standing. Dove rotating over. Doesn't have the Narbar quite available. As Gravitum coming through here, Flame Trumpers to stop the advance, and the inhibitor will fall. So Harmalife Esports, their base, in a bit of shambles right now. On Fleek also not with much of a health bar, and the relevance of this horse is certainly starting to get
it's waning.
It's wearing a bit thin this stage of the game.
It's the better horse is the Silas on the other side. Unfortunately, in a lot of these fights, he can dictate the pace of this game with the non-stop steal of the Onslaught Shadows here. And every time he hijacks it, it means that Harmalife Esports can't turn. It's very difficult for the Akali to come forward and punish. And because they have the Tahm Kench to save the Akali, the shield's coming through from Lee Sin. Plus the peel. Plus the peel that the closer can put off here. Like, how do you use this comp from behind as Harmalife Esports? It's basically impossible.
I mean, you try in side lane, I guess, but now they're missing 2 inhibitors. So the time for that is probably past.
We missed it.
Yeah, that's it's one of the difficulties. Baron's still up for another 35 seconds. We'll see whether it can actually be utilized to knock down that last remaining structure. But it's a bit of dotting I's and crossing T's at this stage.
Yeah, if they get this inhibitor, it's basically guaranteed Elder. If they don't, they still have top and mid inhibitors for the Elder, so they will have guaranteed prio. Yeah. And like you said, there's just no way to Silans. Dudu looking for the engage.
Yeah, we're going to flash on in. Great kickback, and Dudu is going to be denied. He survives for the moment as OnFleek gets towards the back line. Karis finally turns up here as Croco in the front line. Super Mega Death Rocket lands only onto ㅣ이, but he's relatively safe where he's being positioned. The Gnar goes into the wall, finds one target, but it's a priority, and the Aphelios is going to go down as well. They created space for Closer, and man, he closed as the inhibitor turret's going to go down.
He certainly did. He's he's a Hecarim that can close the gap a lot more lethally. He had so much.
What? Karis, what happened, buddy? Where did you go? OnFleek is going to get zapped here as Ice is looking for him, but the Nexus is going to go down. Liv Sandbox, the turnaround kill against their opposition here in this game. Harmalife Esports, they had such control. Then ㅅ이 got picked that one time,
Dudu got picked
and the House of Cards fell down.
Yeah, Dudu gets picked before, then ㅅ이 gets picked, loses his stopwatch, then they turn that into a Baron. It just goes to show that League of Legends can often be House of Cards, as you say, in that one wrong move and everything starts to collapse. All that bounty that's in the objectives comes out, all the standing gold that's in the turrets, and a composition that team fights arguably better. We talked about that a lot in the draft. There's a lot of potential for the engages, the initiations to be so good. And when they actually finally had map control and items, wow, they team fought really well. And then once they got control too, we saw so many of these fights where Harmalife Esports were super disjointed or their players were disconnected, and we never really got to see that 5v5 that they were looking for with the massive lead that the Akali had, the advantage the Aurelia had, and even the Aphelios, who was massively ahead. They just couldn't 5v5 because Liv Sandbox played around the map a lot better.
I also just loved the fact that Closer went for a bunch of fights, that he just got blown up in. But do you know what he did? He said, if at first you don't succeed, you dive into the backline over and over and over again to see whether you can finally get kills. And he absolutely did in the end. The Silas was just ridiculous. And the Onslaught of Shadows was way better on him than it was on the horse. I actually thought that it worked out extraordinarily effectively. He had a bunch of different options, of course, even the ulti from the Akali, the perfect execution, also fantastic to be picked up as well.
It's so sad, too, because I thought On Fleek's early to mid-game was the best Hecarim we've seen, and now he's 0-4.
But I mean, that's what the Hecarim does,
I
right?
know,
Like,
I know. It's so sad.
Maybe a Conqueror and a Trinity Force is
One day. One day.
Perhaps.
Maybe no more Hecarim in the LCK. Maybe we'll see that first. That's what I'm hoping for.
Maybe, but do you know what we are going to see? We're going to see a carpet space. We're going to go to a short break. We'll see you back there.
나좀 멀어. 나 좀 멀어. 나 좀 멀어. 빼면 살게. 빼면 살게 얘들아. 아까 여기 있어. 아까 여기 있어 형.
앞에 들어 앞에 들어 앞에 들어 앞에 들어 앞에 들어.
야 이래 높이 이래 높이 이래 높이 이래 높이.
아 이래 봐 이래 봐 이래 봐.
앞에 너무 예뻐.
야 끝내자 끝내자 끝내자.
아칼리 하지 막아줄게. 얘들아 끝내 이거. 끝내. 야 끝내. 탑라인으로 끝내. 끝내.
아 탑라인으로 끝내.
오케이. 야 타지 걸어줄게 들어오면. 근데 가인 있어도 어차피 끝날 때. 뿅하자. 끝날 때까지. 야 큐 맞췄어. 나이스. 오케이.
소리 한번 집중할게.
아 잘했어.
나이스. 괜찮아?
Who are these players? Where is Pioshik? In these troubling times, there is one man that can show you the way.
I've been a fan of Korean esports for 10 years.
It's the Chronicler with a 1 instead of an I Challenges League co-stream on Twitch. Get to know all of the new faces you've been seeing in the LCK. Critics are saying,
I wasn't really familiar with any of these Challenger players, but then I found Chronicler's Challenger stream, and now I'm a big fan.
this is it, the greatest Twitch stream ever created.
Yeah, it's okay. It's good.
Hardened by ice and steel. One man, forged by flame and by blood. Heir to the mystic fire. This hero of old, our warrior poet. Do you have what it takes to watch this man? Let us rejoice in glory. Watch Chronicler on Twitch today.
Maybe get me a little bit of the soup.
Quality is bitch sometimes, but otherwise very much enjoy the content. Good stuff.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Analyst Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with Bad Boy Mau Mau, and we're going to be breaking down game number 1. This one was a roller coaster of emotions, I think, for both teams, because at some point one team was winning, then the other team was winning, and it was very back and forth. Lift Sandbox, a little bit more consistent to the end.
There were a lot of issues, both in draft and in terms of execution, but it was also to be expected because these are two of our lower tier teams, and we see a lot of the good and the bad elements of both of them come in. Let's start with the drafts, because I think the Lee first pick is honestly fine. It's one of the most highest impact picks, and I think that Croco had an exemplary game on it as well. I still like the Hecarim. I even feel like a better team in this position actually would have won with the game, or would have won the game exactly because of the Hecarim. Don't like Leona into Kench. I don't know what that's about. We can punish Kench, guys. Kench blind should not be allowed, please. I think Akali into Kench, also not it. And honestly, like picking that much into, or that much aggression into a Kench is always going to be a big risk. And Our Life basically said we are gonna have to side lane, because if you have this first core and you pick like an Orianna and a tanky top laner, you have a very, very different style of draft. But I feel Our Life was kind of trapped by their draft, because fighting with this comp, especially after your Hecarim falls off with this build, it happens relatively early, kind of bad. So they had to side lane, and then they didn't do that well, and then Sandbox won.
Yeah, that's
what happened
at the end of it. It does feel that way. It's interesting, we've heard a lot of support say like, oh, I picked Nautilus in this situation because even though it's not great in lane against such and such pick, it's great for later game team fights because I can press R and I can win games and stuff like that. But as you were kind of highlighting, you know, even in the later parts of the game, you know, the Jinx was just having a field day and there was a lot of protection in the later game team fights, so it was definitely a bit of a question. But we're going to take a look at our first highlight here, and it's just a couple of plays that really just broke down the mid game and put it in Liv Sandbox's favor.
Yeah, the biggest issue is that, as I mentioned previously, I think that you get outskilled in terms of actual fighting and front to back, because your Hecarim is not going to do anything. So picks like this are actually extremely important. And the problem here is that the counter response isn't really there. And this is where, as Humble Life, you see the lack of experience of this roster. If they make an immediate call for Baron, what happens? You get 2 TPs. That's unfortunate, but you get 2 TPs. They're now like closer TP, which I feel great about.
Yeah.
But that's not because of Humble Life making a play. When one of your side laners is caught, immediate response is necessary. And again, I think with this comp, the moment that you start giving up kills like this, it ends very, very quickly.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to what you were saying about, you know, a better team could have piloted this a little bit better. It does go down to some of the macro plays as well. This game very much felt like it was back and forth at the whim of the teams. They were like, oh, we just got to go now. And there wasn't a lot of preparation, it didn't feel like too much, at least to me. But we're going to take a look at the second highlight here. Just another play that Krako is able to set up and get them even further ahead.
This is honestly the game-winning play, I think. I know that there was some back and forth after this, but to me this was the most impactful moment of the game because this led to an immediate Baron. I think Chonny had Guildforce here as well, and maybe that would have been a little better. The problem, of course, with stopwatching in this scenario, though it's very understandable, is that if the rest of your team can't immediately do anything about it, then the stopwatch is going to provide no value. This led to Baron, and this was really the breaking point, because I think that the Hecarim in early skirmishes, as the casters pointed out, showcased a lot of the power, right? But the problem, especially with a comp like this, where there is no augmentation, you should see the Hecarim like a little bit like an Olaf, where, especially with this build in late game, he's going to get, like you saw in the later stages, like Jinx did, 3 autos and half health. Right, like without an Orianna or a Senna or something of the sort, you're just not going to do that much. And that's why you can't afford mid-game mistakes like that.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Hamalife, after having a pretty good last couple of series, at least the last one, you can expect a little bit more, I think, from them, at least. This first game, it was pretty messy. Hopefully they go back to the drawing board and kind of clean things up after this one, because we were expecting them to be the favorites, actually, in this matchup, but Liv Sandbox able to take it to them. But guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's you just pick it up, as it will be Ice on the Jinx. Not a surprise to me, but here on the desk, Bad Boy Mau Mau, he does not vote for the winner all the time.
No, I think that Ice played a clean game of Jinx, but as I mentioned previously, I think that this also was a scenario where the team comp was kind of built around him, and I think that you know who I voted for, so going for Krako should be no shocker to anyone. But also, genuinely, the later game skirmishes I think very well played out. I'm hoping for a split vote. I think this was a team effort. I think that Ice's positioning in the fights was very, very crisp. And he was really benefiting from the issues that Hamalife were having, where if they don't start a team fight with a really nice flank, it just doesn't work out. Like, you just immediately get blown up by the Jinx as she kites back, as she gets devoured. And that's what happened repeatedly.
Yeah. That last fight especially, I think that was a big focus, as actually all of the analysts here that were on the desk, you and the 2 Korean analysts, all voted for Krako, as well as 1 guy on media, so congratulations for 4 votes. But at the end of the day, it is, of course, going to be Ice that does pick it up. But either way, guys, that's going to do it for us here at the Carpet Space. Back to Atlas and Wolf for the cast.
Thank you so much, Valdez and Bad Boy Mau Mau there on the analyst Carpet Space for the breakdown. Of course, leader of the Krako fan club is Chronicler. However, we would never say anything that would bias ourselves on this broadcast.
No, in no way, shape, or form ever. Hanwha Esports will choose blue side. I think it was me and I think Kisun, but I'm not sure. One of the observers who went for the closer votes. So like high five through the air.
Yep.
Me and that guy. But I like Chronicler's side. I think it was a very easy split vote. For me, the second choice was going to be Ice, as I thought he played very well, but Krako also had that amazing kick, which was game-defining.
I also think Kale played very well around Ice, being able to carry. So it would have been difficult for me to vote for Ice, just because I'd be like, yeah, but maybe in all of those moments it was Tom Kent that was way better. But I think the draft is what I'm really giving a lot of points to, just because the Tom Kent said no to a lot of the assassination attempts, right? And yes, they had some flubs in the early game, but I think Liv Sandbox definitely deserved victors in the end. But let's see how it's going to go here, as Dudu gears himself up, ready to try and head once more onto the Rift here to see whether they can even out this series. Blue side now claimed for Hamalife as the Lee Sin taken away from Krako. I respect it.
I respect it as well. See what the responses end up being here for Liv Sandbox, because as mentioned, Karis on these mid picks, that the Rise, the Twisted Fate that we didn't see was banned away. They pivoted to the Akali. These are picks that Hanwha Esports looked fantastic on. There's another targeted ban, this time onto the Akali.
Interesting.
It's one of Closer's favorites, even though it was played, of course, by Hanwha Esports in the previous set.
Yep, and also if you ban the Lee Sin, it makes it more dangerous to leave the Akali up.
True.
As the Jace is going to be the follow-up ban here. Bit of respect to the man that loves building Hullbreaker Jace. Did get one of our mad movie spots though with his 1v2 double kill. So you have to say that the respect is there. Zeri is available, and so is Twisted Fate. So one of those are getting through.
Twisted Fate, I think, is one that's a little bit more stomachable right now, but they're actually going to make it a trade. So the Twisted Fate will potentially go over to Closer here. Zeri going in to Hanwha Esports' hands. Chunny, you know, again, very much a rookie in terms of LCK, but it has a lot of games under his belt, is one of the stronger AD carries in Challengers. So don't be fooled by the fact that this is a stand-in, and he played, you know, pretty good game of Aphelios last game, got a nice lead. It's a scary pick in his hands here.
Yeah.
Going into the second game.
I would agree. Croco thinking about trying his hand at the horse.
Croco was the first player to really pick this up last year. He's the one who hovered it the most with Live Sandbox before it was picked. And he loves his Hecarim. We know this, and if it's Twisted Fate Hecarim and you get control over the map, like, I could see it. I could see it.
Something must be going really well for Hecarim in scrims.
Yeah, he's 0-4 now, and he had his best chance the last game.
Well, we are thinking about the Nautilus.
This is a
has been a power pick. Yep, pick it away
Zeri.
from the Zeri lane and also pick it into the Zeri.
Yeah, you want to have that R button to lock down the Zeri, regardless of who your lane opponent is. And it's just so strong that Hanwha Esports might have taken it with Zeri just to make sure it's not against her. It is the most common counter pick.
And also one of the most common lane duos as well. I don't know whether it's necessarily for denial or whether they just like to have that lockdown, the fact that Zeri is given a whole bunch more space to land all them Qs.
There was another champion that came through the Graves that we really saw heavily prioritized by both of these teams. It was banned in the first phase last time, and something we could have seen instead of the Hecarim for Live Sandbox here as a bit of a response.
Yeah, Vista thinking about his pike, something that him and Deft have played a bit of, but don't think that's going to come through. It's going to be the Leona instead. That was, of course, picked by Vista last time around, so he's going to go back to it once again. Yep, may as well just lock down the Aphelios. Do have a good matchup as far as range is concerned in that lane. So probably going to even out, but Zeri, she can just get some ridiculous stuff done in the later stages of the game.
So, like last game, the Gwen is banned, so you could focus once again on having side lane control as Live Sandbox here. Point to a strong side for Dove in this case. It was last game, of course, Dudu who had that, but same sort of red side idea here. With the Jax getting banned away, it starts to feel like a Camille pick is certainly potentially in the works here for Live Sandbox. Tryndamere also would have been a great choice. That's banned away. We could see, and I wouldn't hate it, the, you know, Galio Camille follow-up in this draft. It's a very one-dimensional draft and doesn't have a ton of magic damage, so can be quite concerning, but it locks the Zeri down, right? And that may be the idea here for Live Sandbox with this comp.
Same thing can be said for Hanwha Esports, though, right? OnFleek is one of our guys that really does like the lethality Graves from the jungle, and he'll have gankable lanes. You have Hookshot on the top side of the map, Taunt in the mid lane, and then also he can feel free to invade, get aggressive, and things like that with his positioning, with the fact that a Gargoyle can fly down from the heavens to defend him.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be taken away from Karis, though, as we split the bans between top and mid.
Let's see what this ban is for Hanwha Esports. I think a Camille ban just is, it feels so safe because she's one of the other champions along with Nautilus that can put Zeri in a cage and eliminate her early. The Akshan is a counter pick to the Graves on the top side of the map, which also makes us feel very much like it's going to be Graves top. It does feel kind of face up, unless it's some sort of trick from Hanwha, but I doubt it. I think Galio Camille, it's very risky. You're very all-in on your composition, but it's one of the easiest ways to play this one. They're not going to bite, though. They will put Closer on the Syndra instead.
I like the Syndra for sort of some blind pick safety, as well as almost guaranteed lane priority. Looks like the Jarvan will make sure that the Graves is heading towards the top side of the map. It's been a while since we've seen the good old top Jarvan.
Yep, man, the Akshan bind kind of led us down that path anyways, but we never know until it's locked in. The Jarvan here can lock up a lot of Live Sandbox's composition. Aphelios is always going to be under threat. They have super high mobility with the Zeri in this comp, and the Jarvan allows so much more of that to come through. The final pick here will be Karis's, right? And I don't think Twisted Fate fits this comp. I think you're more so focused on something that's going to hold this all together that scales up. Could be the Corki. I don't think that's where we're going. I like the LeBlanc here a lot more mobility, that works with this comp, that has a strong backbone in the Jarvan and the Graves.
And also some mid-game skirmish and pick potential to come through from that mid lane as well. You can also go a bit toe-to-toe in that mid lane. I like that one a lot. Dove heading towards some more team fighting here. Back to what he was on last time around in the Nar, if that one is going to be the lock-in, as Aurelia being hovered. Let's see where he does actually decide to land. The Nar makes a lot more sense, and that is going to be taken here.
It's so hard to play the Aurelia into Hullbreaker Graves. You're not going to be able to have the same sort of pressure that you would against a lot of top laners like the Nar that we saw last game. Not going to be able to kill the Graves after he gets that item, and then he will be able to match you in the silence. So a lot of your power that you have with Aurelia normally just kind of fades away. This Hecarim pick feels, once again, very much like it's not going to be able to snowball anything. It's going to be about those mid-game fights where Syndra's going to be strong with her Scatter the Weeks. Her ultimate's right. Felios ults. Nautilus is locked down on the Zeri before she comes online. Because if you haven't seen Zeri in a while, because she's banned all the time all over the world, she does very poorly in the early to mid-game, but once she gets her second and third items online, she will rip through everything. But it is a rough sea until that point. So the Hecarim needs to be valuable around first Rift Herald, second Rift Herald, first 2 Drakes, things like this. And then this can work out. But later on, are you ever going to hit a Scour of the Week on that Zumi Zeri? Are you ever going to be able to lock her down?
Well, I think maybe. Because if you have a look at it, the amount of AoE CC and disruption in large areas around these champions is actually very high from Live Sandbox. So maybe.
I mean, you've got the setup here with the Syndra, Scour of the Weeks. You have the Nautilus ult, which is the best response that we know of right now. You have Gravitum that you could use.
You press R on the Zeri, and then you throw a lot of scary horse, and then
orbs,
big old dinosaur guy. Like, there's a lot of things that could make her life difficult.
If she survives to the initial initiation, though, she will always win the longer fights. You've got to be Johnny on the spot with that lockdown.
Yep. Just once again, to update you guys, Samdi has been subbed out. Johnny is coming in. It is a health-related issue, not a performance-related issue. And so Johnny coming up from Challenger, and he had an okay game last time around. Yes, he was part of one of the, the worst missed positions in the game. But his early game was great. He was really showing some pizzazz, picking up some of those good kills. So, means that him on the Zeri is going to be an exciting moment.
It's also, I guess it's important to note that it's an emergency call-up, just in terms of like technical terms, because this is not him actually being ineligible to play in Challengers. He'll be able to play in Challengers this week also. As soon as Samdi feels better and tests negative and all that, he can rejoin at any time. He will not have to wait for the next period, which will be next week, of course. Just want to, we're just clarifying that for everybody.
And Kesman also not feeling so good, so they do have a stand-in head coach as well. So some differences when it comes to how the drafting is performed, I guess, but a lot of the players do just generally have a lot more say in these drafts anyway. Has been a lot of very interesting interviews with players in the past about how much the drafting coach or the coach actually has to say.
It's really changed over the time. I think it's become less about the coaching staff, and
I think
it depends on the coach. It really depends on the coach. There's some like Hirai where you feel like you can tell Hirai's like, don't you ever lock that in. This is giving me a bit of PTSD.
Check the flashes. Check the flashes.
Yeah, everybody's got flash.
Oh god, okay.
Croco doesn't have smite. Oh wait, yeah, that's normal.
All right, all right.
So
my retweet finger unnecessary. Okay, we're fine. We're fine.
He
interested to see actually what has happened here.
Yeah, before we get into that, I will mention, much to your chagrin, that it is phase rush on Croco's Hecarim again. So
yeah, I'm not even upset anymore. As Closer seems to be the one with some slight issues here, as we do have some pretty cool music, and yeah, headset issues in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's.
Well, maybe that's not actually what's happened here. We have no confirmation as to what's actually gone wrong at all. But it looks like they may have made pretty short work of it.
They look like they have very similar glasses as well.
Yep. This
relatable.
This is definitely feeling like it is something that should be taken care of relatively quickly.
It says, "Is this LOL Park? It's my first time coming."
Ah. Okay, so Closer is not getting in-game audio right now, so we're I think we're pretty much fixed.
Yeah, he wasn't getting the game sounds to his headsets, not like comms. He was able to communicate with his team. So like the opposite of what was happening with Faker yesterday.
Yep.
As usually things like this are pretty easy to fix as long as pauses happen right on time and all that. And I'm not gonna get
so I managed to turn around and check the PCs, and I watched to see when it was resumed, and it has been resumed.
There it is.
Ha ha! Look at that. That
You're
was
a
getting
cheater.
in there before anybody else knows.
You're not supposed to peek at the man behind.
I know. I was peeking. I'm never the peeking guy. Normally just like staring at the screen, even if the screen has nothing on it. But this time around. All right. So just to update you, he accidentally pressed the mute button on his keyboard. That is why he was having audio issues.
So,
look, that is a legit. You will definitely not hear stuff if you press your mute button. Okay,
This is such a common issue in StarCraft 2 for Terran players because you're spamming your control hotkeys and S for SCV while you're in the early game. A lot of players would accidentally press Control S, which would mute the sound. For like the early days of Wings of Liberty, this happened like once a week, and then our producers would always be like, they Control S again.
Turn it off and on again. Oh God.
Another Control S.
Another Control S.
I'm not actually, I'm actually surprised to see this. Like, this is not in my line of thinking that Leon is on a 6-game losing streak, but she is.
Yeah, it's Liuza now. Whew. Not working out so well. I think we've seen that graphic before, and I think that we were like, oh yeah, but there must be a reason. Because it doesn't feel like she's a terrible pick, but not necessarily working out. This time does have Zeri alongside. Definitely a very powerful pick at the moment. And is able to get the shove at this point in time. See right there as Kale doesn't quite find the hook onto the target he was looking for, but still able to get up close and personal. Try and make stuff happen here as level 3 is hit by both of our bottom lanes.
Keep those minions away from the turret aggro, I guess, as well. Not 100% necessary here, but we'll lock it down as this is a pretty one-sided affair in terms of this matchup. LeBlanc has, across the years, had a lot more success when she runs into Syndra. She's more relatable later on.
Oh dear, Vista going to get pushed against the wall here, but Crocco's going to get slowed down. Chani is going to jet set radio over, though, and now Crocco's trying to run it out. He is going to be able to do so as the long-range damage here from Ice. Pretty fantastic. Alongside the augmentation with the CC, so Crocco is going to escape with his life, and no flash, no ignite, no heal for the bottom lane.
Yeah. This is really a lot of summoners burn for Honda Life Esports, but it was high risk, high reward play here to try to turn this one around. If Chani gets kills early, even assists, I mean, you accelerate the Zeri into her mid game, and she becomes so terrifying. As it's one of those champions that once she gets her first few items, can actually just go mid and absorb all of the CS freely. She also burns through turret plates very quickly, like an Aphelios. Not a champion you want to let get ahead.
Well, Karis just outplayed everything Closer just did.
Yep.
Oh dear, that was not exactly fun times for the Syndra, but well played by Karis, who doesn't have any mana, right? So it's still going to be the shove that should be in favor of Closer, who has teleported back. Karis has not. That is why you see the discrepancy.
Sure. Top side of the map going pretty well for the Graves here early. We'll take the faster back. As Crocco, this is actually a really nice check here from Karis with a small amount of lane priority he had. Just wants to see if he can get vision of the jungler, and he does.
Yep. Closer gets that wave, pushes it towards Karis here, who will chain up the first minion, tidy up this minion wave, and probably go for a bit of a reset himself. Is free to teleport back pretty comfortably at the same time. And so it's all just business as usual here in the mid lane. Slight gold advantage for Liv Sandbox, I guess, when it comes to how some of this farm is being put together. But it's hard to really lock down exactly where that is. So no real advantage is claimed just yet. First Drake will be the Infernal, and we're still a ways away from the Herald.
Karis just now teleporting back in. Enfleek is nearby. And if they wanted to turn this into a bot gank into Drake take, that would be their best bet. Otherwise, I think we are just going to kind of sit through this early phase. The Zeri going to take a lot of time before she's a real threat and that you want to fight with this comp.
Yep.
The Sandbox obviously reliant on good Scour of the Weeks, and they have a Gnar who's Gnarbar reliant. It's really tough for either team to say, you know what, this is my team fight. It's just not, it's not going to be the case. It's going to be a slow and scale game through the early parts. The mid game is where things fire up, as you said.
Yeah, Dove here trying to get in position, does find the flash Gnar as the collateral damage does absolutely nothing, but he's able to get himself out of the way with his flash. That was an interesting interaction there. as he got pushed back at the same time as flashing away. But it does mean that they do manage to get the flash, but Dove has to trade his as well.
Yep. So Dove trading a flash here means that he will be more vulnerable to potential follow-up ganks and won't have... Oh, hold on. I'm always so scared whenever I see a Zeri when I'm not sure where the jungler is. I'm like, well, she can go over the wall, this could get crazy, but actually just going to
Just extendo beam. Just extendo beam, Wolf. Don't worry.
But Zeri just scares me. Every time she gets to the draft, I'm like, whoa, anything could happen. Like, there's just the sky's the limit. But they will not go for the gank, but they do get the first break like I was talking about with the mid-prio they have here.
Yeah. Chain's going to miss as we've just got the mid lane mages. Trade and blows here just a little bit. Croco going to be farming everything all of the time. As you could understand, is the Hecarim's way. Let's see whether Croco is going to show us the magic, show us the reason why this horse is being picked. In situations where you could pick something else, the champion has a win rate.
It has to start, on this Rift Herald fight. And unfortunately for, those Hecarim enthusiasts out there and those who are going to look for action, leaving either of these 80 carries alone on the bottom side is a death sentence. So both bot duos are kind of just hanging out. No one wants to be like, oh, I'm going up to the Rift Herald, please enjoy the plates. I can't even guarantee this team fight's going to be mine, so I'm just going to walk away. Neither 80 carry is going to do that right now. So we do just have this slow pace thing, and Croco's like, I just really want a team fight. I want to have a big ultimate on the Hecarim, and everyone's waiting for that, but well, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer, unfortunately.
Yeah, not going to be happening just yet, but the Rift Herald is only just spawned. She is but a brand new Shelly. And that pit is now being owned on the south side by Harmon Life Esports in the north, which Sandbox do have some access. Scout of the Week goes wide. Kara slinks off into the fog of war.
Looks like
the control that they have.
Harmon Life Esports are going to be the ones to pull the trigger here as Chunny backs.
Oh, no!
Hate when that happens. The little steel protection, 1 health.
Yeah, thankfully the steel protection exists.
Trust me, if that, I would have rage quit a lot of games if that wasn't a thing.
I mean, don't worry, it used to happen a lot, I swear. Definitely one of the saving graces here for people who did like to play in the jungle and get their buffs down to low health.
What's really interesting is, hold that thought, Dove.
Yep, it's going to be a big old nod delivered to the horse. That was an alley-oop. Loved it. On Fleek's like, see you later, buddy. Don't want any part of this one.
Yeah, with the follow-up hook as well. That was so well coordinated.
Yeah, that was some Harlem Globetrotters up there on the top side. Loved it.
Dove was dribbling. Okay, Kara's gonna try to steal this away. Will it be unsuccessful?
I mean, dude, you barely get the blue buff. I don't know whether I'd try that one.
Well, this has been very back and forth how this is played on the bottom side because Chunny left for us, but then he's like, oh, Ice left, and I don't think we can win against the Hecarim, so I'm actually just gonna go back and get a plate. Ice realizes, okay, they're not gonna contest for this because we got a pick, so he comes down here, so it's only one plate that goes over to Chunny, and all the Rift Herald vision goes to Live Sandbox, but they're actually not able to secure it. They didn't have Narbar. They were afraid the Harmon Life Esports was going to be looking for the counter engage. I suppose this is kind of weird that they don't commit. I think 9 out of 10 LCK teams just go for it there right after that.
I think with the Hecarim, though, they actually want to get a fight.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah. So instead, like, you leave it up, you create that that opportunity once again for them to try and take it away, and then grab a few kills before you grab it as well. It's a greedy choice, but
I know you're being a bit facetious, but like as a fight,
I don't know.
But like you want the fight for sure as the Hecarim. You want to get that value, but you also just get value from the Rift Herald.
I mean, yeah, getting it is probably a good idea, but you could see why they don't want to potentially. I don't know. Yeah, no, it's weird.
It is quite weird, and I think they were scared that if they went and then Harmon Life Esports delayed, they would lose more plates to the Zeri on the bottom side, and then it wouldn't even be worth it in the first place. It's a hard call to make to go to Rift Herald, like I said before this even started. It's like neither of these teams want to.
Well, Croco's back as the Nara is going to miss, but the wallop rings true, and the horse is just wandering on through. Easy peasy, picks that one up, and more plates will now go over to Dove. And now Live Sandbox might go for a No. There's camps up. So Croco's going to head over there, and so far,
they don't
the snowball's rolling.
They don't have mid-prio, and Aphelios is pinned down bottom side here, so it is very difficult to make that call, because the opportunity cost of losing your 80 carries presence on the bottom side for both of these are so hard, as we talked about earlier. But Live Sandbox are still getting a lead, right? I mean, Rift Herald or no, they've now found 2 successful picks for the Snar. He's starting to get so ahead, getting very fed here. Got a plate himself.
Yep.
And, you know, we might not be talking about Rift Herald plates for much longer if they don't actually commit soon. As On Fleek's here, teleport comes in. Now is the time for Croco to actually commit if what they really wanted was a fight. They've got a chance for just that after they clear this mid-minion wave.
Yeah, you can see Croco actually comes on over, checks vision, understands that they don't have the position around this area. So Live Sandbox, I guess they just don't really like Rift Heralds.
They're also, okay, well, Live Sandbox are like, well, Zeri's gone.
Don't
so
they have the highest Rift Herald percentage?
Yes, they do. They do. But also Zeri is like not here, so Ice is like, well, I can get some plates down here. Just don't fight. I'll get some plates. And he does get, looks like 2 plates down here in the bottom side of the map. And they can get more if they dive Chunny, but he realizes he's got a control ward there set up.
But it means more of these plates are going to go down, right?
Yeah.
Like, Ice is here, 5 minions available. Croco also wants to get himself a Drake. This is definitely a good trade, as a lot of vision and time was invested there on the top side. So 3 plates now to be collected. Theoretically, the bare minimum as far as the trade for a Rift Herald. But still, Live Sandbox, that gap has closed just a little bit. So this Drake, they invest a lot for it. They do manage to collect it for themselves. And now we're going to check out the Soul. What's it going to be? Oh, baby.
Another Cloud.
That's what we're talking about.
And, you know, 3 plates going down to the bottom side here for Live Sandbox. We will see the Rift Herald drop at some point here shortly for On Fleek, as we do see that Hullbreaker build come through for the Graves like we were talking about. Looks like he wants to just launch it down here into the bottom part of the map. The Trinity Force already done here for Chunny, and he wants to get a little bit more gold, accelerate his way to second item, TM it early, etc.
Nice little chain getting connect there from Karis, as our mid laners are just in their own little battle. On Fleek, yeah, feeling a little bit indecisive, I have
yeah, but
hazard to think.
With the closer being pinned down in the mid lane, I think this is a pretty easy call, and Karis is coming over. You might actually get more than just these plates here, as Ice will have to back away. CS is being denied.
Yeah, and Croco walks on over, not at full health, and with 4 people down here, mid lane advantage like you were talking about is going to mean that this is a very easy first turret blood to go through for Harmor Life Esports. That is going to get them right back within touching distance.
Imagine all the value that could have gone over if they were able to get that Herald early. As we're going to watch Croco here on the long con play on the top side, finding Dudu.
Yep.
출발.
And I'm going.
괜찮아. 할만해.
All right, we're good. Just fight. Take him out.
Yeah, saw the missed ult. Was like, nah, it's all good, man.
Easy peasy. Very much an extended call, and that's what we saw there in the first person. Is this is going to be like a play he's premeditated and is also really far set up in advance by Dove. And then the Hecarim is 500 gold ahead. So once again, early game skirmishing power, 2 kills to the top side, going very well for Croco here. Let's see if they could stick the landing, be the first ones to do it here in the LCK. Because it's not a lead that you feel amazing about, considering how much plate gold went over to the Zeri, and now she's starting to go into other lanes. Tiamat's up. And she is. This is the moment where Zeri just takes every CS on the map, and it's all about her road to getting that second and third item.
Yeah, and I mean, she's doing it, right? She's 700 gold ahead. So it's as far as Harmor Life Esports are concerned, I'm sure that they're kind of okay with how this early game has gone. Karis has been pretty quiet. In fact, both of our mid laners not necessarily getting involved outside of getting a positional advantage for Karis there on the bottom side earlier. So we'll see how it's going to work when the Syndra gets in there. You know, the gameplay button becomes a thing, as well as the Scatter the Weeks that can be so pivotal in a lot of these moments. As right now, they're just chilling on the top side. And Kayle going to get slowed down as the Extendo Beam comes out, but it isn't going to actually equate to too much. As Live Sandbox milling about here towards the top side, and Croco is going to hit a Blast Cone and keep wandering out.
He was in such a good spot to potentially collapse on the On Fleek if he decided to flag drag in, or could catch Karis on the top side of the map or force him out of, out of the way, force him down onto that turret. I really like the angle he took. Once again, just trying to exchange here with On Fleek. If they get a follow-up hook, it's a really easy pick here for Live Sandbox. No objective online right now, though. Live Sandbox are really just jonesing for a fight. Like, they're like, I'm going to clear vision, and we will fight. We will get a tempo advantage.
It's like, we want to control this river. But why? We just want to control this river. You know, like, I don't know why you're focusing around that area. Of course, minute and a half on the Drake, so it's not like the bottom side of the map is the same situation. as Croco now looking to chase after OnFleek. Let's see whether the scatter is actually going to ring true here. There's a lot of damage onto Closer, but he just presses R, and all of the orbs will take down the Prince of Demacia.
This is why Croco's hanging around in this area, as he knows that if he has the follow-up CC and the Syndra ultimate, he can make it happen, and he does. Gets a kill there onto the Jarvan. Again, not for an objective, but he just wants to get that gold lead rolling. This time the kill goes to him. And they're utilizing the early advantages of the Hecarim. We're seeing it again. So I'm sure in 20 minutes time it'll lose and we'll be like, I just don't really know about this thing.
Oh no! Wolf, don't say it! Don't say it! Oh god, it was going so well. I love the analysis. I was like, oh yeah, he's finally going to be picking up a kill. You sure, Wolf? Is this how I'm supposed to expect him? And then you're like, actually no. Oh god.
But this is really well played. Nice Everfrost here from Closer. Locking the CCs together here. Now, it's not a common choice here for the Syndra, but when you have the Hecarim, when you have the Gnar, and so much other really good engage, you want to lock down the Zeri. I love it as a mythic choice here for the Syndra in this specific comp.
No, I think it's kind of a stroke of genius, to be honest. Like, the more hard CC, the better. And Johnny's going to find it very difficult to navigate team fights because very low range. Generally, the idea is to wait out a lot of the cooldowns and then really pop off. But there's going to be like you could list them. There's just trillions of different options here for Live Sandbox to smack her down. A lot of them AoE, and a lot of them can sort of come out of nowhere as well, like things like the Flash Gnar and everything like that Johnny does have to deal with. His Trinity Force is put together, Tiamat as well, moving towards that Titanic Hydra, as Closer is going to meet Karis here towards the top side, but Control Ward's going to spot OnFleek out. Closer's not going to overextend.
This is greedy from Hanwha Life Esports here, but it looks like Live Sandbox are not going to look to punish. They're just going to be happy for a turret plus the Drake.
Yep.
And so it's a trade up for Live Sandbox. Could have maybe been better if they were faster to rotate over, but it's very high mobile champions, the LeBlanc, the Jarvan. So hard to punish that one. They both have really easy escape. And it will be a turret for a turret plus the Drake. So Live Sandbox taking a small lead here. As I think we're going to really see, like, this is such a cool game for Chunny. Gotta be careful about that Nautilus over the wall.
Yeah.
It's a really good game for Chunny to prove how well he's going to play under pressure against all this CC, how his positioning is going to work, how much he could pop off and carry on a champion that is the carry champion, the one that's banned, you know, in every single LCK game. This is the first time it's been open in a long time. And I really do like that this challenger player gets the ultimate test, right, to deal with this CC and prove himself.
Well, Croco is going to book it towards this Rift Herald. Teleport comes forward. Dudu going to try and buy some space. Great smoke bomb just to make sure that Hanwha Life Esports lock it down. And that is going to be the second Rift Herald in a row here for Hanwha Life Esports. They might be able to break open this outer turret in mid lane, potentially with the help of it. Solar Flare going to connect onto Closer for the slow, but otherwise not too much. Just an extender beam into the back.
Dove was not here, so there was an opportunity to maybe try to force something, but again, your composition is already a little bit behind in gold. You got to play it slow. Go to your late game Zeri, win condition. Don't try to force right now. Wait for a better opportunity to get that gold.
Well, Ice is going to Gale Force, and he's going to turn it around immediately onto OnFleek here. Really like it. And that means he holds onto his flash. He's going to be absolutely fine.
And denies a Rift Herald drop as well out of this. He ends up getting turned on, picked, and then it's a really easy collapse onto getting that turret down, but he turns it around completely. Doesn't have to flash, doesn't have to cleanse, just uses his Gale Force and his ultimate to turn that one around. Giving Closer some space up here on the top side of the map. And it's feeling like this game is going all Live Sandbox's way. They've got control over the map. They're setting up well for team fights. This Hecarim is so far, knock on wood, is doing very well. Building very tanky.
Stop jinxing it. You know, she's not even in the game. All right, well, Live Sandbox, yes. So far, so good. I don't think the advantage is quite there to try and get the horse through it, but maybe the synergy with the horse is a little bit better this time around, just because the amount of like hard CC that you need for Chunny is certainly very high. Onslaught of Shadow is going to be very valuable. The fact that you can catch up to her even though she is so slippery is something that, you know, movement speed of a horse certainly going to get you there.
It's crazy how, too, with the LeBlanc and the Graves and how much damage they're both going to put out. Luden's Void Staff build here, you know, the early Hullbreaker into the Immortal Shield Bow for Graves. If you do commit super hard to kill Zeri and she just plays defensively, yeah, she's not doing too much damage because she has to play back super far, but by the time that, you know, both the Graves and the LeBlanc do their damage, she can come in and clean up house, too. Like, she's got a great front line in this composition to play around, as long as she just doesn't die early.
Well, we'll get a bit of a hook landing here from Kale. Shirley's going to get some work done, but is going to get taken down in the end. But the hook is not going to be enough. And too tanky are a lot of the members of Harmalife Esports this time around. 3-0 the kill score, but the gold really does feel like this game is absolutely on a knife's edge. Dove is going to be able to push Live Sandbox a little bit further ahead, but I just don't think that the lead is real enough just yet.
I agree. I think the lead needs to be bigger because unfortunately Ice, you know, he's a little bit behind, and that is a big problem because Live Sandbox's comp is reliant on locking this Zeri down, and if the CC has to be used onto Dudu or Karis or on Fleek when those engages come, if you're turning and then you're like, aha, I turned on the engaging Jarvan, and then Zeri's like, and she's skating around, then you've lost the game, right? So, you know, if you don't have enough vision to where you're like, well, we'll just turn these fights because we got a Gnar, we've got a Hecarim. It won't work out in this case against the composition that is so great at front to back and is already kind of past the point of its vulnerability. 2 items, you know, the Hydra ready here for Zeri.
Yeah.
And she'll go into the Runins next.
Also managing to cut through this outer turret pretty comfortably. Live Sandbox find their base shrinking just a little bit. Closer up towards that top side, clearing minion waves, but it means that there's no scatters that they're going to be able to fish with. And honestly, it feels like Live Sandbox have slowed down this game a little bit too much for what they want to do. Of course, Ice is a win condition. 200 years does exist. The original has been the best in previous games that we've watched. Zeri hasn't necessarily just come into the LCK and won everything, but she has been very high priority. As Kale's going to find himself a hook. Don't know whether it's exactly the one he wants, though, as immediately goes down extraordinarily low. On Fleek grabs that kill, and honestly, like, that was the most obvious bait in the history of baits.
Yeah.
But
like,
he still bites.
He still bites here, and you can't be making plays like this. You're feeding gold over to Harmalife Esports' superior front-to-back team fight here. If you don't have vision, you just can't walk in here, which is why you need to control vision, which is why you need to be deeper on this part of the map, trying to skirmish around the vision instead of just walking in one by one against a composition that is so, I mean, it has such a great front line. Like, you die instantly if you mess this up. And where else were they? They certainly weren't on your mini-map.
Well, Closer now going to have to deal with this. Can he escape the chain? The answer is in the first case, no. Second place, no. And now Closer is going to press the gameplay button and his stopwatch, and that is going to send Karis away.
Send him away for now. Will return to the lane as Live Sandbox. It looks like they want to posture around Baron Vision, try to threaten Harmalife Esports, force them to react here. But they themselves also know they don't quite have the damage. Closer is ultless here. This is not a fight they want to take, not a turn they want to look for. This is just literally just going for a blind hook and then instantly turned on. Really nice ult coming through there from Vista, and then he's locked down and blown up.
Yeah, not really what you want. So possibly just going to learn from that experience is Kale. Live Sandbox now back at it again. Let's see whether they can actually coordinate all of this CC. They've got so much of it. So many opportunities to give Ice the window to do damage. It's going to be very valuable. It's Karis moving down towards the bottom side, wanting to punish Dove here just a little bit.
As long as Chunny doesn't die as Dove, oh no, I've seen this one before.
So have I. He is going to run it out, though, as the hop is going to connect that chain. Max range, absolutely fantastic, but the wall is going to be there. That's the flash Gnar as well, as Dove finds another boulder, goes golden. There's now Closer looking for the scat of the week. Doesn't connect it there, but Croco's going to finish the deal. Some boulders flying every which way, but Karis is now running for the hills, running the wrong direction as Croco. He is so dang fast. Ice wanted the kill, but Croco is a horse, and he will gallop over the LeBlanc.
He's going to guarantee it, and you know, who's baiting who knew now, or who knew that who's baiting who?
You said baiting so many times, I don't even know.
It's a Dr. Seuss story now.
Yeah.
But on the bottom side of the map, Dove has stopwatch. He has the ability to turn this. He baits it perfectly. He has his Narbar, and they end up winning this fight that Harmalife Esports got completely baited into, and now they're going to go for a Baron, and they've got the damage for it.
Yep. Talking about things like green eggs and ham, this is a purple worm. Damn. As Ice going to get some damage down as the depth charge connects onto OnFleek. They want to kill the jungler so that there is no 50-50, and they are going to secure that. But now Johnny, free hitting from the back line. But look at this. They are very beefy, and Ice is at full health. Oh, takes one little Q, and that's a lot of damage. Liv Sandbox actually going to back away from the Baron pit. It's 7-1 in kills, but Liv Sandbox
7-1.
still feeling like they can't just force it.
Yeah, it's so difficult against a champion like Zeri who loves to go for Barons where everybody's at half health because of the Baron damage or because of a scuffle there. Look at how Dove handles it. He's like, I'm going. He turns, looks for the follow-up, wall up, has his stopwatch, that he buys enough time here for the teleport to come through for the Syndra, and then Krako shows up.
Yep.
And he's like, I got him twice. Here we go, the sandbox on the Baron.
Yeah, it is spotted here by Harmalife Esports. Kale off on the side. It looks like the Baron will be secured as, of course, OnFleek still making his way out of base. Dove does have the crush, gets over the wall. And that is going to be absolutely fine.
They had vision control. They knew where Zeri was. And if she's too far away to actually come over and start fighting with the front-to-back engage from Harmalife Esports, it's just not an option. You see how close she is to the fight this time? Like, look at where Chunny is at the bottom of this. If she ends up getting the longer fight into their favor, like, look at the damage already before the fight really breaks up, like, before she really cues her way into this. And Liv Sandbox are like, no way, I am not playing into that. She's skating around, she's zooming, she's got a Graves right next to her who's going to be able to tank it up. I'm not playing around that.
Yep, and the horse working out so incredibly well. 100% kill contribution, hasn't died so far this game. Krako is demonstrating the value of this pick quite beautifully, and that is going to equate to a Baron, and this is starting to look like that kind of lead that doesn't get surmounted.
Nope, and Liv Sandbox do finally have real, theoretically permanent map control if they can continue this tempo with the lead they have. It's like, OnFleek, you can't be out here, or you will actually die and cost your team even further map control. Now, Dudu will get away with this on
breaking
the top
some
side.
hulls.
Yeah. So that's a nice trade back, but the more significant value here is for Liv Sandbox grouping up looking for picks. So if they don't actually commit, then it's actually a win for Hanwha Esports. You don't want to be trading like that. They need to actually commit to the dive, or actually Dudu just wins this one out. And they're a little bit slow. There's been a few times they've actually gone down to this bottom turret with this Hecarim pick and not actually committed. And this is, very high risk, because if Zeri pops off in that fight and gets all those kills, you lose your momentum. But
I think you only commit if Dove is actually there and they hard commit, right? If it's a 5v4 underneath that turret, then maybe you go for it. But I don't think you have to as Liv Sandbox. They still have the Baron. They can still get these waves pushed out.
But it's a, it's a 650 Baron buff, or Baron power play here because of, the fact that they gave Graves that extra inner turret. They're not getting a whole lot of value. They grouped up and then also didn't get the inner turret bottom. This is vision control is going to lead to soul point for them. But this Baron could have been a lot more impactful. Still, decent control of the map. They do get soul point. These are things they gained. But Hanwha Esports are probably, sighing a breath of relief here because of how much they accomplished during the enemy Baron buff and how much Zeri is just going to sit back and wait for the next team fight.
Yep, and they've also got another minion wave being pushed towards that top lane as well as the back is coming through from Karis. Liv Sandbox, don't know whether they're actually able to get Ice up towards this turret, right? He's very low range, especially with the guns that he has. That means they're not feeling very safe. Blocking this one down as Closer, going to get slowed by the Solar Flare. Dredgeline goes wide, but maybe Chaos should be happy about that, because honestly, I don't know whether they wanted to dive. They didn't have their Gnar in the vicinity. Teleport also not available, but Dove does manage to get this minion wave up towards this turret, and Ice is going to be able to get the last few shots here. So the Baron power play, as we got 4 seconds to go, will move up above 1,000. So that is going to reach net neutral as far as the amount the Baron gives you by just killing it at the beginning. But that's a flash forward. Vista gets towards the backline, but where is the follow-up? Where is the answer? He goes golden, as now Karis dives into the backline, manages to lock down the kill on both of the carries instantly. Kale's going to go down as well, and Kroko's out of here. He wants to protect that sick KDA that he's picked up for himself, and the GA is going to get popped, and the Gnar is just going to wait for his own demise. Man, Hanwha Esports turn it on a dime.
Giving the gold over to OnFleek here at this point, I think doesn't actually matter that much because Zeri does have all 3 items online. She has the Trinity Force, but she also has the Trinity Force of Zeri, which is Trinity Force, the Hydra, and the Runan's Hurricane. As this is just such a great engage from Vista. You're now trapped here. And this is part of the reluctance of Liv Sandbox to engage. The engage opportunities for Hanwha Esports are also huge, and they have Chunny in the backline. Look at how much damage he does. And like you said, Dove didn't have teleport, just came online. But he just came into the fight at the end after it was already over. He came in to die, and the timing of this is so unfortunate for Liv Sandbox. They still bit off more than they could chew. They're starting to feel the pressure, like, are we getting enough done with this Baron? Are we going to fall too far behind? Their team fighting comp is way better than ours, and they just stepped over the line one time, and that was the proof right there as to why they didn't dive the turret earlier several times. As you point out, without the Gnar, it's not possible, and then this time they still kind of go for it without the Gnar, and
And
Damn.
checking flanks is so important as well because Karis just got absolutely everything done in that fight. It was really, really nicely done by the LeBlanc player as on Fleek, understanding that he needs more vision power. He's going to try and go for that one. Actually, no. That was just a buyback or something like that. Something very confusing happened there as far as the item pop-up window was concerned.
I'm really concerned for Liv Sandbox's ability to now win any sort of team fight. The GA is popped for Dove. He doesn't have teleport anymore. Like, he was your best bet in terms of guaranteeing the big engage because you still have scatters, you still have a Hecarim that could run at this enemy team, but how realistic is that going to be in a proper team fight? Kale, we've seen, has already kind of passed his threshold of being able to get close to Zeri. He just dies before that happens now, so getting his depth charge off feels like a pipe dream at this point. If it was a more even game, you know, I'd feel a lot better about that, but he's just so far behind. And yes, they have a gold lead, but they are behind. Like, make no mistake, they are massively behind right now in terms of how their composition operates. So I just don't know if you ever win a straight-up 5v5 fight here as Liv Sandbox unless you surprise your opponents or have that perfect Gnar engage. And he doesn't have a flank angle, and he's not always going to have his Gnar bar. There's so many limiting factors here for Liv Sandbox now.
I think the closer just needs to be able to press his R button onto Chonny. And the thing that's difficult about that is because the stopwatch is now being purchased as well. But the 3-item threshold has been hit, right? Like, there is so much here that is very, very dangerous for Liv Sandbox. 3 seconds until that Baron comes up. Ice has got very dangerous weapons as far as taking that down. Kale trying to protect his control ward. Karis, has another distortion, so it'll be absolutely fine. Ward going to give a lot of information over to Harmon Life Esports here. As Liv Sandbox feeling like they have full control of the river. They're going to move back towards the Baron now.
Has a teleport available. He's going to check vision. It looks like he wanted to go side lane, but now that he sees that his opponents are on the Baron, he's just going to run right back over. You can see him coming in now with the teleport. This might be the fight to decide this game.
Yep, Karis on a great flank angle here as Croco, the one frontlining, as the depth charge is going to come down. In they go. That is a... Oh, I don't know. A bit disconnected there on the Cataclysm. Where's the follow-up? Karis was still coming around the corner, and Ice trying to get revenge.
Depth
as
charge
he
on
just
cooldown.
walks at him. Yeah, exactly right. Extendo Beam comes on through as Chonny's still at full health, and that is very dangerous.
Can Liv Sandbox get out of here? The Jarvan has no health here, but you're on the left side of the map now as Liv Sandbox. Looks like they're just going to group to push here. And I feel like there was a huge opportunity for Chonny to capitalize on the fact that his opponent used the depth charge and those health bars were low, but what's the indecision going on here? Harmon Life Esports moving to the right side, coming back here, and Liv Sandbox gonna get a turret and will likely just walk away scot-free. The Jarvan went low on health. There was a disconnect, as you mentioned, on the follow-up of damage, but I think Liv Sandbox here get away with murder. Harmon Life Esports do not punish hard. They will get this inner turret mid lane, but I think they could have gotten so much more.
I mean, theoretically, yeah, but it was very strange. Like, OnFleek also, like, losing his entire health bar and then given the opportunity to go back and then come back to a potential Baron. Inner turret's actually traded in the end, so it's net neutral. But this is going to be soul point on both sides. Dudu is going to secure this dragon. So in the end, Harmon Life theoretically do trade up as the dust settles. But this is a very weird game when it comes to objective trades and things like this.
I think this might have been a confidence issue for Harmon Life Esports to pull the trigger there once Liv Sandbox stepped off of the Baron. They had those low health bars. Kale used his ult, but they were like, this is not going to be a fight we could take. We're not ready for this. We don't have hard engage without the Jarvan. I think that's true to a certain extent, but you still have a Leona. You still have a strong front line with the Graves.
Yep.
Zeri was ultless as Karis will get caught.
Face plants, manages to mimic his way out of this one, but that's a chilling smite. Follow-up still there for Croco, but they're fighting around the bottom side river where there is absolutely nothing to fight over. They are going to move it back up here towards the Baron, theoretically. This minion wave is going to be dealt with. The map is very wide right now, but Liv Sandbox need to re-coordinate. OnFleek as well, possibly caught out. Of course, Flag and Drag takes precedence over basically everything in the game. And so OnFleek makes his way out.
Chonny has his ultimate available. He still has that stopwatch. This is the time to shine. This is when the Zeri can pop off. Just go straight to the Baron. Look for this team fight with a big ult. Karis has teleport, so he can join at a moment's notice. And if Liv Sandbox walk off, he's got side lane control. But this is it. Do or die time, Harmon Life.
Yeah, well, let's see whether Karis is actually going to make his way in. Immediately he does start the teleport off. That is the Everfrost to come down. OnFleek is going to get the knockup. That's a 3-man Gnar into the backline. Onslaught of Shadows, triple kill instantly from Ice, but he's going to get murdered by the Baron. That's so scary, but he stays alive. Johnny now, 1 versus 4. Zeri definitely is not that overpowered, and it's going to be Dove that locks down that kill, and Karis just watches on in horror as all of his friends get obliterated, and now Liv Sandbox are looking for that 2-0.
Well, Life Esports just way too late to the party here. Liv Sandbox had all the opportunity to turn, and even though Zeri wasn't hit by the depth charge, it did not matter.
Oh dear. Karis is like, look at me, come kill me instead of my base.
Well, I mean, they don't get the kill on, or they don't get the knock-up onto the Zeri, but they have a fantastic follow-up ultimate for Kroko. He wins this team fight with Dove's ultimate, and yeah, well, this is just a tragic ending, isn't it?
It's
Life Esports, I think, really squandered a lot of big advantages they had in this game, and Liv Sandbox will show they have the better experience. They will win this series 2-0.
And the main thing is, the horse now has a kill. A victory. He had kills already, but he has a victory. Dang, it's been a long day. 3-0 and 10 for Kroko. I have a feeling our fan club leader is going to be correct this time around when he votes for his favorite player. Of course, that is Bad Boy Mau Mau, as we've heard before.
There's so much to unpack in this second game here. I think right now Liv Sandbox, thanking their lucky stars, they had that miracle engaged. They were more decisive around playing for this Baron. And even though there were teleport advantages several times for HLE, they didn't pull the trigger on side laning. They were slow to rotate over to Baron. They played safe around Zeri's positioning there, and she didn't get caught by depth charge, but they still also piled in onto the Baron because they were there so late that they had to stop it. But then they walked right into Kroko's ultimate, where he was able to get really great fears. The follow-up damage was real, and I think they underestimated the ability of Liv Sandbox to actually rush the Baron down, and they were so focused on side laning, but they also were so indecisive with how they did it.
I mean, everyone was. It was
a messy game.
It was definitely a mess. One thing that Life Esports did do was they underestimated the ability of former mid laners to play Gnar. Xiaohu's done it before, as of course Kroko's family that were here watching him play, very proud of him.
She said Kroko for POG for game 2, and you know what? I think he might get it.
Yeah, I think you don't need a sign for that one. I think you just need to watch the game.
Her mom knows what's up, or his mom knows what's up.
Yep.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox, it wasn't the cleanest win, but they made the heck room work in the end, but
now I'm even more confused about how Life Esports beat DRX.
I really, I mean, that game was different in its own right, but there's, I think some of this came down to Chunny's lack of experience. I think maybe there was some nerves around some of these team fights and some of the punishes they didn't have. Some of the macro calls were a little bit late, and maybe, you know, honestly, Samdi is more of a shot caller than we realized. We've talked about maybe he's not the greatest performer individually.
That's true.
And maybe losing this player really hurts the Life Esports macro game more than we can see from the outside of the screen looking in.
No, you're exactly right. And also, I think that I sort of downplayed the fact that they are playing with a substitute, especially given the fact that Johnny did have a pretty good beginning to game 1, especially. Yes, he got caught out that one time, but otherwise it was great.
Look at this setup here with Dove and Kroko. And look at Chunny's positioning. He can't get caught by anything.
Depth charge on Fleek's like, sorry, buddy, and that is going to line the pins up.
And Chunny tries to ult and turn, but it's a triple kill instantly off of the depth charge play. Like, okay, I can't get the Zeri, but if you guys are going to group for me, and also the walk in there, unfortunately for the Jarvan, really sets this one up for the Gnar. And then the follow-up ult from Kroko, they just are like, come to me, I'm going to turn.
Yeah, I mean, that was just the cavalry, right? Like, the horse just like zooms on past.
I could see that one being in a Mad movie in our near future.
No, I reckon. I think it's like, it's one of these things. It's going to start a meme, you know, like Ice and getting stuff done as far as finishing off kills in river near Baron. That one was kind of hilarious because he also almost died. But man, Liv Sandbox managing to find the team fight in the end, managing to give the Hecarim some longevity in this game, and we're starting to have an idea as to why it's been picking up some bans. We check out some of the highlights here of this game.
Top side of the map, we saw a lot of resources given over to Dove here. Kroko just came over multiple times, gave him 2 kills in the early game, shut down the Grave, slowed down the Hullbreaker, and then some of these mid-game fights, you know, went both ways. We saw Life Esports win a few of these. They punished Dove here on the bottom side, or tried to punish Dove. This was actually when he turns. He was punished earlier, but this is the time where he actually has the sick turn with the stopwatch and the teleport. And there were some big baits on both sides of the Rift here. but it never felt like either team was really in the driver's seat the whole time. They were both along for the ride, looking for opportunities. It was just the Liv Sandbox were more decisive in the end, and I think it's as simple as that.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Croco managing to lock down a few of those. Would have been cool if he gave it to his AD carry, but that's fine. And I like the coordination here. Like, this is exactly the kind of fight that we saw that actually finished off the game, right? At the very end there, as Kale manages to find a hook, uses his whole health bar. This is where things got dicey. And Karis, you can see the value when he does get a flank, and that was on vision as well. Just gets towards that backside. I believe that was a Luden's kill that he picks up on a very, very low health closer. But still, definitely an opportunity here.
This is a big turning point because Dove and crew extend, or they extend without Dove, right? And he tries to teleport it in to turn. He's very late. As this is actually going to be the final moments and the call that comes with it. Zeri is out. Focus Zeri is the majority of the conversation here. Yep. Well, as you guys would expect.
It's a lot of seriousness here for Liv Sandbox. You could feel it when they were playing as well.
Yeah. All 5 players communicating almost equally. I'd say maybe without Closer, it's been a little bit quiet.
But look at the game of position from Ice and Closer especially, right? Like, that is full game of position, hyper engaged, you know?
For sure. Let's see if they have any comments about the series itself or the emotions. Closer looks pretty...
Yeah, it looks pretty psyched.
Yeah.
As this is hilarious. Look at, I want to watch Kale's face.
이번 판 헤카리 맞으면 이거 억가다. 세상이 날 억가한다. 가봐 그냥.
So basically, Jason gave us the translation, but I didn't hear it.
The world is flaming me for no reason or something. Is
yeah, flaming him for no reason.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's an undying horse, so I don't think anyone's flaming him now. Looking at the damage numbers, yeah, Zeri didn't really get to the Zeri point. Dove also getting a lot of work done. Wouldn't be surprised if he picks up a POG. But Croco didn't die, and he was playing a horse, and he's the first one to get a win on the Hecarim. So that's where my vote would go.
He also dominated the early game, gave Dove 2 kills, which is a huge part of why his damage is so high, and then helped. He was one of 3 parts of that final team fight win.
Yeah.
Really nice wombo combo there for Liv Sandbox to close it out. It seemed like they were really not going to get control over the game. Like, they had lost their window until they had one sick team fight in the end. They were more decisive around Baron.
Yep, it was pretty fun to watch. Definitely some ups and downs in that series, but to take us through exactly how it felt, we're going to pass it back to the analyst carpet space with Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for the wonderful casting tonight. We'll take over from here. That was a very nice setup there from Liv Sandbox. Got a little bit rocky towards the end, but they got the job done. And Life as well, kind of on a bit of a roller coaster up and down for them. What was your original take here on the draft?
I think that the Hanwha Life draft, the Zeri priority is fine. I thought that specifically the Graves was a little greedy. Because I was actually expecting there to come a possible punish through in Tryndamere, but Liv Sandbox prioritized the Ophidius above that. The main issue was that Liv Sandbox, with that first part of the draft, already has such an incredibly strong core, where there is a lot of skirmishing power, there's a lot of snowballing potential, there's a lot of early team fighting, but it scales decently well. Obviously, Hecarim, very much an off-tank, as we have seen, but when augmented by the later Narpic as well, actually works out really, really nicely. And playing Jarvan in this game is just the worst, because you're playing Jarvan into Syndra, which already feels bad. Gnar kind of invalidates a lot of your existence, because you provide him with an additional way of throwing people into the wall, which Dove did very well. And I think the Hanwha Life comp, to me, it didn't really mesh. There were a lot of separate ideas. And just wait for Zeri to get to late and then kind of have a disjointed composition. I don't think it's really going to get you there. And it didn't.
Yeah, it didn't get there in the end. I think that Liv Sandbox were able to pull off some really nice late game team fights. The one time where they got caught off guard was a little bit of, disjointedness from their side. I think the macro kind of fell apart there, but they immediately got it back together. They said, let's go onto the Baron and wait for a turn. And they were able to do exactly that. I mean, you look at this composition, if anyone attacks into you, you're going to be extremely happy. on top of having a Fedefelios as well, who enjoys that the most. So we're going to take a look at the first highlight here as well. So let's jump into that and see how this started.
Because when this started, we were like, oh, Dove, you know, you've been given over a lot of kills by Croco. Love Croco, great player. I don't know if you've noticed it yet, but this is actually a beautifully set up bait here. And I have to give credit to Dove, not only for the execution of the final team fight, but also for selling this. Because this is actually a key component in what kind of regains the momentum back for the Live Sandbox composition after they have, you know, had not the best mid-game. I think that the early game was exceptional, as they do. But then in mid-game it became a little dicey. We also had the Baron bot lane play, or rather the Baron were timed out and they were still pushing in it for no reason. So if they don't do that, it'll be a bit, but again, these are two teams that are at the bottom of the standings for a reason. And I think that mistakes like that kind of come with the territory.
Some of the messiness, some of the, you know, the lack of knowing, okay, the 2 teleports are available. If we're going all in on Dove, we got to kill him fast. If we can't kill him fast, we got to get out of there. But they were like, no, we're going to just run through the brushes. They can kind of get caught out like that. So second highlight here as well, we want to highlight, of course, the amazing turn on the Baron here.
And here you see that when the composition of Humble Life is forced to actually engage onto you, that's when Live Sandbox excels, right? It starts with a hook from KL, a beautiful depth charge, and this is exactly the type of scenario that you can create with this composition. And no matter what the game state is, that wombo combo is always going to do the job, right? As long as you're on relative parity, and of course, Live Sandbox was ahead or slightly ahead even for most of the game. And it worked out beautifully, very much again a team effort, and the way that final fight went is something that we've seen a lot of times for Sandbox. I really hope that they stick with this. Basically, I'd call it a more aggressive brand of Fred and Brion, where it is a little bit more skirmishy, but it still has raw team fighting power, because I think that it still has to play itself a little bit. Side laning comps are a little bit hard. I don't know if you want to do that, but then it works very nicely.
Press all your buttons and get them into the wall and get your AoE down. And they did that very well. Let's see who does pick up the POG here. I think it should be pretty contested. It will be Dove who does pick up the POG for the 3rd time. And honestly, some of his engages were really incredible today.
Yeah, as I mentioned, perfectly happy with a split vote. Dove did a lot of heavy lifting this game, got a lot of early resources from Croco, and then was able to actually leverage them in specifically plays like this. The key thing to me is that with Gnar, it's one of those champions where you have to play aggressive to work, because you have to go for the big wall bangs, right? You have to try as much as you can to actually get those big multi-man Gnar ultimates. But it can also look really silly, and I think that he really walked the balance nicely between finding those opportunities, and of course, this is the mad movie plays, as the caster called it, which I think is 100% justifiable. And he found many of those, and he needed to with this comp, because they are really reliant on him. Just Hecarim and Nautilus by itself are not going to be enough.
Absolutely. You can see that we did have 3 votes for Croco. Seems like the English... I love how we get the zoom in on the Chronicler. Hey, I mean, 3's better than 2, which is better than 1, which is better than 0, right? So it was you and Wolf, and of course one guy on media for the Keck W this time around. But 10 out of 13 for Dove. I think that, you know, the flashy plays that he pulled off were more noticeable this time around.
I mean, he did play very well. It's still pretty
He did. It's okay. Croco did play well as well. But,
it's a team effort. And honestly, like I said, I think that one of the key things of Dove that has improved very much over the split is his champion pool. Atlas kind of lampshaded towards it, but used to be just Tryndamere, and it's expanded. And that's really good for the longevity of Sandbox.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting to hear him say, you know, you gotta know that mid laners are good at Gnar. I'm like, oh, you know, I never thought about that.
Oh.
But, yeah, I mean, we got some good information today from Atlas and from Dove as well, that he can play that pick. So we'll see what we can get in the future as well. But for now, guys, we do have the interview ready, so I'll hand it over to Ji-sun.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Dove and Ice from Live Sandbox. Congratulations on picking up the 1st win. During the practice and scrims, you know, it was definitely hard, but finally we got the win, so it's amazing. What kind of hardships? I mean, the scrims were not going well, so yeah, I was very worried. And all the efforts are now paying off. And Dov, a very good victory heading over to Live Sandbox. How do you feel? Just like he said, you know, the scrims were going well. Especially for me, it was like very frustrating. But I'm happy that we were able to get a very good result on stage. Yeah, I mean, I can tell, and this is a very, you know, well-deserved victory for Leaf Sandbox, and you guys are able to get your round 1 revenge. What was the focal point for today's preparation? I mean, we just had to get a revenge, you know? That makes us want to win more, so we focus on that kind of emotion. And Ice, you were playing against Chani, the Hana Life's emergency call-up player, and I'm pretty sure you have been playing against him for multiple times during the Challenges League days. After I joined the main roster, I got to play with better players, you know? So I wasn't too worried about playing against Chani. And Dov, I think we have to talk about your Gnar, because I heard your Gnar was winless in scrims. Is that true? I don't exactly remember the numbers, but you know, based on what we had during scrims, we were actually wanna give up on Gnar. You know, we were like, this is never gonna work. So even before the minute we locked in Gnar, we weren't sure about the result. I think today, in game 2, at the end of the game, maybe that play was pretty good. But other than that, because my proficiency was lacking, I'm pretty bummed about my performance on Gnar. However, that outplay on Gnar will keep you motivated to work on that Gnar pick. We had Irelia to counter Gnar. Did you see that coming? Yeah, of course. So we did briefly mention that. And then we were like, I don't know, whatever, we'll see. And then I got punished by Dudu so hard. However, in the mid to late game, my teammates did so well, so I got carried. So I was able to kind of come back stronger for game 2. Yeah, indeed. Especially that pick onto Felius was the turning point. So did you expect to turn the game around? I thought it was gonna be like 50-50, but with the kill on Felius, I think that kill was able to buy so much space for us. And then later on, Jinx was able to just freely do damage in the backline. Yeah, I mean, I always trust my teammates in my team. So yeah, that's how I played, and I think I should keep it that way. And Zeri was let through in game 2, and Liv Sandbox came up with a very early Hecarim lock-in. I'm not sure about our draft and strategy, to be honest. Then Dov, do you have anything to tell us about that strategy? I have no idea. I have no idea about the draft. I have no idea about the tactics and strategy. It's all on the coaching staffs and head coach. I just follow them. I just believe they're kind of a decision. Game 2, it was very back and forth game between two teams, and it was really hard to expect where we're gonna land, but the final team fight was just so perfect. So let's take a look at the replay together. Your ult was just fantastic. I mean, so Kyle's ult, you know, had that landed onto only one opponent, it would be a little bit dicey to jump in, but then we had multiple knockups, so I was like, yeah, I should go in. ㅣ was watching this game, and he was just amazed to see that play. One of the best Gnar players in the LCK history. Hey ㅣ, fighting! I will support you. Thank you so much. And your next opponent is Nongshin Radforce. I had a lot of mistakes today, so I think I have to get rid of those and come back stronger and better in that Nongsim series. What about you, Dov? Would you like to add on to that? So we have another, mission to do. Getting another revenge. So I hope we can come back stronger and get a revenge on Nongsim Red first. And this is the end of the POG interview. Back to analyst Carpet Space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome breakdown and translation of the interview. We're going to take a look at some standings and see where we end up after today. So Liv Sandbox, they do get that one win on the board.
And we do see that, especially on the east side of the standings, a single win can make really big differences. Lot of mobility still possible there. Nongshim, they can get another win, will also be slowly moving up due to their score. And that is something that I think makes the split really exciting, right? The only one that is truly above everyone else is T1. I'd argue Gen G as well, because of course one of their losses was due to the fact that they had like half their players, which
yeah,
that's always going to be an unfortunate scenario. But outside of that, I don't know who's going to end up where, and that makes this a really exciting split.
Yeah, absolutely. Still very close. And guys, tomorrow it'll actually be me and Chronicler casting this one. Gen G up against Nongshim Red Force. A very interesting first match to see where Nongshim can line up against Gen G, even after some losses. And then we do have Kwangdong Freaks up against Damwon Kia.
That first one especially, hopefully for Nongshim, they can kind of refine their form, because against Gen G with a full lineup, they'll definitely need it.
Definitely a bit scary on that one. But that's going to do it for us here on the LCK. Thank you so much for watching once again, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a good night.
Set me free. You break down the